think you were.
What do you mean? I was knee deep in pussy from the day I was born.
Were you?
Exactly. I was.
That's a good point. We all were technically, because hey now, it's your boy PSA Stitch here with another Sunday live stream with everyone's favorite Adam Friended Forever. And today, it's Happy Father's Day. Hey!
Hey!
Hey! Happy Father's Day to all the fathers out there who have raised terrible, ungrateful, spoiled brats. Thank you so much for continuing the propagation of the human race.
That's right. Keep them coming.
Thank you. It's coming. Anyways, besides Happy Father's Day, today we will be watching Robin DiAngelo's madness, her craziness, her insane bigotry and racism as she just drones on and on about how much she hates white people and how incredibly racist she is, and no one calls her out for it. Yeah. She just sits there. She's talking to Jimmy Fallon. She's like, hey, Jimmy, let me tell you about the white people. And everyone's like, yes. It's just crazy. Fuck? It's just crazy. Adam, we live in crazy times.
I know.
Nothing makes sense anymore.
It's bonkers. I'm completely confused by reality. Every time I turn on the TV, it's like Crazy Town. What's going on out there? What happened to the world we used to live in?
It's like Zoolander. I feel like I'm taking crazy pills. But before we get into that, David Aragon and Alex Karras have made a wonderful, beautiful,
amazing,
stupendous,
awesome. Did we already say awesome? This is like the best meme. This is the best meme ever. This is like a super meme. Like, this meme is incredible. I watched it and then I had to watch it again, and then I had to watch it again. It's like so good.
Made this amazing animated video of a portion of one of our streams. So enjoy. It's your boy PSA Stitch here, another Sunday live stream with everyone's favorite Adam America. Adam America. That should be your new name. You're wondering what your name should be instead of Adam Friended. Adam America.
I have never been to the Statue of Liberty. I've gone by it on the
Oh have you been ruined
there? Have you been to Liberty Island?
Of course I've been to the Statue of fucking Liberty, and I've been to the top, and I rode the elevator or whatever you're supposed to do. Have you been to the Mount Rushmore?
I haven't been to Mount Rushmore.
Oh,
yeah, I'm not sure I even know where all my cred is just vanishing.
Have you been to the memorials in DC?
I haven't been to DC, which is awful. Which is awful.
Get out!
Sit
out! My stream partner's a lie. He doesn't love America. Beautiful.
That was amazing.
Amazing. So many jokes, so many memes cram-packed into it. It's incredible. Just incredible. So I put a link in the description if you want to watch it again and pause it and just see all the little references.
I know. He got them all.
Got them all.
He even got your waifu in there.
He even got female sitch in there somewhere.
The female sitch. There you go. Look at that. Holy cow.
You're breaking my heart, Adam. You're tearing me apart, Adam.
Mascara running and everything.
I like how in every scene we get Adam's little hairy leg.
No. I wear red shorts on one stream and I'm labeled for life.
Forever.
I am not wearing red shorts.
We got Adam. He's drawing the rubber tire killing rat rats.
Oh my god, it's so good.
This is crazy. There's so many references.
It's so good.
We got the doubt reference. There was Avengers Endgame reference. We got the Phoenix Wright reference. We got okay. So who is everyone on this?
Oh my God, I don't even know.
I think we got Jordan Peterson is on the left, right?
Okay, yeah. Who is the guy with the mustache? Is that
that's some philosopher that we're too stupid to know.
Oh my God, these are philosophers.
There's Charles Murray is in there. Is that
oh, it is
Sam
Charles
Harris?
Murray, isn't it? Oh
yeah,
my God.
It's Charles Murray and maybe Sam Harris. That's my guess for who these people are. If David's in the chat, he could tell us.
How fun. How fun.
Yeah.
Look,
but no,
look, you got your Florida man hat on. I like it when the teeth
hat.
are done that way. That's the way I like your teeth right there.
Yeah. Adam likes it when my teeth are done this way, guys.
I do. I like it when they're drawn that way. I do.
This was also a brilliant reference. Me as Wolverine and Vosh fighting on top of the Statue of Liberty.
Oh my God.
Beautiful. Beautiful referencing the first X-Men movie. Wonderful. There was so much. And look, there's
CT's there.
There's
Phalanx is there.
Yep. Alex and Zofrats.
Look at that.
Yep.
Holy cow. That's awesome. And you're doing a selfie. You're actually holding the camera.
I'm actually doing a selfie.
You notice who's not in that picture at the Statue of Liberty with all you guys?
Adam.
What the fuck?
Un-American Adam, who's never been to the Statue of Liberty. How tragic, guys. How terrible.
I have been on the ferry that goes by the Statue of Liberty, and I looked at it from a distance.
Someone said it was height. Not Sam Harris.
Oh yeah,
that makes more sense.
That makes way more sense.
Yeah.
Wow.
What were you saying about the Statue of Liberty that you've never been on?
I have been on the ferry that goes from Brooklyn. Oh no, not Brooklyn. From Manhattan to New Jersey, and it goes by the Statue of Liberty. I mean, it's way far away, but you can still see it.
Adam's like, I've never been on the Statue of Liberty, but I was on a boat that went past the Statue of Liberty.
I took the ferry.
Therefore.
So I'm losing my cred a second time. This is bad.
This is bad. Anyway, thank you very much, David and Alex. This was fantastic and wonderful.
Yeah, so good. Made my day. Made my week.
It did. It was beautiful. I cried. Alex also made this very short video I want to show. Alex had been growing a Mr. Sitch potato, and apparently it was time to put it out to pasture.
Amazing grace, how sweet.
Oh my God, that's awesome.
The sound that saved a wretch like me. I once was lost, but now I am found. Oh God! Oh God!
You're burying him alive. I would have blown that shit up.
So there it is, guys. The sad end of the PSA Sitch potato.
That's awesome.
So sad. Anyways, before we get into it, Adam, is there anything else? Oh, at the end of the stream, Enlightened Centrist made a very funny mashup of Adam and Sophane arguing with each other, and we're going to play that at the end.
Yes. Let's get into the video. We've been going way too long already. All these amazing memes have...
way too long.
Yeah. You know how I feel about getting into the video.
Dare you don't want to set up the million things that we want to talk about, but then don't get to it. Dan?
Well, let's just at least play 2 seconds of the video, and then we're good to go. Is this I guess we're doing the Daily Show. We're doing this one and the Daily Show. We'll do this one first.
Well, we'll see how long we see.
Or Jimmy Fallon. I didn't watch this video, so I don't know if it's any good.
Yeah, we'll see how long we go. If we do this really short, we can also watch the Jimmy Fallon interview. Or it feels like Jimmy Fallon is being held hostage.
Let's do that one first. Let's load up the Jimmy Fallon first.
No. Let's see. This one's a lot more substantive.
Oh, okay. You want to do substantial first? You don't want to just
because we might end up talking about this for like 5 hours. You know.
Oh, it's true. It's true.
Is how it usually goes. Also, there's a lot of news stuff going on to talk about. Okay. Well, I'll just go through real quick. Okay, I'm just gonna tease it. Okay, Scott Adams blocked Tim Pool on Twitter. Gotta talk about that, right? Mm-hmm. Got to talk about that. Scott Adams agrees with our Adam that systemic racism is child abuse. So I bet you're happy.
I know. Listen to that. He's actually agreeing with an artist. I can't believe it. I must be some freak of nature that actually used like logic, reason, and evidence. Yeah. Did you notice that Brett Weinstein was on the podcast with Joe Rogan, and he actually mentioned a study that I've referenced a bazillion times this show? The North Korean study, where they actually the North Koreans actually got American soldiers to turn on America by using this super conniving method where they got them to betray America in tiny little incremental ways for like a raisin. So it wasn't some huge concession. They couldn't think, oh, well, they just bribed me to say this. And slowly over time, they made them believe that they were actually anti-Americans.
This was North Korea or like Vietnam? Or
North
something?
Korea. It was during the Korean War. The study is actually referenced in the book Influence by Cialdini, a huge Cialdini is one of Scott Adams' guys that he's always referencing. So yes, I was like, fine. And Brett Weinstein was talking like he'd never heard this study before. I thought, wow, that's interesting. But
he's got to listen to the stream. That's the problem, Adam.
What's up with that?
That's the problem. What's up with that?
Well, he has a much bigger platform than us, but I was glad to hear him talking about it because it's the exact same thing that's going on social media with all these social justice warriors. They're totally being trapped into their positions. And they're going to hold on for dear life because they've been making all of these incremental statements online that they'll just feel like huge assholes if they go back on.
I guess we should talk about the Joe Rogan cancellation stuff.
Yes, let's talk about that.
There's all the statues being torn down. Washington, Jefferson, even Grant. Union General to defeat Jackson. Not good enough. The murder rate in New York City has increased substantially.
Really? Oh.
Yes. 25% increase in this
month. What?
Yep. There's a conspiracy theory about fireworks in New York City. That's kind of funny that we'll talk about. There's the Trump red triangle controversy. I don't know if you're familiar with that. There's the Trump flag burning controversy. There's the Trump slow down testing controversy. There's lots of Trump controversies. And of course, I have some amazing thoughts about why it's bad to tie defunding the police into the Black Lives Matter movement.
I hope you have all that written down because I didn't write.
I have it all written down because I know Adam's like, he's not writing shit down. He's just playing with himself, touching his red shorts.
It's my Sunday.
Yeah.
I love the longer the show goes, the less work I do. It's so amazing.
Okay. Amazing. Anyway, let's get into it.
Fragility. That's the title of your book, is White Fragility. And the subtitle is Why It's So Hard for White People.
Oh my God, I didn't pause it soon enough. The look on her face is just, it's so good. It's so good. It's like, yeah, that's right, bitch.
Yeah.
I'm in an interview here. I'm big. I've got the big pants on.
I'm on PBS.
Racism. Why white fragility, and how do we recognize it?
You know, the fragility part is meant to capture how little it takes to set white people off.
Triggered! What the fuck? Ah! Who is this bitch?
It's funny. She's like, it's called white fragility because there's so little things you have to do to just piss white people off. Like, I don't know, like just being racist. Like, let's just be racist against white people. Maybe being racist against a group of people pisses them. I can't imagine why that is, Adam.
Yeah, totally. I don't understand. This woman seems like she's so fragile that if I just called her a stupid bitch, she'd probably get pissed off. I don't know why.
It's
How
hilarious.
fragile do you have to be, stupid bitch?
Yeah, like it's hilarious that you could be like, oh, well, if a black person is offended by me saying something racist, like all black people are criminals, well, that's just black fragility. It's like, shut the fuck, like, what the fuck? It's like, no, Yeah, people get mad when you're racist against them. Like, I don't know why this is such a complicated idea.
Yeah, totally. Yes. And this whole book is set up basically just to frame white people as unambiguously racist. And if you think you're not racist, well, there's nothing you can do about that because
you think
you are.
Think again, Whitey.
Yeah, exactly.
You're racist.
To set us off into defensiveness. So for many white people,
yes, calling someone racist sets them off into defensiveness. That's very true. Wow, I'm glad she wrote a best-selling book about this. This is like
I'm glad the New York Times made this a best-selling book because people need to know this.
mere suggestion that white has meaning will cause us to erupt in defensiveness. For many of your listeners, the fact that I'm generalizing right now about white people will set off the defensiveness.
Look at that look. She's like, this dumb bitch doesn't even know what she's doing.
The mere fact, I like that she says, the mere fact that me generalizing white people will piss them off. Really, the mere fact about you literally being racist will piss people. Wow, this is fucking amazing.
Nobody.
The mere fact about me generalizing black people as being criminals
will
set some black people off. But you know, that's just
exactly.
reality, Adam. Okay, that's just black fragility. Like, can you imagine? Can you imagine?
I can't. No, it's people are taking crazy pills now. It's off
like,
the charts.
This is bananas. This is bonker banana shit. Like, I don't even know what world. You know, they said that they realized that the Mayan calendar was translated incorrectly.
I know.
And that actually the end of time is today.
It is.
It's today. It's June 21st, 2020. And you know what? I think they're right. Adam. I think this is it. This is the black. You were talking about the great filter that's going to destroy all life. I think it's Robin DiAngelo. I think she's going to be it.
Do you think this interviewer knows what's up? Do you think she's like, oh my God, what the fuck are we talking about?
She looks like she knows what's up.
She does. That look says it all right there. Like, you a racist bitch. Like, what the fuck?
This is like the perfect like doubt meme face. It's like, I don't know about that.
Yeah, I'm not buying all this privilege plus power nonsense. Shut the fuck up.
Individualism is a really precious ideology for white people, and we do not like.
Hold on, what was the ideology? We missed it.
Individualism.
Oh, individualism. That's our ideology.
She says individualism is a precious ideology for white people.
Okay.
Shouldn't that be a precious ideology for all people? Isn't individualism kind of the basis of liberalism?
Well, you can't make the argument that not all black people are criminals unless you're an individualist. Like, you literally cannot make that argument.
This is crazy. Oh my God. Does anyone in the chat know, has she ever done like a contentious interview or debate? Because I would love to see her challenged on this shit. I would love to see it.
Isn't this kind of, aren't they making the argument that all white people are would-be colonialists? Like, if we had power, we would be subjugating everyone.
Yeah.
It's inherited in our genes. I mean, this is like race realist shit, just on the other side of the coin.
100%. There are these crazy people who they look at history and they say, oh, well, we have a history of white Europeans taking over the world basically and subjugating other people. And they're so racist and stupid that they're like, well, the reason that is not just because for whatever the multifaceted reasons that white people ended up having the most technologically advanced military technology at the time period. Thus, they were able to use that to basically take over shit.
Yeah, totally.
Right?
They had a technological advantage.
Right. It has nothing to do. There's no Yaqub. I hate to tell you guys, but the Nation of Islam and Louis Farrakhan are not true. There's no Yaqub. Okay, white people were not created in an evil laboratory thousands of years ago to take over the world. It's just human nature that whoever gets to be the most powerful is going to be a fucking dick.
Yeah,
that's just the way it is.
Yeah,
that's just the way it is. Okay.
Yeah.
To be generalized about.
So let's back up a second and talk about how you got interested in this work and in this subject. I know that you're an academic. I know that you're a lecturer. And
I saw money and I was like, I like money. I want some money. Oh, are we allowed to read between the lines here? I know this is mind reading, Scott Adams, but I don't
How
know.
dare you mind read it? How dare you?
I don't know. What is that? The blue emerald around her neck there? That looks pricey. Looks like it was made. It was forged in a pit somewhere, made out of children's souls.
The souls of racist white children were forged thousands of years ago into this necklace of tears,
of ultimate
the white
power.
Tears. It's the necklace of white tears forever, wherever she is. Just white people cry in the vicinity of this necklace. The power radiating from it.
Everyone in the know calls this stuff a religion. Like
Yes.
It's funny that I credit a lot of the social justice stuff to the unfashionableness of Christianity in recent days.
Mm-hmm.
I feel like human beings need a religion. Most human beings need a religion. Obviously not all. Like there are outliers in anything that you say about any particular population, but I don't know, humans, religion, if they don't have one, they want one. Like we all want to become a part of something bigger than ourselves. We all have that inside us. It's part of that tribal psychology that goes way, way back. Like we know that our survival is dependent upon other people. So we want to integrate ourselves into a tribe. And then the internet came along. And now all of a sudden, all of these tribes are interacting with one another, where you could grow up before the internet and kind of just be around the culture that's there and think, I'm comfortable in this culture. But now you're realizing, oh my God, there are all these other cultures that are completely different than mine. And suddenly you don't feel so secure. So you got to go out on the internet and make all of the world into your culture. Otherwise you don't feel safe.
Yeah, that's classic human.
Yeah, sad. But she's like coming in here. She's going to I know what to do about this. I know how to make some money off of this shit.
Doesn't she look like the mom from Get Out?
Oh, totally. Oh my God.
You know, she just wants to cut her brain out and put it in like a black person's body. She just wants to like enslave a black person and like swap brains with them.
Oh my God.
Be like, I'm progressive. See it. You can see it in her eyes.
Something tells me that the black body that she puts herself into is going to be like 21, totally fit, totally amazing looking.
Amazing. Yeah. Peak health, yes. Athlete.
Yeah. Not gonna be some dumpy bitch.
No dumpy bitches.
A lecturer, and you've done what would you call it? Anti-racist training, or used to be called diversity training. Maybe it isn't called that anymore.
Oh my God, I can't believe that.
Her career is the anti-racist training. Okay, she can't live in a world without racism because then she won't have a fucking job.
Yeah, it's just like religion, man. God ain't going nowhere. Jesus ain't going nowhere.
Right. That's right. That's right.
Yeah.
Myself as somebody who came from practice to theory rather than a lot of academics who go from theory to practice. So I applied for a job and in the early 90s.
So I added up a lot of anecdotal information that I saw around me, and I said, hey, I got a hunch on this based on my gut feelings and my personal experience.
She's listening to her stomach saying, hey guys, all white people are racist. Just listen to your gut.
Your gut sounds funny, but I honestly think her gut is more like, get out of the way, motherfucker. You're a racist piece of shit.
No, that's her ass. Okay.
Oh, okay.
She pulls stuff out of her ass. That's what it sounds like.
90s for a diversity trainer. That's what we called it at the time. I thought, of course, I'm qualified to go into the workplace and lead people on discussions of race. I'm a vegetarian. How could I be racist? I haven't.
Oh my God. As someone who's been on YouTube for a long time and has really debated every single kind of group there is, I got to tell you, the vegans are the most evil. Those people are fucking straight up evil.
There you go. Adam's coming out hard on the vegans.
Well, they care more about animals than human beings. So, I mean, I don't know. Pick your poison. I like puppies. I like kittens. Still like humans.
People aren't eating puppies and kittens generally. So.
Yeah, but you get what I mean.
I know.
You understand what I mean.
I love you.
Too far,
really
man.
Classic liberal, open-minded kind of idea about what it meant to be racist. And I saw myself, of course, as outside of that and felt qualified, and I got the job.
Dude, the stern look on this. For those of you who are just listening, the interviewer is a black woman. She appears to be, I don't know, mid-40s maybe, and she just has a look on her face like, like she's not buying so any of this.
Maintain like this blank face. It's so funny.
Yeah, everything coming out of this the DiAngelo's mouth is completely biased, and you can tell she's like seeing right through it. Hopefully she is. I don't know. Maybe she's not. But
maybe she's not. We'll see.
Seems like she's not buying any of this.
Yeah, I'm not familiar
and I
with the
was in for the most profound learning of my life. It was a parallel process. So two key pieces were, one, for the first time in my life, I was working side by side with people of color who were challenging the way I saw the world.
Okay.
But isn't it funny? She's like the person that just discovered something for the first time and is like, now I'm qualified to be an expert.
Red alert. I mean, if the first time you're interacting with black people is in your fucking job after college, like
when you're in your like 20s and 30s, yeah, I know.
Dude, what the fuck? There were black people in my kindergarten class.
My entire life, I grew up in a white neighborhood surrounded by white people.
I know.
To school, the only white people. I mean, there's a couple of black people, but no one talked to them. I didn't talk to them. But then finally, after college, not even in college, after college, when I got a job in my 20s and 30s, I finally get to interact with black people. And I was like, hey, they're not so bad. I don't know why people are criticizing them this whole time. Jeez, I'm some kind of anti-racist guru. Now that I've finally interacted with a black person after 30 years of my fucking life.
Oh my God. That's so good. Yeah.
Jesus.
And scene. Robin DiAngelo's gut. I know. Oh my God. Yeah. If news alert, like you may not be qualified for this kind of if you've just discovered black people in your 30s, you may not be qualified for this type of work. Just saying. You might want to rethink that.
Yeah, if you just found, if it's like you're just the new discovery. Okay, like when they just discovered America and they called them the Indians, no one was like, well, they're probably not like experts on like the globe because they thought they're in fucking India. Okay. And Robin DiAngelo's like, I just discovered black people in my 30s. I'm the guru of anti-racism.
Oh my God.
White is that I could get that far in life. I was a parent at that point. I was in my 30s and never had my racial worldview challenged. One. Two, definitely not by...
Hold on. We need to make a show correction here. We said in her 20s. It turns out it was in her 30s.
It's in her 30s, yeah. There you go.
What kind of fucking racist neighborhood did this lady live in? Jesus Christ.
From?
Maybe you should go back to your fucking neighborhood and talk about white fragility, okay? Instead of lecturing the rest of us who were like integrated 40 years ago.
What is this weird Wikipedia entry? It says born to a European American family. Like what does that mean? European American?
Is that like virtue signaling or did they target her? I wouldn't be surprised if her Wikipedia page is totally targeted now.
Well, I mean, isn't technically all white people like European American? Like what is that? I don't know what that means.
Yeah.
Like
I don't know.
Unless they're saying like that she's like a second or like first generation or something, maybe. Says she was born in San Francisco, so fucking racist.
Oh, that makes sense. Yeah, totally.
Only
San Francisco, Berkeley.
Yep.
I used to hang out in Berkeley all the time when I was a kid, and man, Berkeley's like, I mean, it's still straight out of the '60s.
Whitest kids you know.
It's like hippie as can be.
Number of people of color and not in any kind of sustained way. And it worked like a mirror, right? I was like a fish being taken out of water. I would not have been able to tell you I had a racial worldview because as a white person, I was raised to see myself as just human. Now, you're a particular kind of human.
Oh my
I'm
God.
just human. And if we're going to be talking about race, I expect we're going to be talking about...
How embarrassing. How embarrassing.
How embarrassing. I know. How
this
cringy.
Is the worst. I can't believe I didn't even watch this video, but it's so perfect. It's like, now you're a particular type of human being. What? Get the fuck out of here. She's a human being, you idiot. What the fuck are you doing?
Like, I was raised to be thought of myself as a human instead of a white person.
Right,
like,
and you're another type of human. What?
Right, but see, but that's
so racist.
That's the good thing. That's the goal. You want everyone to widen their in-group to encompass all humanity. That's the fucking goal, you moron.
Well, I didn't realize I didn't realize we were typifying humans, though. Like,
right.
Come on.
But the black person's a different type of person. Even though I'm the only person that thinks that because I'm racist, I'm just going to assume all white people think that because I can't be racist. It's got to be... Maybe that's what this is. Maybe a lot of this is that there's these people who are racist and they don't want to believe that they're racist. So it's like, well, it's society. I'm not racist. It's society making me feel this way. It's like, no, bitch, it's you. It's fucking you.
What is the psychology term? I always forget this because it's like way overused, but I feel like DiAngelo is the one who's suffering from the white fragility here. Like she is the one. Yeah, projection. I don't like to use projection because everybody uses it for everything, but this seems like it might actually be a case here because like she seems completely uncomfortable talking about this, and they put her with the black reporter, of course, like making heightening the tension in the situation. And this woman is not giving her anything either, like not a smile. I mean, she's got the scowl from hell going, and you could tell DiAngelo is so uncomfortable here. But
it's so funny.
Man, it is hilarious.
You know, it was funny because I didn't finish listening to it. I listened to like the first half of Brett Weinstein on Joe Rogan, and it was really good. But there's a part where they talk about like the black community, and I was like, oh my god, I could just imagine like, look at these two white boys talking about the problems encompassing the black community.
Totally. Yeah, exactly. You gotta have. It's so crazy that you can't even have that conversation. But Brett did say something that was amazing that I hadn't really thought about. I don't know if I should say it here or if you want to talk about it later.
Say it here. Say it right now.
Well, I am constantly linking everything back to evolution and reproductive strategies and stuff like that. And Brett Weinstein is
I
great
figured
for
you would
doing
like
this.
that.
Yeah, totally. So I am, and people in our comment section even call me a tradcon. I'm not really a tradcon. I just feel sorry. When we had like a traditional setup, it allowed everyone a good slice at like the American family life. Where when we live in a society that has what I would classify as serial polygamy, where no one's really getting married, they're all just hooking up and there's hookup culture. A lot of guys are left out in the lurch. Like they don't end up getting married or having a happy family or any of that stuff. And I as the bleeding heart liberal that I am, I feel sorry for those guys. So I'm not really a tradcon, but I do sympathize with the people who get fucked out of the dating market that we have here. But Brett Weinstein in that podcast was talking about how black guys get incarcerated at this alarming rate. So all the black males are taken out of the population. And it's like there's very few black males to a lot of black females. So the guys are hooking up right and left, and no guy is going to settle down when he's got like 10 girlfriends. Like that's just not going to happen. And I thought, Jesus Christ, we've fucked I know two white guys talking about the black community, but I thought, oh my God, we've totally fucked the black community again. Like immediately, progressive talking points, liberal talking points, libertarian talking points are, it's the war on drugs, right? If we just legalized drugs, none of this would happen to those people. It's these non-violent drug offenders that we're throwing in jail, right? Like that's what you would think to solve this problem. And then I immediately thought, no, that wouldn't fucking solve the problem at all, because the only reason the black community, goddamn, we need the only reason it's really a poverty thing. The only reason people in poverty turn to crime like that is because nobody wants to do it. It's too risky. Like it's an opportunity for them to sell drugs and make money and tear their way out of poverty. But as soon as you legalize drugs, then all the fucking white people going to come in, corporate America going to come in, like, and start selling the drugs legally, which is actually happening with the dispensaries and stuff in California. It's becoming big business. You know, it's on CNBC. Wall Street is talking about it. Then there's no more opportunity for the poor to become the drug dealer, and they got to look for another opportunity. So I keep wondering, like, how do you, like, you really need to create opportunities. This is where everyone's going to say, like, Adam's a total conservative, because I'm like, the welfare is a huge problem here. It really is. If you haven't seen the movie Poverty Inc., which Stephen Michael Davis recommended when he was on with us, you should watch that movie, because sooner or later you got to teach the community to fish. Like, you got to stop giving them fish, and they got to become sustainable communities on their own. So I think welfare is a huge problem there. I think UBI may be a solution, but I'm not certain. So that's my TED Talk.
Okay. Well, just to summarize, Brett Weinstein's point was basically that because too many black men are being arrested and locked up and removed from the population, there's too little black men to too many black women. Thus, that means that there's the dating pool is too much in any male's favor. Obviously, it's something to do with race. This would be probably true. This would be true of any population.
Yeah,
white
Chinese, what you name it.
Yeah, it doesn't matter.
If you're one guy to every 10 girls, you're like,
when men have too many choices of mates, they're not going to feel the responsibility or desire to settle down with an individual person and, you know, create a family and have a stable working situation, blah, 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 et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. Which is interesting because I never thought about it in those terms. So that's probably going on. I think that's definitely part of the problem. I think another interesting thing is we should just talk about right now, because it's relevant to this conversation, is Scott Adams' point, which is also your point, Adam, that teaching this idea of systemic racism is a form of child abuse.
Yeah, I love that.
Because basically you're just teaching a child that the world is out to get you. The system is out to stomp on you. Okay. And if you keep teaching a child this, if you keep telling them that they can't succeed in life, they're not going to try. They're not going to want to succeed. And that's another piece of the puzzle here. That's really part of it is the wokeness, and part of it is the hundreds of years of racism that has been shoved down the throats of Black Americans. It's just this idea that's like, why bother trying if I know that I'm fucked?
Yeah, that's a smart calculus to make. Like, don't try is the smart thing to do.
Exactly. You know, and this was an interesting thing that came up, like in the movie The Godfather, was that you see a lot of the Italian immigrants, the reason they turn to the mafia is because the system isn't working for them. The police aren't coming into their area. They can't get good jobs because they're new immigrants. So what do? They turn to other sources of revenue, other sources of power. It was the same thing in Goodfellas. You know, Ray Liotta's character is like, oh, my father was a fucking idiot because he tried to participate in the system and he wasn't rewarded by it. And I'd see all these people would respect the thugs and the mafia people. It's the same thing.
Totally.
It's the same thing.
Have you seen the movie Menace to Society?
No.
Menace to Society is about black kids in Watts. It's a great movie, and it's done in the exact same cinematic style as Goodfellas, which makes it even cooler because it is. They're like they're exactly the same motivations. Yeah.
Well, and that's what's so frustrating with these idiots like Robin DiAngelo, when it's like, this isn't like it's a race issue, but on a deeper level, this is just standard human psychology playing out due to all the environmental factors and causes that have shaped it. Okay. It's not this magic evil white people thing going on that she wants it. And the problem was, if you don't understand what creates the problem, then you're not going to be able to fix it.
Yeah.
And
this is really dark, but I'm going to go there anyway. Like, how much do you think is just like her crowd who has, you know, every opportunity in the world given to them? They just have, they're the ones with the white guilt. Like, I don't have any white guilt because I feel like I've fought for every opportunity I've gotten. Like, if you're just handed opportunities right and left, you're going to have major guilt. And this is a lot easier way to just pay pittance and to actually do anything that's actually going to help anyone.
Yeah, no, I think you're 100% right. There's a reason why a lot of this is generally wealthy people that come from good families, because they're people that were born with left or what we consider left or liberal moral intuitions. So they do feel guilty about the unfairness that is inherent in our society and in the world and in reality itself. And so, fixing these problems, part of being an enlightened centrist is realizing the sheer weight and difficulty of fixing all these societal problems. It's interesting to think about the fact that, like, when you look at like the coronavirus, we still don't really understand what causes the coronavirus. We don't know exactly how it works. We don't even know if it was really from nature, if it was created in a lab. There's so many unanswered questions in it about the coronavirus. And yet, at the same time, human psychology is 1,000,000 times more complicated than the coronavirus will ever be.
Oh, hell.
And that's the problem with this shit. Human psychology is so complicated. Society is so complicated. There's so many different factors playing into all this that it's just overwhelming for someone to think about. Okay. And the sheer weight of it and trying to figure out how to fix this. It's like this fucking Sisyphean task of pushing the boulder up the hill forever, because you never know if you're going to get there. So instead of just acknowledging that and trying the best you can to figure out all the solutions to all the problems you can identify and really dive into the data and divorce yourself from your fucking gut intuitions and your emotions, it's just easier to just say, I feel guilty and it makes me feel better emotionally to just self-flagellate myself and say, white people bad. We just need anti-racism training and just throw money. We just throw money at me and at the problem and it'll just magically disappear.
Yeah. I read Bob Iger's book. He's I don't know if he's still the CEO or the former CEO of Disney. Mm-hmm. And he's a huge SJW. You could tell reading the book that he's just like gigantic SJW. And when I immediately was thinking of the whole concept of white privilege as I'm reading this book, because the guy, like, I could see how someone from his perspective would feel what white privilege is. Because like this guy literally, like, he would be going into a job interview to like, or going into his boss at work to like quit. And they'd be like, no, you can't quit because we're giving you the huge promotion. We're making you like the head of the whole division. So it's like all of these opportunities in life were literally just thrown at him. He didn't work for any of them. Like everything he did was just, I mean, if he was a protagonist in a movie, you'd be like, this is the worst fucking movie ever. Like this guy just walks into a room and wins.
This Mary Sue motherfucker over here.
But you can't look at Bob Iger and say, he's the avatar for white people. This is what happens with every white person.
I know.
No,
I know.
Fuck no.
I know.
Like, no, that's not how life works. Most people struggle. Like, and pinning it to their skin color, I mean, it's just flat out racist. It's completely racist.
And and the only way we're going to get past this, the only way we're going to get through this is to just try to do away with the concept.
Yeah,
try to unite around common humanity. That's the only way we're gonna get past this.
Race, not my race.
You tell some very interesting stories in this book. For example, you talk about leading a seminar where 38 out of the 40 people in the room were white, and then one of the participants literally pounds the table and yelling that white people can't get a job. And everybody who had a job there was white.
It's a kind of delusion.
All right, she's warming up now. This one anecdote.
Yes.
From the one guy whose wife just gave him divorce papers this morning. Like, who knows what the fuck is going on there?
Well, and it's, I mean, going back to Scott Adams, Take a Shot, is, he has his own anecdotes where
totally.
3 times and twice directly, he was denied a promotion because his company was like, well, we can't promote white males anymore.
Sure,
we need to diversify. Okay. So this idea that there isn't a form of discrimination against white people is not true. It's 100% untrue. And that's why we just need to get rid of this entire concept altogether. But no.
I think that, I mean, some people have said when you're used to 100%, 98 feels oppressive, right? I mean,
oh my God. And she immediately turns it into an insult. Yeah.
I know.
It's really what we want. We just want 100%. Well, it's like, who's fucking asking for that?
it's interesting that there's this idea that's like, well, if a person of color tells you something, Adam, okay, you have to respect their feelings. It doesn't matter if what they're saying is true or not. It's the feelings that they feel that you have to understand. Okay. And it's like, but if a white person
are they respecting my feelings?
Right. If a white person has feelings, I mean, maybe you could say you can have some statistics to show that they're wrong. That's fine. But no. They're just automatically dismiss it. Dismiss it.
I mean, it's a,
and
the American situation is weird because I can't imagine being born in a nation where you're born in the minority. I guess it happens all the time because I mean, even in different countries, there's always some minority.
Born in the minority.
Yeah, Jews are the minority.
I'm a Jew.
Yeah.
There is less of us than there is black people, or basically almost any other minority in the country.
Yeah, you guys kind of live for that shit. You aren't even proselytizing. Us good Christians are out there. We're like, become one of us. It'll be great. Join the club. Come on.
No,
you have to believe in God. No.
And look, obviously there's a difference between Jewish or, black or Muslim or any other minority.
Totally.
But it definitely, 100%, it definitely does change your perspective.
Yeah, totally.
Of the world and of society, obviously.
Well, I don't know how to solve that dilemma, though.
Well, there doesn't. Here's the thing. You get over it. Like, there's no way to solve it. Okay. Like, the way that you solve it is that you say, well, I'm not facing. Yeah, it's annoying when I was like young and I would go into like malls and it would just be nonstop fucking Christmas music. It wasn't annoying because it was
really,
oh, fuck Christmas. It was just annoying because it's just annoying because it's like, I don't know, you hear the same fucking songs over and over again. You're like, want to kill yourself, right? So, like, you just have to get over it and say, okay, well, whatever. This is just the way it is. Like, I think that there's actually a benefit in being an outsider in a lot of these situations because I think it gives you a perspective to be able to look at things in an outside way. So this idea, as you said, this is a problem that Robin and these other people, they want to figure out a way to solve the problem of feeling.
Oh, no.
The only thing you could do.
I think the internet dropped out for a second. That was such a crazy time too, because it's like it's such a cliffhanger. You're like they only want to deal with
fixing. Okay, they only want to deal with fixing the problem you're talking about, which is the feeling of being an outsider.
Yeah.
And the only fix you can do that is that you make everyone welcoming. Right. That's the only fix. You make everyone welcoming. But even with that, you're still going to feel like an outsider. Like, no, I've never faced in person. I faced on the internet. I've never faced in person anti-Semitism. I never had someone come up and be like, "Oh, fuck you, Jew," or whatever. I never had anything like that. Okay.
Black people.
And I've always felt and I've never felt unwelcome in any situation because I was Jewish in my entire life. I've never felt that way. Okay, I'm not saying it doesn't happen. I'm saying personally, I've never felt that way. But even still, you still are going to feel like an outsider to some degree because you're going to drive by and you're going to see all the Christmas decorations and you're going to say, well, I don't get to participate in that. Okay. Yeah. Mommy, why don't I get Easter eggs? Why don't I get Christmas presents? Okay. Just have to fucking live with it. That's just life. Like, get the fuck over it.
Yeah.
It's crazy. Not that big a deal. Like, that's the problem, is that they want to make it so everyone exists. They want to bubble wrap the fucking world and felt the whole world and make everyone just feel like they're never bothered. There's never this uncomfortability in the world, where being uncomfortable is good. Okay. Yeah. Being uncomfortable is what strives you to progress in life.
So many really successful people too come from modest means because of that discomfort. They have some tragedy in their life when they're young and they're like, oh, if I live through this, I'll live through anything. And it gives them this high risk profile that they can totally take on like any business. It's turning, I'm 100% in agreement with what you're saying. Like turn whatever adversity you have into a strength. I have another friend of mine who's Jewish who's actually obsessed with Christmas. It's pretty funny because it's funny because the way that you're saying it, you're like, it's obvious you were a little jealous of like.
Of course. Hanukkah sucks. Hanukkah totally sucks. Don't let any Jew tell you otherwise. They're just lying to you.
The grass is always greener, man. The grass is always greener. Look, I know, because you get your presents apportioned.
Yeah, you get portioned presents. You have this dinky little light stick candle. Fuck no. Okay, Christmas, you got the big ass tree. You get to decorate it. It smells like pine. You get to decorate your house with all sorts of pretty lights and shit. Easter, you get to like run around and look for eggs that have candy and toys in them. Like, it's so much better.
Maybe Hanukkah sets Jewish people up though for overall life success because it gets them used to small incremental successes. And Christmas really fucks us Christians because we're like, we blow our wad all in one day. We're like, fuck.
There you go. Maybe you found something. Maybe you figured out the key to success. Yeah.
I always think it's some little inconsequential shit that really changes things.
That would be really funny if that was the case.
As a white person, I was just raised to expect the world to be mine in absolutely any field. I see myself.
I hate pausing it, but this is such fucking lunacy here.
Like every sentence she says is crazy.
It is. Hold on. Dude, I did not expect any fucking shit out of the world. Like, what kind of dream world is this lady living in? Like, the fact that she's equating the fact that she grew up wealthy with growing up white is fucking bonkers, dude. There's poor white people. This is offensive.
Self-represented. I see myself represented in all my teachers and my curriculum and my heroes and heroines. And so...
Okay. So here's the question. Was she actually raised with some fucked up crazy idea that like white people deserve everything because she was raised by racist people? Or is she just making that up and she's conflating that with the idea that she just had positive role models that were white?
I don't know.
Because
I don't know her background.
The latter.
I'm thinking like
it's the latter.
Her dad is a CEO and her mom like runs a cosmetics company or something.
But this shows how like dishonest and crazy this whole study is. Okay. So she grows up in a white area where she's the part of the majority population in a country where white people are the majority and have been for hundreds of years.
Yeah.
Okay. So obviously what that means is that the majority of people you look around and see in life are going to be white.
Yeah.
Okay. It's not racism. That's just a fucking numbers game. I don't know what the fuck you're talking about.
Yeah, totally. It's bonkers.
It is insanely bonkers. And we've talked about this, about how, we agree that it's very important for different groups of people to have positive role models that they can emulate and see and thus say, okay, I can be successful in society because, and I said, and I talked about when I was at the hospital that I thought it would be very damaging to a black person to look around the hospital cafeteria and see that all the doctors are white and see that all the nurses and the staff are black. Okay. Because that is sending this weird message to people. Right.
Yeah.
But to then, this unconscious signal. Okay. But to then conflate that and to say, well, that means that's because white society has some sort of intentional racist quality to it. And it's telling white children that like they can do anything in life and that the world bends to your will. Like, what the fuck? Like, this is like a one species level, like jump. Like you take something that's like true and a problem, and then you go like 10 million years in like the other direction. You're like, what the fuck? Calm down. Relax.
Yeah, exactly.
Chill out.
Well, I don't even know how you can have a normal society. Like, it seems like every society is going to have some minority population just from immigration and some majority population. So am I to assume that every time that happens, that's just racism? Come on, get fucked, man.
Yeah, apparently.
Like, it's great how she set up this world where normal life is racist.
just because certain people exist in a minority, things are automatically racist. It's basically the worldview that she's setting up.
Just even the suggestion that we need to make sure we're being fair and including other people seems to set the white collective off.
Tell me some of the things that you...
I'm getting set off today.
Set the white collective off.
Yeah. Hold on. Were you conscripted in the white collective today?
There was a knock at my door and I opened it and they're like, Sitch, have you paid your white collective dues today? And I said, I'm not white, I'm Jewish. And they said, oh, I'm sorry. We're at the wrong house. And they walked away. So I'm actually not part of the white collective. We've had this question,
Lucky
are
you.
Jews white? Apparently the answer is no. So finally figured it out, guys.
You saw in these workshops that led you to this theory?
It's a lot like water dripping on a rock, right? I didn't get it the first, second, third, but it's so consistent and so patterned that it's like a script. And after a while, you can.
I like it. She's like, how did you come to this theory? And she's like, well, you see, I just kept seeing the same pattern because that's what the brain does. It's literally a pattern recognition machine.
Exactly.
And it justified the worldview. And I was like, wow, it must be true.
You can just stand there and say, I can predict what this white person is going to say right now. And sure enough, they say it. So,
you a dumb bitch. Predict that.
so I was taught to treat everyone the same. I have people come in my...
Whoa. Hold on. I was taught to treat everyone the same. Hold on. What's going on?
So what she's saying is really disgusting. She's saying the way that she knows that her crazy theory is true is because if you challenge a white person, because all white people are the same apparently, and it's okay to say this on PBS, if you challenge a white person about being racist or participating in a racist society, they'll all give you the same handful of responses.
Oh, yeah.
That's her justification for her theory. How fucking stupid is this? Because the average person doesn't know how to get around your dishonest rhetoric, right? Because the average person isn't thinking about this shit. The average person isn't well versed in the dishonest tactics that go on with the woke grievance studies, and the way that they're always begging the question, and the way they're constantly shifting the goals and doing the Mott and Bailey bullshit. Because the average person, when you have a conversation with them, isn't going to be able to point out and say, whoa, you're being a fucking lying piece of shit.
Yeah, totally.
And they're just going to give you the same handful of responses, which are like, well, I was taught not to be racist. I have plenty of black friends, black family members. I don't discriminate. Because people say things that are fucking true to them, therefore that somehow validates your insane theory?
Yeah.
She's literally saying racism validates her theories. She's saying, because I can say all white people are the same and have the same responses, that justifies my theories that white people are all racist.
When I spit in people's faces, they get angry. It's so weird. It's so predictable. It's got to be racism.
I have a theory. Okay. I have a theory that people are all just inherently angry at him.
Yeah,
people
totally.
Are all inherently angry.
And when I spit in their face, it validates that theory.
The way that I came to this complicated, controversial theory is I just went up to random people and I just spit right in their fucking face. I just
right
walked
in the
up.
eye. Sometimes I take their glasses off and then I spit in their eye.
Sometimes I would say, can I look inside your mouth? And I'd spit directly into their mouth. Okay. Sometimes I'd spit in their nose. I spit in their eye, spit right in their mouth. I just spit all over their faces. And 100% of the time,
they got angry about this?
100% of the time when I would spit in someone's face, they'd get angry.
What a bunch of angry bitches.
We've just proved that people are all inherently angry. Oh my God. Where's
geniuses.
My Nobel Prize, please?
I know, exactly. We need to be on the Times bestseller list.
We'll call it Angry Fragility.
Oh, I love it.
Well, actually, no. If we want to be on the New York Bestsellers Times list, we'll only spit in the face of white people.
Oh, my God.
And then when they get angry, we'll say, well, this is inherent to white. White people are just inherently angry.
Don't you think that's racist, though? I don't know.
We're here to make money, Adam. We don't care about it.
No, it's not racist. Come on, they have all the power. It's power plus privilege.
There you go.
Come on, there's a workaround for all of this.
I forgot. We can, when you just can make words mean anything you want, you could just work around anything that's uncomfortable.
The power of prediction.
Family. I was in Teach for America. That I marched in the 60s.
Oh, how did we know
I taught
that?
in a diverse school. The evidence that white people give for their lack of racism is very revealing to what we think racism is. And everything I do is to try to get us off the surface, which is all.
So this is another trick with this bullshit. Okay?
So evil.
They've constructed a situation where it's literally impossible for you not to be racist.
Totally.
So they'll say you're racist. And you say, well, I'm not racist.
Well, that proves you're racist.
I voted for Obama. And they're like, well, you can vote for Obama and still be racist. You're like, well, I have black friends. They're like, oh, that's what every racist says. They all say they have black friends. Racist. Like, oh, well, I marched in, the civil rights movement in the 60s. And they're like, what are you talking about? You're still racist unconsciously. You just don't understand it. This is the problem. They've defined racism in such a way that it's literally inescapable. And then they mock you for having a normal definition of the term and giving evidence for the fact that you don't fit the normal definition of racism.
Yeah.
It's so dishonest.
It's evil. It's straight up evil. This is like, political evil. This is this is like 1984 shit. This is like, making you say things that aren't true. Otherwise, you're going to be ostracized from the collective.
Right.
Yeah.
Let's do some super chats.
Let's
Let's get off
bullshit.
the negativity for a second.
Thank God, because I'm going to have a fucking aneurysm over here, dude. This lady is fucking crazy. You know what's most insulting about all this stuff is this. What? She's like, dude, this girl has a Lexus. I'm sure she fucking drives a fancy car, has probably like 6 huge houses.
Right.
This is like the guru. This is the new guru. You used to go to a guru to get like spiritual enlightenment and to, learn how to make the world a better place. Now the information that they're teaching people to make the world a better place is tearing society apart. It's fucking evil. This is like the most evil shit ever. I can't believe our society's fallen for this shit.
I know. It's terrifying.
It is terrifying. Hold on, I got to get super chat graph out. Tell a joke.
Rick James, bitch, for £5 or €5 says, "Hey, Sitch and Adam, is there a movie you hate but everyone else loves? I'd like to hear your thoughts."
Oh my God, have I got a movie for you?
What movie?
Hold on, is it a movie that I hate? What it was hate?
It's a movie that you love. Okay. No, that you hate but everyone else loves.
Oh, I read it. I heard it backwards then. I was going to say Rubber.
I know you were going to say Rubber. No, a movie that you hate that everyone else loves.
A movie that I hate well, that's a harder one because I got a loving heart. I love movies quite a bit, but I don't know. That's a tough one. I mean, I'll think on it.
There's movies I like there's not many that I hate that everyone loves. There's lots of movies that I'm like on that people love.
Mm-hmm.
The only movie I think that I hate that people love is 2001, but that's a very kind of controversial.
Oh yeah,
love it or hate it.
Dick.
Kind of so, the movie's shit, Adam. I don't know what to tell you.
Wait! I thought of one. Wonder Woman. Yeah. I thought Wonder Woman was like a huge piece of shit, and everyone was like fawning over it. Yeah. I thought it was total.
It was okay.
Garbage, yeah.
Well, you see, they were
Everyone's
fawning
like,
over
"Oh my God, Wonder Woman! It's so good."
But wait a minute. They're fawning over it because the bar for DC movies is so fucking low.
That could be true. That could be true.
It was like The Force Awakens. When the Force Awakens first came out, the bar for Star Wars movies were so low. People were like, "Oh my God, it's amazing." That's the problem.
Yeah, the Wonder Woman actress is nice to look at, but the whole storyline just bugged me. So. Okay, there's one.
Okay. It was okay. Zara Richards for $2 says, "Weekly payment to remind Adam to read the thingy."
Yeah, I know. This week was crazy. I've been trying to. Sitch and I have been doing 2 meetings a week now on the comic story, and I've actually been doing some drawing on the comic too. So I'm just fucking working. But I should have put it on while I was drawing because then I could have listened to it. So apologies.
I was also doing lots of yard work this week, just nonstop yard work.
Yeah. Sitch knows there's like a
drama
going on with my neighbor. Maybe we'll do it.
Maybe we'll get into it. It might be fun. Locknath for $5 says, "Soda King, please tell me a bedtime story about how you will crush the paupers. The paupers will be wiped from this land.
You can't say that on Father's Day. What the fuck?
We will kick down their doors and we will drag the paupers out of their caves.
Dude, it's Father's Day. What are you doing?
There is no rest for the poppers, Adam. Father's Day, Mother's Day.
But Pop is something you call your dad. Pops.
No, but see,
Pops.
they're disgracing the good name of Pop in terms of father by weakening the term, by degrading the term father to equating it with a carbonated beverage. Okay?
True.
So on this Father's Day, we will once and for all purge our land.
Oh my God.
Alex Karras for $10 says, Adam, how do I use DaVinci Resolve to end racism?
I think it's like Control Alt R something.
There you go.
There's like you use like the J and the K for a little more, a little less.
There you go. Bob B for $2 says, late. Sitch must be on Shadow People time. Oh, that is very offensive.
Oh my
That's
God.
very offensive, Bob B. Okay.
We were
Shadow
talking about
people.
this. We were talking about this a bit for the comic because, like, what the fuck is a shadow person for? I was like, do they have skin? Do they like, let's say there's a super hot supervillain girl that's got the hots for you. Like, what happens when she hugs you?
What does it feel like? Yeah, right. Exactly.
No, what does it feel like? Yeah, what does it feel like to her?
No, so I said that Sitch's skin feels like skin, but it looks like moving ink.
Yeah.
Like, look closely at it. So.
Which we can do a lot with.
That'd be pretty cool.
Yeah, totally.
And maybe you'll finally get to learn my backstory. Okay, in the comic. Maybe you'll find out the Eldritch horror truth behind Sitch.
Now, is this backstory? Because I know the backstory from actually working on the comic with you, but is this like, does this have to do with your YouTube personality at all? Or is it just made up?
Obviously, the comic is a true story, Adam. I actually look like Sitch in real life, and that's why I don't have a face reveal. I don't want to shock people and terrify them with my horrifying visage. Okay.
Well, I just made all my shit up just to be as cool as I can be. Like, I'm full self-insert mode here.
That's the difference between you and me. I'm living this nightmare.
Oh, well. I just want laser vision, so.
Okay. Can I have a taste of Adam's circumcised Coke for $5? Says, today might be the last day I use this username. I'm happy to apply for jobs, and this is attached to my cheek.
Oh, my God. That's hilarious.
Probably not a good idea to attach to your Gmail.
Wait, it's funny because I see you super chatting in other streams, and I think, is that Adam me? Like, I don't know.
Obviously. How many people do you think there is with that name?
I think Ethan actually said the name, and I was like,
that's hilarious.
I was laughing my ass
You know,
off.
I tried to help you guys out today. I tried to get Adam to stream topless. He wouldn't do
Oh,
it.
I know.
I was like, Adam, just take your shirt off. Be crazy. Just flex them pecs. And you didn't want to do it, guys. I tried to help you.
Look at this fucking badass shirt, man.
I tried to help you guys. Okay.
It's amazing.
I'm on your side.
It's too bad that Vosh had to go and fuck up Fooly Cooley for us. I hate the fact that his avatar is Adamisk.
I know. So sad. And it's not just, it's his face coming through Conte. So
yeah. It's
disgusting.
It's like
it's egotistical on top of it. Total narcissism.
Well, I'm going to go crime against humanity. I mean, I feel like we need some kind of like intervention here or something. Come on.
Stoner4311 for $5 says, it is my favorite pair of whiteys. Adam and his sidekick. PSA rabbi pants. Now, I think that's a hate crime. I'm pretty sure that's a hate crime. Calling me a sidekick is a hate crime. I'm sticking by
yeah,
it.
totally. He hates that. You should do it more. Do it more.
Fuck no. Man Faces Will for $5 says, Father's Day is problematic. Can't wait for National Non-Binary and They Day. Also need to decolonize Mount Rushmore and replace it with the George Floyd and Vosh monument. There you go. There you go.
Hell yeah.
The Enrib for £10 says, Biden, let me tell you, if you give a fish a man, then you know the thing with the roaches. But hey, fats, something, whatever, man. Here's the deal. If you teach a man to be a fish, then you ain't
Wise words. I love it. Poetry.
Words of wisdom from Vice President Joe Biden. Derek Drummond for $2.99 says, imagine calling someone fragile for getting upset. I know, right? The pot calls the kettle. Should we just call SJWs fragile when they get mad?
And it's so ironic too, because this bitch blows her fucking top when they put 1 extra sugar in her coffee. Like that's fucking. She's like one of those people.
If she's challenged on her shit, she goes crazy.
Oh yeah, that's totally
Is that white fragility?
It's just evil, dude. She's just straight up evil.
Daniel Collective 1 for 499 says she's literally saying white people need to engage in identity politics based on their race. It's the exact same as the alt-right's call to action. I know.
Yeah.
It's crazy.
Can we call someone an ethnostater if she's like for a certain like demographic makeup? Like if she's like
we should start calling her a white supremacist.
Oh, that's a given.
She thinks that white people should be held to some magical higher standard than black people, right?
Yeah.
Because it's okay to be racist against white people because I guess they can take it, but black people can't take it. So therefore, she's a white supremacist.
Yeah.
Got him. 95 Keith for $5 says it's the perfect argument. If you're against the idea of fragility, you're just fragile. Damned if you do, damned if you don't. Classic argument. Stuck for $5 says you were just a mean, mad white man. What do you know? Also, if white people were created and allowed to be evil, I wonder which race made them. Oh, touche, Yakub, touche. Lieutenant Amazon for $5 says another week, another ask. Have you finished reading Adam?
Was that a second one? No.
So that's Amazon.
I haven't. Yeah. I haven't. No. But he sent a second one. He sent 2.
No, that was Zara Richards that sent the first.
Oh my God. I have 2 that I have to read.
You're getting double teamed.
Yes.
You're getting double teamed by the furry squad.
See my previous
Adam
response.
is getting double teamed by furries, everybody.
I have. But I think it's Karen, right?
Did I say Keith? I'm sorry. 95 Keith. I apologize.
She emailed me, so she can't bug me as much. Amazon did bug me on Twitter though, but I ended up like joking around with him in DMs, and I immediately forgot what I was supposed to do.
Right. I know. It's a big problem. Eric Phelps for $4.99 says, when people like her talk about colonialism, racism, or slavery, they make it sound like these concepts were invented in the 1500s Europe. Yes, I know. They think white people invented being bad. Before white people came around, everyone was just living in harmony. It's like the beginning of Avatar. The nations of the world were living in harmony, and then the white people attacked. Bum, 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 bum. Daniel Collective 1 for $4.99 says, I used to think black people were made out of chocolate until I was like 5.
What?
I wonder when Robin DiAngelo stopped thinking that. Yeah, apparently when she was 30. She actually was like, you're a person? I thought you were like a chocolate man. Lieutenant Amazon for $5 says, you're a particular type of human. Would you say she's subhuman? Explosive X for 10 euros says, I tried to read some of the racist Diablo's book and I had to receive chemo. From what I did read, she's guilty white supremacist. How she describes her interactions with black people confirms it. Yes.
I can't imagine actually reading that book. I contemplated it, but I thought, oh my God, this would just drive me insane. So insane. I'm sure there's no studies in it, no facts, it's just like, oh, this one time I just did this and immediately I knew what it meant. So I hate that stuff.
Critters Buggin for $2.79 Canadian says, change the stream name. Video is not in the sub results.
What happened?
I guess because I put white people in the stream name.
Oh, you got to take that out then.
What should I name it, Adam? What should I name it, guys?
You gonna change it right now?
Chat. I'll change it right now.
I bought a very special outfit for today. What YouTuber looks like dear old dad?
What
favorite YouTuber
oh my
PSA
God,
Sitch
you fucking
looks like dear old dad?
He got it. Look at this motherfucker. Look at this fucking ass. Look at this guy. Look at it.
Where's the Civil War, guys? Where's the Civil War at? It's complicated.
It's complicated. You got to work on your Tim Pool impression. It's complicated.
It's, I may vote for Trump. You never know. It's elections coming up. It's complicated.
Okay. Fucking Adam. Anyway.
Is this not dude, I fucking nailed it. Look at this. Actually, you guys nailed it because you were the ones that pointed out the hat. I looked all over for this hat. And we mentioned it last week on the stream, and somebody said, "Here it is." It was on eBay, so I was like, "Yep, got it." If all I have to do is put a hat on to trigger Sitch, like, of course I'm gonna fucking do that.
So, what should I name the stream? That's more important than whatever you're going on about.
No, come on. This hat is look at this. I'm Tim Pool.
What if I replace like the letters with numbers? Okay, so it's like white with a 1 and the E is like a 3. I'll use like leet speak. You think that will get around?
Sure, try it out. Oh man. I messed it up. I had it. I can't believe I got it perfect without even being on camera.
What if I put pasta people? Oh, people get it if I put pasta people?
Sure.
Cracker people? That's a little too on the nose, I think.
Cracker people. Oh yeah.
If I put crackers are weak babies, I think that's still too obvious. What guys, what do I do? What do I do? Wonder bread. Wonder bread people. Is that good? Wonder bread people?
Wonder bread people. Perfect.
Wonder bread people.
It's
we'll see
like
if that works.
Slightly offensive and
we'll see if that works. I'm not sure. Yeah, someone in the chat says, Adam, you now have to brag about getting mad pussy because now that you're wearing the Tim Pool.
Oh, I know. Tim Pool's coming out as a player, isn't he? He's like slaying it.
I like it. Exploring Pasta Fragility with Adam Pool. That's a good title name.
Oh my God.
Cracker Barrel Humans. I kind of like that. Cracker Barrel Humans.
Cracker Barrel Humans. That sounds vaguely like an attack against the South. That's another thing too.
Oh, Mayo Fragility.
Oh, that's good.
That's okay.
That's another thing that's pretty infuriating because, I mean, it really does the whole idea of trying to get rid of the true racism that's out there a disservice because there are places like, I mean, I lived in the South and the South is about 10 times as racist as California, 20 times. I don't know. It's off the charts. It's like so much more racist than California.
Look at this liberal West Coast elitist over
Well, but
here.
look at, you don't think Robin DiAngelo is some West Coast or East Coast elitist? Come on.
Yeah, 100%.
Like she's probably living in a completely diverse, she probably lives in New York City. Like New York City, there's 300,000 Croatians. It's like, where the fuck is Croatia? Come on. It's not a racist city. Yeah. This is one of the places that I disagree with because a lot of people want to say that Trump is racist, and I don't actually believe Trump is racist. You think he's slightly, or you don't think he's racist, but you think he's like milking?
Who are we talking about? Trump?
Trump, yeah.
I don't think he's racist in any. I think he's racist the way that like someone of his age is racist. Okay.
It just
I don't think he's like normal, just know, person that grew up in the civil rights era kind of idea. But I do think he's obviously milking it and playing off of it.
Sure.
And trolling. He's definitely trolling. Shit. Like he said, like Ilhan Omar is trying to make America Somalia. Like he's obviously he knows what he's doing. Like he's trolling to piss people off. So.
He hired that Omarosa woman from The Apprentice, and I thought, how can you be racist and hire Omarosa? It doesn't make any sense.
It's like the one because she's so bad at the job. That was like the one black woman he knew.
That's Trump's diversity hire. Is that what you're saying?
Hire. Yep. Yeah, but didn't he fire her like very quickly? Like she didn't last for a long.
She was in the fucking cabinet, wasn't she? She was like some advisor or something, and then she threw him under the bus. I think she's the one that actually said he used the N-word.
Was he Omarosa?
Supposedly there's a tape floating around out there of Trump using the N-word. I keep waiting. God. Like no one knows if it's real or not. Everyone's like, obviously people have an axe to grind. So it'll be funny if it comes out and it's like he's actually talking to a black person and it's like they're singing a rap song together or something.
Oh my God. Anyway. Black Hole $5 says she's literally the perfect example of the new aristocracy coming down from Olympus and setting the correct world order. Bow down. She knows all.
That's what's infuriating about it. Oh my God. Why do we want to be preached to by these people? Guess what? I'm not in your religion. But they're actually coming out and saying, I mean, this is the same thing that everybody complained about with the Christians. They would always say, like, you know, it's a Christian worldview that we don't want to accept. And finally people were like, okay, that's fine. You don't have to accept it. Be an atheist, whatever. Live and let live. But now this is like, no, you must accept this new religion. Yeah, exactly. There is no denial of the new anti-racist religion. You will be thrown from the community if you try to rebel against our new religion. Look into my eyes. We're cutting your heart out now. Eat it, taste it, take a bite.
Tits McGee for $5 says, "How is it I met and was friends with black people living in Norway before this woman did while living in the U.S. This woman has tons of issues."
That's crazy. Yeah, exactly.
She's just real racist, I guess. Wait a minute. I thought black people were like the original Norwegians, so that makes sense.
Even when I lived in places in the United States where like the black population was tiny, you still hung out with black people and saw black people. It wasn't like a weird thing.
Right. Lord of the Nerds for $5 says, "Aggressively sarcastic Sitch is best Sitch. I thought Chow was going to break him. Nope. Society will do it for us. He's just one bad day away." That's right, guys. You live in a society. You think you can break me, motherfuckers? This is what you see. You fuckers think you can break me. This is the insanity that is your competition. Okay, this Robin DiAngelo racist psychopath. This is what your competition is. You ain't got nothing.
Yeah. Is she going to break you, Sitch?
No.
I kind of hope the beanie would break you. Should I wear this tomorrow if I go on I'm supposed to go on the kill stream tomorrow. I'm going to get to meet Dick Masterson. Should I wear it? I think
you should wear it.
Should I say it? Guess what? I'm Tim Pool.
You could say that you're Tim Pool's father.
Oh, that's hilarious. It's
you
hilarious
see Tim Pool
like
is your
dad.
father. Now you're his father. It's full circle, okay? It's like the best story of all time. Coming back. Daniel Collective 1499 says, "She's the architect of the new white man's burden." That's what this is. She doesn't see people. She sees children. She's responsible for helping. Yep, that is true. I like this is the new white man's burden. Maybe that's what we should call it. We should call it the white woman's burden. Stuart Keating for $2 Aussie bucks or $2 didgeridoo says, "Thoughts on Ben Shapiro's video on systemic racism?" I didn't watch it actually, so I don't know.
Yeah, I didn't either. I should watch it. Yeah. I like Ben Shapiro. You're not a fan of Ben Shapiro.
I'm not a fan.
Yeah.
I'm not a fan. Latari for $10 says, "Sounds like learned helplessness. Teach them they can't do anything. Burn it into their minds, and they'll believe there's no way to escape the system that holds them prisoner." Yes, 100%.
Do you know the experiments on learned helplessness? And that super chat, exactly right, totally right. Are you familiar with the learned helplessness experience?
I mean, I don't know which one you're
Oh my God. Well, they do these experiments with mice. I can't remember what book I read it in, but it was bringing me to tears. Oh my God. It's like
poor mice.
I know they take this little mouse. They take this little mouse and they teach the little mouse to be helpless. And then they throw it into a bucket or a pool of water or whatever. And the mouse doesn't even try to swim. It just sinks to the bottom.
There you go.
And you're going, "Oh my God, save the mouse."
That's very interesting. See? Proof.
I know. It's crazy.
Proof.
Oh God, it's so sad. It's so sad. They throw in like one that hasn't been taught to learn helplessness and one that has been taught well, they basically just don't allow the mouse to do anything. They teach it to always be a pessimistic son of a bitch, I guess.
Well, no, to be just doted on. It's not pessimistic. It's just doted on.
Yeah. Well, no, I think they subdue it in some way that it just gives up the fight. Like it can't succeed in any way,
that's a little
shape,
different.
or form.
That's a little different.
Yeah.
Idea, but to learned help. Well, there's multiple ways to do learned helplessness. There's what you're saying. There's like the dark way of like, you shackle someone down and you make them like a slave.
Yes.
And then there's the more the way that affects more like first world living situations where people just, as we're talking about, they're just too. There's no people want to make the world just no uncomfort. They want to remove uncomfortability from the world.
Yes, totally.
And so that's another form of learned helplessness.
Yes. Both forms are evil and should be gotten rid of immediately.
It's complicated.
It's complicated. No, it's not. It's not complicated.
Whale ears for $5. Do whales have ears? I guess they do. Out of curiosity, do you believe that the individual or the environment is more determinant factor in individual behavior? It's a very difficult question.
The individual or the environment?
Yeah.
I mean, this is like genetics or environment. I mean, it seems like they're constantly going more towards genetics. Like it seems like last time.
Well, okay. Here's why this is very complicated. Okay.
It's not complicated. 70% genetics, 30% environment.
No, but even if it's 70% genetics and 30% environment, which it could be, or could even be more, it could be 80% genetics and 20% environment.
72% genetics.
It's not black and white in terms of like what the genetics are exactly breeding you for and what the environment's breeding you for. Okay. So it's not like someone's going to be genetically predisposed for success, right? It's like, no, people are going to be genetically predisposed to like
work hard,
maybe work hard, or maybe not be brought down by like negative experiences.
Sure.
But that doesn't necessarily mean that they're going to be successful. Like that's why it's a very complicated question, but I agree with you. I think genetics plays a larger factor than environment generally.
Yeah.
Hummer Eduardo Rodriguez Medrano for $10 says, this is so true. Kids in Mexico dream about being a narco because they're at the top of a hierarchy. And if they get a degree, most probably at best will be an underpaid engineer at a factory. Yeah, exactly. That's the problem. That is the problem with this stuff. I don't know what the solution is, but make all drugs legal. Stuart Keating for $5 dingo. Fuck you, Amazon. Says, is her calling out white fragility the left equivalent of some people on the right generalizing black people as being too offended and want to be victims? Yes, it fucking is.
Yeah, exactly victimhood culture. Victimhood culture is fucking cancer too.
Yep. Lemmer Wrench for $10 says, it's not even when people are racist against me that I get defensive. It's the fact that they can get away with it in a society that cares so much about not being racist. That's a good point.
That is so true. That is the total irony of it. It's like in this anti-racist society, people can be as racist as they want to be as long as they have the correct form of racism. It's like, how is that different than when we lived in slave times? I know.
It's crazy. Can I have a taste of Adam's circumcised Coke? Thank you very much for the $5. Make Desert Runner for $2 Aussie bucks, $2 dingo dollars, $2 didgeridoos. Says, Sitch, did you read my DMs about body cams yet? No. Oh, here it is.
Oh, does that mean you were searching for it at the same time?
I was.
God, I look just like fucking Tim Pool. This is amazing.
No, it is amazing.
I could be Tim Pool for Halloween. I guess he doesn't have glasses.
Let's see. But I fully support body cameras. Major issue with body cameras is cost. I've heard that. The cost of cameras themselves are a severe, as the server infrastructure. Yes. Obviously, a big problem with a lot of the cop stuff. This is why the defund the police stuff is so stupid. I think Brett and Joe Rogan were saying this the other day. There needs to be more training, specifically not just on de-escalation, but I think there needs to be more training in terms of like cops need to know like jujitsu and martial arts so that they feel comfortable trying to subdue someone. Because I think a lot of
jujitsu.
You're against jujitsu, Adam? Adam's against jujitsu.
Well, they'll use it to take the last donut. They're not going to use it to like apprehend people.
Wow.
Come on.
Wow. So cops need to learn jujitsu, okay, and how to fight. But anyway, this all requires more money, not less money.
Oh,
and it's funny because if you defund the police and you take away more money from them, all you're going to do is lowering the bar for quality people that want to be police, and you're lowering the quality of training. So the whole defund the police thing is really fun.
You know the guy who shoots first? The guy who knows no backup is coming because they fucking fired half the police force.
Well, but also the guy who's also terrified because they don't have fight experience or fight training.
Outmanned, outgunned, of course. Right. Yeah. Shoot first, ask questions later.
Right. Let me keep reading this. In Australia, state have police force covering the whole state, so funding is less of an issue. However, Country, we have roughly, let's see, 1 hour footage is somewhere between 2 and 4 gigabytes. Yeah, there's a lot of storage. That's a good point. When we mark a piece of footage as evidence required by law to keep on the server for the next 10 years, that would be a lot of footage. That's true. That's true. That's a good question. I don't know what they do with all the server costs for all the police cam footage, because I assume that would mount up very quickly. Secondly, body cams do fail and break quite often. Keeping them is not always feasible. There are times when victims or other parties' privacy is important and cams should be turned off. It's also possible for body cams to be damaged, et cetera, et cetera. Yep. Well, there you go. There you go, Desert. I read it.
That was the DM? Holy shit.
That was it was very long. It was a very long DM. But I gave you guys the broad points. But yeah, the server cost is a good point that most people probably don't think about. The Woot Man for 2 Maple Leaf says, this stream isn't showing in my sub feed. Well, I changed the title. I'm not sure if it is.
You probably already ruined it. What are the tags you put in?
Yeah. I didn't put any tags.
Did you put honky in the tags?
I put honky.
I told you about that, Sitch.
Right. I know. I'm a bad boy. Hummer Eduardo Rodriguez Madrano for $5 says, if you get accused of racism, it's not easier to just dismiss it by asking for proof. You cannot prove a negative, so the lack of evidence is enough. Yeah, that's the problem. You should make them prove it instead of trying to defend yourself. Just make them prove it. Okay. Andrew Cruz for 5 Canadians says, my SJW sister gets triggered whenever someone uses the word retarded. She says it should be scrubbed from vocabulary like the N-word. Your thoughts? That's kind of complicated. It's a funny word. Everyone likes to say retarded.
It's my childhood. I don't want to give it up.
Right. I don't know. I mean,
we're still not in the sub feed. I just noticed that. Huh. That sucks.
We're probably fucked. I fucked it up, guys.
I always think about that stuff. Sitch doesn't really. He's really bad. Not only that, I don't even think we shared it on Twitter. So
no. How you unretarded, Adam? Get rid of it or tell him to fuck off?
I want to tell him to fuck off. That's what I want to do.
Well, I want to tell him that, but I think it's the same thing with like saying like gay and fag. Like, I don't think you should use those terms as insults.
Mm-hmm. Gay.
Yeah, exactly. And I mean, you said retarded was your childhood. My childhood, literally in elementary school.
I know. Gay was a big one.
Gay
too.
was the insult. Yeah. It didn't matter. And it was funny because it had nothing. It was completely divorced from sexual orientation.
Totally.
Like, that was just the word you said. Like, call someone stupid. You're like, oh, you're gay. Yeah. But I'm 100% understand how. And this is funny because this actually came to fruition when I was playing WoW many years later, where we were playing WoW in our guild, and we would say, "Oh, X is gay, this is gay," or we'd say, "I mean, you said retarded." And there was a gay couple that was part of our guild, and they're like very offended by this, and they ended up leaving. And
yeah,
I was like,
"Oh my god, I'm feeling."
And at first, I was
now.
like, "Oh well, fuck them," you know, and because we told them,
my god,
well, no, because we told them we're like
homophobic.
We were like, well, we don't mean it that way, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera.
I know.
But then I thought like I remember when I was playing games, when I used to play Left 4 Dead, there was a friend of mine who occasionally would say Jew as an insult.
Yeah, totally.
And
do I have to stop saying that too?
He said the same thing that I said about the gay stuff. He's like, well, you know, that's just when I grew up, for whatever reason, in the area that I was, people said Jew is an insult, and he didn't mean it, and I understood that, but still, was like, whenever he says it, you're like, oh. So I think that kind of opened my eyes to say, like, well, I guess I don't think you should say gay. I don't think you should say fag is an insult.
Yeah,
and
I don't think so
guess
too.
It should apply to retarded too. I mean, I think retarded is a little less egregious than saying gay or Jew or fag or something.
Is it because the retarded people technically don't know you're saying it, and
well, that's part
gay
of it.
people do know that you're saying
that's
it?
That's part of it, but then also part of it is because it's like if you say gay is an insult, like gay is a term that doesn't necessarily, it's not like an insult, like it just describes something, right? Where like retarded is already an insult. Like no one refers to someone with an intellectual disability as retarded, right?
There's this thing that guys do too when they call each other gay. It's to like belittle you as a mate competition thing.
Yes, right.
So
but that's a whole different issue.
It is, yeah. So you're not necessarily the insult is not necessarily like gay people suck. The insult is you're not eligible to date the girl that I like.
Right. So anyway, my ruling is, if you're with your friends, you say retarded. I don't care. You should do whatever the fuck you want. But for when we're speaking publicly on stream, I think we've said retarded a couple times. I try not to say it because I have had people who have children who suffer from intellectual disabilities, and they get very upset. So I was like, whatever. So that's my feelings.
Yeah,
anyway,
I agree.
Lord
I'm
of the Nerds for Joe says,
contractually obligated to agree with Sitch,
right.
just so you guys know.
That's true. Lord of the Nerds for Joe says, what is the difference in calling someone a tard versus an idiot? Well, the only difference is time, because idiot, seriously, because every term we use to call someone stupid was a medical term used to describe someone with an intellectual disability. So that's the answer to that question.
Yeah.
Moron, stupid, idiot. These were all terms used to describe people that were actually suffering from intellectual disabilities.
They're all in a hierarchy, too.
They're all in a hierarchy. That's true. Paper Relic for $2 says, is doing yard work a euphemism? Yes.
That would be good if it was. I wish.
For the race war.
Oh, yeah. I was outside working on the race war. Working on the Civil War. Tim Pool's Civil War.
He was working on the Tim Pool Civil War. He was shaping his hedges into a swastika. That's what he was doing. Can I have a taste of Adam? Circumcised Coke for $2 says, thinking about Adam makes me want to do work. Oh,
nice. Yeah. You should work. Nice. You should be a fucking workaholic. Why are you listening to this garbage?
You should
get your ass to work. Get busy.
You should be doing some fucking work. Didn't you hear what Adam said?
Oh my God. You kids and your homophobia.
Andrew Cruz for $2 says, Adam, I don't know, but I will say this: pool. Yep. There you go. I like it. Derek Jumpman for $4.99 says, did you all see the Cracker film going around on Twitter? It might be inappropriate talk on stream. Yeah, there's like this weird, I don't know if I thought it was a TV show. Maybe it was a movie. I don't know. It's a TV show or a movie called Cracker on Amazon. It's going to be coming out on Amazon Prime or some other streaming service. That was like a white nationalist guy with like Nazi tattoos gets transported to like an alternate world, like in slavery times where black people are slavers and white people are slaves. And I'm like, this is like the worst fucking idea I've ever seen. Like, why would you try to like stir up this racial animus even more? Like, what is the point of this? It's so bad.
I feel that on some level it's these anarchists that just want society to fucking die.
Maybe. I mean, I don't know. Maybe the message at the end of the film will be like maybe the message at the end of the film will be like, see, like racism isn't a white thing. It's just like a human nature thing. And it's just whichever side has the ability to oppress the other side will do it. And that's the danger. So maybe it'll turn out being okay. I don't know.
Oh, really?
I'm just speculating.
They throw the red pill out.
Maybe it'll be a red pill. Yeah, maybe it'll be a secret red pill, or maybe it won't be. Who knows? We'll
it's
wait.
Like super woke all the way through, and then at the very end, they're like, "Psych, red pill."
Maybe it'll be like BioShock Infinite. The whole time, it's like, look at these racist white people, and then it's like, whoops, it turned around, and it was just as bad. Jason M for $5 says, it's all a Kafka trap. Your disagreement with the concept of white fragility is evidence of your white fragility. Repent, unwoke ones. Repent. That's very true. Lieutenant Amazon for $5 says, I'm so proud of you, Sitch. You finally said dingo dollars. I did it all for you, baby. See, unlike Adam, I'll do things for you, Lieutenant Amazon. I'll say the word dingo dollars.
I read half his script. Come on, I didn't read the whole thing. I just read half.
Larson the Wolf for $1.99 says, have you guys seen the drama with The Last of Us 2? Yes. Seen all. It's like an inescapable drama. It's way too long to get into on the stream, but if you're on Twitter, it's inescapable. Or just, I think the Quartering has already done 1 million videos on it, so you can check that out.
Obviously, I don't even know what it is. So,
Last of Us 2 was made by a very SJW guy. They made the game very SJW. It's very weird.
Oh.
Lieutenant Amazon $5 says, I don't know about you, but Pussy Boy is by far my favorite silly slur. That's why I wish it wasn't so attached to transphobia.
God.
See, but this is the problem. I never would even have conceptualized Pussy Boy as being attached to transphobia, and I don't think it actually is. So say Pussy Boy with pride, okay? Because when you call someone a Pussy Boy, you're calling them a coward. Remember, guys, pussy, the slang term for pussy doesn't come from my vagina, okay? It comes from pussy cat.
No.
If you're calling someone a pussy, you're calling them a coward. So therefore, if you're calling someone a pussy boy, it's okay.
This sounds like made up nonsense.
It's 100% true. I looked it up. That's a derivation of the of the slang pussy.
Fascinating.
What is because pussycat? They started
Yeah.
calling vaginas pussies like in response to saying that they look furry like cats or something.
Interesting.
So,
fascinating.
The Rooster for 199 says, watch Michael Mouse's stream with Mencius Molebug.
Yeah,
Okay.
I think I started watching that. I don't know that I understand why Mencius Molebug is so adored.
Yeah, I don't know anything about him, so I'll check
he's
it
like
out.
He's a reactionary. They separate themselves out. Reactionaries separate themselves out from conservatives because reactionaries like want radical change, and conservative that's not really conservative.
Cini for $3 says, if I draw a sexy girl stitching underwear before the stream ends, will you help me shill my line art coloring book? Sure.
Yeah, fuck.
Sure. Just send it to me on Twitter. Just DM it to me. We'll post it up and we'll shill.
We'll
shill
see some
sexy,
artwork. Send us some artwork.
Stitch.
We love the artwork.
Yeah. Tager610 for $2 says, I was a little bitchy with you, Stitch, last week regarding the whole church photo op. Sorry, TDS is not an argument. Anyway, what are your thoughts on the NBA restarting in Orlando given the bear bug situation in Florida? The beer bug situation in Florida. Well, first of all, thank you. I appreciate your apology. Secondly, I don't know what is the beer bug situation.
Did someone accuse you of having TDS, and that's
probably beer bug, the act of tear gassing peaceful protesters? I don't know what this is. I don't know what you're talking about. I guess if there was like the controversy with NBA restarting because it was like I think they were saying that that players had to play. And I don't know if they should have to play if people are afraid of coronavirus. I'm not sure. I had to think about that for a while. CT for $1 says, we all know you're wearing the red shorts under those pants, Adam.
True. No, come on.
Adam is like David Cross from Arrested Development. He's a never nude, so he's always wearing the red shorts.
Sometimes I have those red shorts, and I have the red shorts on, and I think, oh, I'm gonna go work in the yard, but I think, oh wait, it's like the sacred red shorts. It's like the only pair of red shorts I fucking own. I think these red shorts have been immortalized in thousands of memes. What if I tear them?
What if you destroy them? I know. You have to buy more so you can just keep them safe. Nathan Margolis for $1 says, is affirmative action racist? Is choosing to support a business just because it's owned by a black person also racist? Is applying affirmative action policies to your personal purchasing decisions racist?
Affirmative action is in fact racist. Yes.
I'm going to go pee. You talk about this.
Okay, I'll talk. Finally, I honestly hate talking about this race stuff. It's so bizarre that they put it in our faces like this. I guess that's part of my white fragility, right? I don't want to talk about race because like nobody wants to talk about race. But I think the thing about affirmative action is, and I've been thinking a lot about this lately because this whole race stuff is everywhere. And I mean, as a like bleeding heart liberal, I would like the world to be a unracist place. I'd like everybody to have at least some opportunity in their lives. So I feel like affirmative action was probably a good idea at the time when there was absolutely no opportunities for minorities to move up the economic ladder. So that was the idea. The idea is that there's all this cultural racism out there that there's really nothing we can do about. So institutionally, we can kind of try to balance it out by making a racist policy, which I don't know how you can't say affirmative action is not racist. It is. You're giving an opportunity to somebody based on the color of their skin. So like I said and have said before in previous live streams, previous talks with Sid.
I'm back. Whatever Adam said is wrong and is
No,
racist.
let me finish. I'm in the middle of my TED Talk here. You got to slow down, man. Just enjoy your pee for a second. Like, just, enjoy it. Anyway. Okay. So we need the chart, the level of racism in society chart, the blue and red and green. that we can actually discern like how closer we are to getting to the goal and how much further away. So we know if we need racist policies or not to counterbalance something that's honestly going on in society. The problem with human beings is, like, especially this DiAngelo character is the perfect example. Like, she sees racism everywhere, like the way fundamentalist Christians see God everywhere. Like, you know, a grape falls off their plate and it's God did it. God pushed the grape. It's like they see the same thing. They're like, you know, something, you know, they're in a car accident and it was racism. That's what caused the car accident. So it's a horrible thing, but we need, and it's funny because Brett Weinstein was on the Joe Rogan podcast talking about this. Like the system that we have in place to discern what is really going on around us, like the level of racism and the level of unopportunity in certain environments, in certain communities, is science. What's that?
It's trash.
Well, no, it's science.
It needs to be based on science.
No, it needs to be based on science. Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah, it doesn't need to be based on the witchcraft that Angelo is. What's her name? DiAngelo. Robin DiAngelo. It doesn't need to be based on the witchcraft that Robin DiAngelo is selling. It needs to be based on hardcore industrial strength science. And the fact that, I mean, you guys got to listen to the Brett Weinstein, Joe Rogan podcast, because it's fucking terrifying. The fact that they're calling science racist now is like crazy talk. What the hell? Science is a thing that you bring out because, you know, you can't argue with the facts. Like,
well, they've given up because they know they can't argue the
science against them too much.
Yeah, the science is against them. They can't argue their crazy theories. It doesn't hold up to the scientific method. So they say, well, that's because the scientific method itself is racist.
I know. It's their answer for everything.
Yep.
This is why it's so much a religion, is because it's the same exact thing. Like when religion ruled the world, when religion was in everybody's lives, they'd always just say whatever it was. That it's God, it's God, it's God. Now it's all racism. Racism. Nobody wants to talk about this shit. It's fucking stupid.
Oh, I'm stupid. Beer bug, just coronavirus. Like it's a beer bug.
Yeah, you haven't heard that before? I don't know if it still matters, but now that we're living in crazy times, we're still not appearing in the sub feed because you fucked up.
I know. I fucked
up.
It's fine. Life will go on.
Yeah, life will go on.
Paradox for $1 says, wow, what's up with everyone discovering Robin DiAngelo lately? Is that because of Jimmy Kimmel's spineless interview? Question number 1, do we think Robin is People's R, and does her white fragility work if People's R is not true? I don't know why she started to come up again. Everyone just started talking about her again.
Well, New York Times put her on the bestseller list, I believe, recently.
Yeah, but she's been on the list for like 2 years or something.
Oh, really?
Because a book came out in 2018.
Figures.
So I don't know why there's been this resurgence. I assume it has something to do with I'm assuming it has to do with because of all the protests. People go, well, let's look at the New York Times bestseller list to see what book addresses racism. And then they just see white fragility and they go, oh, let's just start talking about that. So I assume that's what's going on here.
Yeah. This is really good marketing for her.
Right. Robin 100% believes in People's R. Her white fragility work if it's not true. It's a good question. I had to think about that. I have to really unfortunately read her book to understand what her core thesis is, to figure that out.
As long as you're reading it unfortunately, then that's okay.
Hey, if you want, there's actually if you type in her name on YouTube and you sort by
and the word nudes, what comes up? Because sometimes I do that just to check it out.
You can find someone has uploaded her audiobook. So if you want to listen to it without paying for it, it's available.
Oh, that's nice.
There you go. It's only 4 hours, so it must be a tiny fucking book.
Oh my God.
It'd be like a 10-page book or something. Yeah,
it's like, well, I didn't really do any science, so I don't need any kind of like
research. Sure. Yeah. Paradox for $1 says, Adam, how'd you like Destiny on the Kill stream on Friday? I thought it was funny as hell and very Daryl Davis-like. Maybe we can win Destiny over. He said, removing slave master language from computers is going too far. Also, what is your subject on the kill stream?
I don't know. I DM'd Ethan about that, like if there's anything I should read or anything. So I don't know.
It's gonna be like,
I mean,
now you don't need to read.
one of our fans from the show was the one that hooked it up. So I always think of myself as kind of like an internet nobody. So I'm like, sure, I'll go on. What the hell?
Did you listen to Destiny on?
It's Cass Michael. Cass Michael hooked it up. So I don't know if that's his real name, but he's the one that was DMing Ethan and saying we should have him on. But I did listen to the one with Destiny. Yes, it's. I thought it was interesting, and I mean, I'm kind of a Dick Masterson fan. He seems like he's got a good head on his shoulders. Like he seems kind of. I mean, tell me if I'm wrong, but he seems like a reasonable, like centrist, maybe center right type.
Okay.
Maybe even apolitical. So,
I'll
but
check.
Well, you know the classic Dick Masterson exchange with Destiny, right? Where he tells Destiny like Destiny's full of shit, and Destiny just
that was him.
Yeah, that's my first introduction to Dick Masterson. I was like, I love this guy.
He did so bad in that conversation.
Yeah, you said that one time, and I just kept my mouth shut. But I was thinking, well, fuck you. I thought he nailed it.
No, because I'm trying to remember.
Listen to you.
They were arguing about. I don't remember.
I hate when people get fucking nitpicky about little time. I'm a big picture person. I'm a generalist.
No, because it was like he was okay. I didn't realize that was Dick Masterson. I thought that was someone else, or maybe there's some conversation where Destiny said it said someone was stupid on Twitter, and then I thought it was Dick Masterson or someone. Was like, I'm challenging you on the fact that you said that everything they said is stupid. So then Destiny was like, well, give me an example of them not being stupid. And they couldn't provide an example. Okay. Is this the conversation you're talking about?
Perhaps. Yes.
So I'm like, that's what I'm saying. Like, whoever that was, I don't remember if that's Dick Masterson or someone else. Whoever that was did a fucking terrible job in that conversation. So.
Well, I liked it just because I do think people get awfully nitpicky, and it bugs the fuck out of me when they get nitpicky about something that is completely inconsequential to the big picture. And I often see Destiny do this. It's like
he definitely, I agree. He definitely does do that as a debate tactic.
The Chinese
debate tactic,
like calling it the Chinese flu, is like the perfect example. Him and Nuance Bro are going round and round about this. And you're talking about something is totally inconsequential to the whole fucking debate.
No, I agree with you completely. But that's also Nuance Bro's fault for just not saying he doesn't care.
Yes.
Like he was getting too sucked up in trying to defend this stupid point that he didn't care about.
Yes.
But anyway,
Dick Masterson, was also in the lawsuit against Maddox and won. So
right, that's the only thing I knew about him. I thought was that lawsuit.
But yeah, I don't listen to the kill stream regularly. I've listened to the kill stream a few times when different people are on that I'm interested in, like if Destiny's on or Ethan goes on from time to time. I've listened to those. I mean, I expect people will call in and ask me, the standard, like why, I guess they have. They talked a lot about race, which I don't necessarily like to talk about, but there's some super bad arguments that people make that drive me fucking bonkers. So I'll probably talk about those. If you're interested, like if you think race realism is like a good idea and like everything comes down to race and IQ and stuff like that, read the book The Secret of Our Success by Joseph Henrich. Because there are so many arguments that just make that race realism stuff seem completely stupid in that book. That just we are a biological organism that just absorbs culture. The best culture that we have. It's like a computer and software. Like everybody roughly has the same. Like obviously there's different. Like if you have a massive IQ, it's going to make a big difference. But if like you're in relatively the same zone with IQ, culture is going to make a massive difference.
Right.
So everybody has approximately the same computer, which you can think of the computer as the brain. But the culture is the software, and the software is where you really get the bang for your buck. So, I mean, I always want to talk about where different cultures are getting it right. And this is another reason why I hate the cultural appropriation argument, because that book, Secret of Our Success, like the reason why we're successful is because we absorb culture. And if you're telling people, oh, it's wrong to take somebody's culture, fuck you. Are you kidding me?
It's also very anti-American. So
yeah. No, we're the melting pot. Exactly.
Right.
Yeah.
It's disgusting. Sheepless Dreamer, hey, how you doing? For $5 says leftists and progressives are filled with hypocrites. Microaggressions are bad unless it's against white people, and you can be as racist as you want towards white people, but if they say something, then it's white fragility and P plus P equals R.
Hell yeah,
very,
totally.
Very true.
Yes.
Sheepless Dreamer for another $5. Thank you very much. Says if they want equality or equity, then we should rebrand microaggressions into black fragility. I don't see why not.
Oh my God, so true.
The opinionated one for $5 says, maybe not relevant to the video, but I wanted thoughts. I've noticed a growth in the pro-segregation talk by the radical left. And to be honest, it's personally offensive because I have family who work to desegregate schools in their city. And now these people want to throw that all away. I know it's horrifying and crazy. And it's like we're making backwards progress here.
This is why Sitch and I always get triggered about this shit, because we feel like we made so much cultural progress. Like we were the generation
throwing it down the drain.
Yeah, we were the generation that they literally taught to be colorblind.
Right.
And we've lived our whole lives like accepting that as a norm, and now they're saying, "Oh yeah, you're colorblind. That's racist." Like
colorblind is racism. I know. It's fucking. It's bonkers. It's just batshit crazy.
Somehow they brought us up to be Archie Bunker, and we didn't even know it. Like what the fuck?
There you go. Adam Circumcised Coke for $1 says you can spit on me, Adam.
Mm-hmm. Oh, okay. I'm not super into that, but
Adam Circumcised Coke for another $2 says YouTube didn't show one of my super chats. Love you, Adam. You can spit on me anytime.
Again?
Yeah, spit on him. Spit on him.
I don't like that stuff. I'm not into it.
Spit on him.
How many times have you been spit on? Have you ever been spit on?
No, but once someone
privilege.
Once someone dumped a drink on my head and it caused
Oh my God, that's pretty good.
Caused a fight. It instantly caused a fight. So yeah.
With you, right? You're the one that caused the fight.
Into a fight. I started beating the shit out of them. Yeah, it happened. Let's see.
Nice.
Dawkins for $3.70 says white fragility is emotional BDSM for progressives. DiAngelo is a queen and dominatrix of oppression.
Totally.
She looks like it. Yeah, I can totally see
when the videos surface of her like pegging her husband, I'm not going to be remotely like
nailed
surprised. Not in any way, shape, or form.
Yes, pun intended. DJ Crunk Factory for $5 says can't watch live today. I'm going to hang out with my dad. That's good. Adam, good luck on the kill stream.
Yeah. No, I'm stoked. It's like I get to go over to Dick Masterson's place and go on camera and everything. So it should be fun.
Dawkins for $3.70. Says maybe just sent twice. The white fragility is emotional BDSM for progressives. Sean Welch for $3 says, Adam, I've been in New Orleans my whole life. The majority of my high school is black. Just about all my friends were black. I really think it's hard to be racist living in the South because we're so integrated.
Really? So maybe it's changed. Maybe the experience has changed because I was there in the 90s, and I mean, I was definitely in the I was raised in the progressive bubble. So I was kind of raised to see racism everywhere. Right. But I don't know. It did seem kind of racist. There was one experience I had. It's only anecdotal, but you want to hear it? I don't know if I've said
Go
this
for
before.
it.
So, okay. This is will really play into the fucking cop stuff. I was I don't know if I should even say this. This is it's like scary racist. We were driving to this thing, and I was driving with a bunch of bartenders. I was bartending at a place, and one of the guys driving said, "I shot an N-word over there." Like over there, like as we're driving like off in this field.
You're
and
like,
I'm
what?
like, yeah, exactly. So, okay, you're in a car with like 4 dudes, right? And the driver says, I shot an N-word over there. What do you think?
What?
That's fucking racist. Like, what are you talking about?
Right.
And I immediately said, like, fucking, what are you talking about? How are you not in jail? Like, that's crazy. Who are you? What are you talking about? And he's like, oh, it was a police shootout. And I was like, dude, you're not a fucking cop. What are you talking about? He's like, my brother-in-law's a cop. Come on.
But why would he
That's
be
fucking crazy.
involved in the shooting then?
Evidently, it's the South. You go get your gun and fucking everyone gets involved. Listen, when the
maybe he was just lying, he's trying to sound cool.
Maybe. You never know. You never know. Yeah. But he was studying, like he wanted to be a police officer, and he was like studying to be a police officer. So, and he did have family that was police as well. And like I said, this was what, fucking 30 years ago. So maybe it's changed. Hopefully it's changed. I was clipping I was clipping stuff out of the newspaper because shit just seemed like crazy. There was tons of crazy shit. Like some guy handcuffed a guy to a metal railing in an apartment complex, doused him with gasoline, and lit him on fire.
What? Wait, this happened recently?
No, I'm telling you, this is 30 years ago. I live in New Orleans. I'm collecting. Are you working on your graphic novel over there?
That's what I'm doing. Yeah.
I hear a lot of clicking.
Yeah, I'm working on the graphic novel.
How's the graphic design going?
Yeah, it's going good.
So, I immediately, when this happened, I immediately said, that's crazy. Like, but I realized, one of the reasons why I moved to the South was for the culture shock of it. So I just like filed that under, well, I'll never forget this. This is fucking crazy. I can't remember, like, there was an incident that took place at a Chinese restaurant where like the whole family ran a Chinese restaurant and the whole family was executed.
What the fuck?
Yeah. So I know this is like fucking New Orleans. This is just shit that I'm like clipping out of the newspaper. So,
okay.
Well, you think they're making all this stuff up?
No, I don't think they're making it up. But, right.
So anyway, it turns out there's $20,000 in a safe, and somebody came in and fucking executed the whole family and took the $20,000. And police showed up, found the whole family executed. The son actually lived. One of the kids lives, and IDs the fucking cop at the crime scene. That's the guy who fucking shot everyone.
Wait, the cop shot everyone?
The cop shot everyone. The cop was moonlighting as a security guard at the Chinese restaurant, and that's how he knew that the fucking money was in the safe.
Oh my God.
How is that for racist? Like,
but why is that? That's not racism, right? That's just corruption.
Well, it's, would he do it with a white family? He did it with
maybe.
Like
why are you assuming that he did it
just
because they were Asian?
In New Orleans, it seemed like you're swimming it.
Okay.
When Katrina, listen to you. How long have you lived in New Orleans?
0 years. Yes.
Yeah. Okay.
I've been there. I've been there one time. Okay.
I'm watching the news. I'm watching the news when Katrina
nudes.
No, the news. How's your graphic novel coming? There's a lot of clicking going on over there. I think it's bugging people. When New Orleans, Katrina hit, okay, and the news media, the national news media were flown in, right, and they're shoving microphones in everybody's faces and stuff like that. I kept thinking, I lived in New Orleans, man. I know how it goes in New Orleans. And I remember there was a bunch of people on a bridge, and there was one like lone reporter with a microphone, and a cop drove up to the side and pulled over on the bridge. There's like a gang of people there. I don't know. They're like homeless, whatever. And the cop gets out of the car and starts walking over to the edge of the bridge. And the reporter's like, finally, someone here's to help. He runs over, shoves the microphone in the cop's face. And the cop doesn't say anything, goes over to the edge of the bridge, like takes pictures. He's like taking pictures, just ignoring the reporter. Goes back over in his car, gets in his car, turns around and drives away.
What the fuck?
I thought, yeah, that's New Orleans right there.
Wow.
Yeah.
Okay. Well, there you have it. There you have it.
That's Katrina. Like, who is it changed? I don't know. Maybe. These are all anecdotes. This is why anecdotes are not helpful. You need what is the terror level alert? We need the racist level alert.
God,
we need it. It's needed here.
Yeah. So we need the little color coding racism alert for Adam.
People will play around with it, won't they?
PSA Sitch, not Nathan Rav, for $1.36 says, I, Sitch, am so glad to be able to attend Bring Your Son to Work Day. Now I get to watch Daddy Pool host his stream with that lying soda drinking Jedi scum. Jedi be like, enjoy your soda, but don't get attached to it. The A team got top grades, pop.
Hell yeah.
There you go. There you go.
One for my A-team brothers.
A team is on the side of the poppers and the Sith, so let that sink in.
Sitch is depressed that the A team is bigger than the S team.
There's no such thing. There's no
it's
such
not even the
thing.
S team. It's like
S class is best class.
The S.
There you go. S class, motherfucker. Attack Helicopter for $3 says, when did Tim Pool become your new sidekick? That's a good question.
It's complicated.
It's complicated. It's complicated. Pod Racing Champ for $1 says, the Jedi have been very generous. I misunderstood what they said. It wasn't metachlorians, it was macaroni. They said, I love macaroni as much as they do. I can go with them to begin my Jedi training. That's true.
You want to hear another New Orleans story? Another great one?
Not really. Sheepless Dreamer for $3 says, if we treat the R word like the N word, then what would be the soft A? Does that mean the R people are allowed to say the R word? How would one acquire an R word pass? I guess you'd have to be banging an R word or.
Oh my God.
So does that mean that JF can call people retards? Because like.
I do admit that I want to see a video where like actual retarded people are calling each other retard in the same way that black people call each other the N-word. I think that would be good. I think that would be funny.
That would be kind of funny, I guess. Yeah,
it would be hilarious.
That would
Are
be
you
pretty
kidding
funny.
me? Come on.
That would be kind of funny. Trevor8641 for $3 says, you might consider giving Benjamin Boyce's channel a look. He was attending Evergreen during the riots. He has interviewed Brett Weinstein a few times. We've had Benjamin Boyce on our channel.
I will not watch that channel. Come on. Benjamin Boyce is completely racist. He was on the wrong side in the Evergreen debate.
Benjamin Boyce is a total racist who we've had on our stream, and I think we've been on his stream. And,
I don't think we've been on his stream, but he's definitely been on ours.
At some point.
Yeah.
Maybe, and he credited me for inspiring him to make videos, I think. And if he didn't, then I'm just going to pretend like he did.
So we love Benjamin Boyce. Benjamin Boyce can come on.
I like Benjamin.
We should have him on again, definitely.
We should have him on again. Paradox for $1 says, wow, Sitch, really you punched someone over a drink? I didn't punch someone. I beat the crap out of them. Are all Floridian Jews so short-fused?
Citation
or is it just
needed.
you? Or is there dun more to the story? Obviously, there's more to the story.
We need receipts on this.
A random person is not going to just... First of all, I was in middle school, okay? This is a wee Sitch lad story.
I got
like
fights.
As a grown adult, I would not beat the crap out of someone for throwing a drink at me. Okay? I was
middle school is where you do most of your fighting.
Yes, exactly. I was in middle school. Okay, and obviously there's more to the story, but it's not worth getting into. Pharaoh for $1 says there's an eclipse predicted by the Mayans and the Egyptian calendars. It's also the summer solstice that so happens to be on Father's Day. Male energy, order, the right around the world is being challenged by chaos, represented by the moon. Women, the left, we need to redeem our fathers. There you go.
Yeah. No, we should have done a Jordan Peterson video today. We kind of fucked up.
I found a Jordan Peterson video, but this was so much more egregious.
Yeah, and this is what everyone's talking about.
Anyway,
it's like
take off the super chats. Let's get back to
it. Oh, really? We're back to we were watching a video, weren't we?
We were watching a video, remember?
Guys, close your eyes because this is going to be painful. Oh my God. She's doing the jazz hands too.
She's doing the Emperor Palpatine like she's shooting force lightning at.
Oh my God.
It's the race lightning.
She's going, racist
power!
lightning.
Give me the white power.
Oh my God. Did you just say white power?
That's what she's saying.
No wonder we're not in anyone's sub box.
There you go.
All these narratives and get under there to the underlying framework, because despite all those narratives, I was taught to treat everyone the same, I don't see color, our outcomes.
See that? She's making fun of your upbringing. I don't see color.
She's making fun of anti-racism upbringing.
Yeah.
Is that really helpful? Is that really helpful to society, Robin?
Can you imagine like teaching teaching a child not to see color, then old Robin DiAngelo comes along and say, "No, you're inherently racist, you piece of shit. Here, let me spit in your eye while I'm at it."
Exactly.
Haven't improved. By virtually every measure, there's racial inequality in this country, and by many measures.
So this is the problem with all this bullshit.
Totally.
Okay, this is like total causation correlation mistake
Totally.
101. Okay,
Big
they're
time.
saying we're looking at outcomes, and the racial outcomes are not the place that we would like them to be, which everyone agrees on. Okay, that doesn't mean that you magically just get to insert the reason for why that's happening.
We know why it's happening. It's because you've told all these people there's no way they can possibly succeed, so they've given up.
Right.
They say, "Fuck it, I'm cashing the welfare check. Fuck this."
But it's also that it's so frustrating because I've said this a million times. People never appreciate how long it can take for culture and society to change.
Well, if you've read Why Nations Fail, you know exactly how long it takes.
Right. And like in Chappelle's speech, it wasn't really stand-up, a speech that he gave that we talked about last week. Okay. He talked about how his great-grandparent was literally a slave. Like, it's not that long ago. Okay.
Yep.
It takes a while for attitudes to change and shift. And the problem is that a lot of these crazy people like Robin and the far leftists think that you can just like social engineer, force people to just be better, right?
Yeah.
And it's like, that's not how it works. Like, you can train children to think a certain way. And the white population, for the most part in America, I think has done a good job training white children to not be racist. Okay. And she's mocking that. She's literally mocking white people bringing their children up to not be racist.
Yeah. It's funny because she used the 98% analogy. And it's so funny that it kind of works against her, because I feel like we trained about 98% of the population not to be racist, but she wants 100%.
But this is the problem, because it's like, yeah, there's truth to the idea that there's going to be problems inherent. There's going to be inequity or inequality, right?
Yeah.
In the Black community because of the history that has been saddled upon them. Okay. But you can bring that up without mocking white people not being racist on an individual level. Right?
Yes.
Like, this is such a weird, like, why do they have to conflate these things together? Why do they have to attack one? It's so fucking bizarre.
Yeah. How do you deal with the problem though that, I mean, their whole basis for political power is this narrative that that rampant racism exists and that there's no way Black people can get ahead, which I mean, it is fully evil, because you are setting people up for failure for your own political success. And that's, I mean, how do you get past that? There's no way the Robin DiAngelos of the world are ever going to get rid of this narrative.
Well, she doesn't want to get rid of it because it's her job.
Well, like I said,
she doesn't have purpose
political
in life.
power, status, money. Like, it gives her all the things that she wants, but it's so on the back. I mean, this is like you can make an argument that she literally is the incarnation of the white slaver, because she is the one that's setting Black people up for failure by telling them there's no way that you can get ahead. It's stupid of you to even try. Like, don't let people appropriate your culture. You know, you do you, fucking like, don't try to fit in
every little thing.
Yeah, exactly.
Possible,
exactly. You know who's not getting the job? The person that takes offense at every little fucking thing.
Exactly.
Like, you're not getting the job. You're not moving up the ladder. No, you're not a team player. You should move up the ladder. But Robin DiAngelo's out there telling them, you should take offense at everything. You should be the fucking person that nobody wants to work with. That's how you like succeed in life. Wrong.
You think the students who are trying to get the UCLA professor fired for not postponing finals because of the Floyd protest, you think that person's going to get a job?
Never.
Right.
They may get a job
at a university.
They may get a job as another Robin DiAngelo who perpetuates the cycle that we can never get out of.
Yeah, another useless fucking job. That's just basically not only is it useless, it's detrimental. A job that's literally helping destroy the country.
See, this is why liberals are waking up to this. Like, if your heart is in the right place, if you're like me and Sitch and you're like a bleeding heart, like, you really want to see people succeed. You don't want to see people set up for failure. And then you see the people who are standing under the banners of, we want black people to succeed. Yet all the policy proposals they're putting out there are just setting them up for failure. And they won't even crack a science book to understand why. They come up with this cockamamie critical theory shit that just poisons people even more. Like, how horrible is that? What is the difference between that and like Stalinist fucking Russia? Like, what is the difference?
Right. They don't even have to crack open a science book. Just they don't even want to like try to figure out what the problem is.
Yes.
They don't even want to even look at the data and say, what is causing this problem? They just say, well, there's inequity, ergo vis-a-vis must be racism.
Totally. But they're using that to get, like, it's so ironic to me because it completely fits in with their narrative that there's this structural fucking racism that keeps people down. Yeah, that's you. Look in the mirror, motherfucker. That's you.
I learned it watching you.
Yeah, it's bizarre, man.
It's increasing, not decreasing.
You speak very frankly in the book about how you've stepped in it yourself, if I can use that phrase. Can you give an example of where you experienced your own white fragility?
So I'm in a room with 3 black women, 2 of which I'm very close to, and 1 I don't know at all. And she gives us a survey to fill out, and it's tedious to me. It seems kind of template. It doesn't capture the nuance of what we do. So I push it aside and I say, let me explain. We go out into these different offices and we do these anti-racist.
Look at the ego. It's like, fuck your survey. Let me tell you.
She's a fucking know-it-all, I'm telling you.
But okay, maybe she's right. Maybe the survey was shitty. We don't know. We'll keep listening.
Trainings. In fact, Deborah here was asked not to come back when she went to such and such office. I guess her hair scared the white people. She has long locked braids. So I want you to notice what I'm.
You liked it? She's like talking to another. She's like, hello, fellow black person. Like, let us make fun of the white people. I bet that they were afraid of her hair. Like, what the fuck is this conversation?
Scary shit.
Doing. Not only am I making a joke about a black woman's hair, which is a sensitive issue, and I do know better, but I'm positioning myself.
Well, I do know better, but I'm still gonna giggle about it now.
I'm on your side. Myself as the cool white person.
See?
And they're all the clueless white people.
Oh,
right.
That's what happened to Bill Maher.
Right.
Bill Maher made his house Negro joke, and it was all over.
Yep.
And I wish I could tell you that I recognized I was doing that. I didn't. Meeting's over. A couple days later, the assistant Marcia comes to me and says, Angela was really offended by that joke you made about black women's hair. And I immediately...
Look, the interviewer's like, I don't know why you joking about black women's hair.
No, but it's so... This is so fucking stupid. Okay, so the joke she made, she wasn't joking about Angela's or her friend's hair. She was joking. It was a stupid joke for many reasons. Because she's positing herself. She's assuming that these other people are racist, and she's positing herself as not racist. That's why the joke is bad. But that's not why this person was offended by it. The person was offended by it by just bringing up the topic. A white woman just bringing up the topic of a black woman's hair is just so triggering that even if you're bringing it up in the context of making fun of other white people and calling them racist, it doesn't matter. Just bringing the term up just throws me into a world of such emotional turmoil that it triggers me.
It's so funny too, if you know the way human psychology works, how we're all driven by emotion, and that's sometimes it's not the words people say, but just the gut feeling that you get. So it could have been anything.
Well,
that triggered.
She told the story on Twitter. Okay.
Robin DiAngelo?
Yes.
Really? Oh my God, you're Twitter
stalking
her. Holy shit.
Yeah. And
I'm probably blocked. What's this?
So
I gotta look.
But I think there's a possible other motivation that we'll see when we finish the story.
Thank you. And I called Angela and I said, would you be willing to grant me the opportunity to repair the racism that I perpetrated towards you in the meeting last week?
God.
She said yes.
Do you like how she talks like a robot? Like, would you grant me the opportunity to repair the racism I perpetuated against you? Like, talk like a fucking human being. Like, that's how you know that this is bullshit. If you can't have a comfortable conversation and you have to like fall back on technical jargon, that means that you're not really connecting on a real level. That means that you're like walking on eggshells because you're so fucking terrified of this interaction.
Is she on Twitter? I don't see her on Twitter.
She is somewhere. I don't know what her
Robin
fucking name is.
DiAngelo. Oh,
Yeah.
maybe I can't see her because I'm blocked. But
Maybe.
yeah, it's totally crazy. I want to see the video where she like got on her hands and knees and like kissed the feet of the black woman, because you know that's like, you have to do that, otherwise you're guilty.
Well, no, it's like the South Park episode where Randy says the N-word and then he has to kiss. I forget who's. I don't remember if it was Al Sharpton or Jesse Jackson or someone's ass. They're like, kiss it.
Oh my God.
Kiss it.
We sat down, we talked about it, and she said, I don't know you, I have no relationship with you, I have no trust with you, and I do not want to be joking about black women's hair in a professional work meeting with a white woman I don't know.
You know, I have a strategy.
Let it go.
I have a strategy that I do sometimes when I meet people for the first time, where I'll say like a joke that's like very like uncomfortable, but funny, right? Because I want to see what the reaction is.
I mean, you're not.
Well, no, they'll laugh, but I don't say
allegedly
people,
laugh, but
I won't do this technique if I'm like the only person there.
Give me the joke. What's a joke?
No, I don't have a specific joke. I'm saying I'll oftentimes like I'll interact with people who I'm just meeting for the first time.
Sure, totally.
As if I've always known them.
You're pushing a boundary just to see.
I'm pushing the boundaries if I've always known them, right? And I like this because I feel like some people that get along with that, like we'll be good friends.
Sure, totally.
And if people are put off by that, it's like, well, fuck them. I don't want to be their friend, right? Like, why would I want to be friends with someone who's so sensitive that they that they can't take a little ribbing, they can't take a little boundary pushing. Like, I don't want to be friends with that person.
Yeah, totally.
I don't want to interact with that person. Fuck that person.
Yeah. Big fan.
I mean, obviously it's different because obviously it's different because it's a business situation, but still, like, grow the fuck up.
Yeah.
Jesus.
I hear you. I apologize. Then I asked, is there anything I missed? And she said, yes. That survey you so glibly shoved aside, I wrote that survey.
Oh,
and
the
I have
real.
spent my life.
Okay. The real.
Here it is.
The real macroaggression came out.
Yes, here it is.
It wasn't a microaggression at all. It wasn't the race. It wasn't related to the race at all. It was a status play. It would have could have taken place between any two white people or any two black people. Like any two people could have had that interaction because it was based on fucking you shit on my life's work, bitch.
Yep.
And she just conveniently used the little racist hammer because she had it. Oh, here's something I can hit you with. Racist.
You got it.
I fucking hate that shit, man. I fucking hate that shit. Why do we give these people the fucking racist hammer? Why do we give them the racist hammer? Why is Robin DiAngelo, who was in school until she was fucking 30, not smart enough to realize
with a black person until she's 30.
Right, not smart enough to realize that that's fucking human nature. It's not fucking racism, okay?
Yep.
Oh,
exactly
my God. Oh my God. Please tell me she understands this. Please tell me she explains the scenario beyond the obvious here.
Well, let's just say you're going to be prepared to be disappointed.
Oh my God. Come on, dude. Come on.
Justify my intelligence to white people. Own that, apologized, asked, is there anything else that...
Can I get on my hands and knees and kiss your butthole for you?
So But you totally nailed it. This is the truth about this interaction. Okay, she's talking to this woman. Okay, Robin is being a dick, or maybe the survey sucked. Who knows? Whatever. She doesn't take the survey seriously, and she just wants to like talk to this person for whatever reason. So this person is instantly put off.
Totally.
Because they're like, well, I worked hard in this survey.
Fucking
for
triggered.
ego reasons, right? They're totally triggered for ego reasons, even if they're justified. It's for ego reasons, right? They're like, I worked hard on this, and this person is just throwing in the trash can, doesn't give a shit about it. Okay, that's why they didn't like the hair joke. It wasn't because she was a white person, because they just literally pissed her off the moment before she told the hair joke. Okay.
You know how this situation is different. If she comes in and says, "Oh my God, this is the best fucking survey I've ever seen. Whoever made this survey is a goddamn motherfucking genius. This is Albert Einstein level fucking survey."
This is like as Jesus came down from the heavens and created a survey. It would be this survey. Okay?
By the end of this meeting, she's fucking openly dropping the N-word. Like they're calling each other bro. They're fucking singing Puff Daddy songs together. Okay? Fucking human nature, not racism.
I know. It's so funny. It's so funny that her example was like the clearest indication of this. She's too blind.
Oh my God.
Too sucked up in trying to recognize her tiny little pattern to see what's going on here.
Dude, this might be the dumbest person in the world on the fucking New York Times best-selling list. Like this is what it's all fucking politics, dude. It's such nonsense. It's such nonsense. Oh my God.
That needs to be said or heard that we might move forward. And she said, yeah, if we're going to work together, I'm sure you're going to run your racism at me again. And so the next time you do, would you like your feedback publicly or privately?
Oh my God. Oh my God. We got some internet gold here today, guys. We got some real internet gold.
How could you work with someone like that says, I know we're going to be working together, so you're going to run your racism at me. So the next time that you do, would you like me to call you out for being a racist publicly or privately?
Yeah. You know what any normal person is doing? I'm going to get this bitch fired as soon as I can. Like, what the fuck?
They say, fuck you.
Yeah, exactly.
Fuck you. I'm not going to work with this person. Jesus Christ.
How do we get rid of this person? How do we get this person out of our employment? This person's a lawsuit waiting to happen.
Yep. 100%.
Yeah. Oh my God.
Interesting.
Well, I love her for that. I said publicly, in my case, please. It's really important that other white people see that I'm not free of this, but it gives me.
See, she's like the anti-racist Jesus, Adam. Just tell me how I'm being problematic publicly. Throw me up on that cross. Whip me. Stick your spear of racism into me. Show me. Make me a sign for the rest of the white community to show them. Throw your racial sins upon me. Robin DiAngelo, the racist Jesus.
I guarantee you she never was in the same room with this woman again. That's like I'm gonna go out on a limb here, man. There's no way that she was in the same. She's like, of course, persecute me. Okay, I'm never talking to that bitch again.
Turned out that she married that woman, Adam.
Oh my God, you're too funny. You're too funny. It's a twist.
What the twist?
An opportunity to model non-defensiveness.
You said you don't want white people to feel guilty, which is exactly what I think some people listening to our conversation will feel, and will think that you want to.
No.
So why
We're
do you
both
say
pausing at the same time? Ooh, on the nose, on the nose, on the nose. I mean, she's doing it for clickbait. This is clickbait. Like, are you kidding me? This whole book is clickbait.
Right. 100%.
Yeah.
I don't want white people to feel guilty.
Well, because you didn't choose your socialization. You didn't choose your conditioning. You were born into a society that set you up in these ways. You don't need to feel guilty.
So I guess, I mean, then I guess we don't have to feel bad about racists either. Because, I mean, they're just a product of their environment, right? Come on.
Well, see, I retweeted I'm trying to remember who, someone said something genius. Okay. Fucking genius on Twitter. Let me see if I can pull up really
on
quick.
Twitter. No one ever.
I know,
on.
no one
Genius.
ever says anything. Genius.
Just navigate to my timeline. It's full of
Scott and Scott Adams dismissed it. He was being really fucking stupid. Okay. Being really fucking stupid and dismissed this because he's like
40% of the reason I'm wearing this hat is to just piss off Scott Adams. He blocked Tim Pool. Come on. Tim Pool's a saint.
Oh my God, where is it?
Where's this tweet that pissed off Scott Adams? You had me at Genius, and now it pisses off Scott Adams
Wait a
too.
minute, I'm gonna find it. I should be on my timeline. I don't know what this is.
What was the title that you titled the stream that got it shadow ban?
White people are babies.
White people are babies, huh?
It's either white people are babies or white people are stupid babies.
You can't say white people. Well, I guess technically that should be.
It wasn't even that egregious. I know.
White people are stupid. You're surprised that YouTube isn't like promoting that.
Exactly.
That would be in the algorithm.
Right. They should. Yeah. That's why, because when I was typing the title, I was thinking like,
white people are racist and lame.
Yeah. I was thinking like, well, I'm insulting white people. So I assume,
you got to
run
gonna
be a good title.
You got to run it by Susan before you can. You got to make sure she's in the loop on things like this.
Oh, okay. I found it. I don't know why I couldn't find it. Okay. So Paul Vanderklay, your friend, Paul Vanderklay.
Oh, yeah. I love Paul.
Had a great thread about systemic racism.
He did.
Okay. He was addressing Scott Adams' claims about systemic racism. And Scott Adams very stupidly and very dumb and dismissively said, one of my rules of thumb is that anything that can't be explained with normal words is bullshit.
Yeah.
Okay.
So quantum mechanics, fucking gone. Total bullshit.
So I think what happened was Scott Adams assumed Paul Vanderklay was disagreeing with Scott Adams, which he really wasn't.
No.
Okay. He got triggered because Paul Vanderklay said that Scott Adams was engaging in a hypnotist trick, and then that triggered Scott Adams.
Oh, yeah, totally.
Oh my God. So what Paul Vanderklay said that was fucking genius, that he said, is that racism has three common senses, okay? The first is that it's defined by motivation, right? So it's motivational racism. The second is it's defined by belief, so it's propositional racism. And the third is it's defined by consequences, consequential racism, okay?
Yeah.
And that's important because that's the one, right, outcomes. That's the one that Robin DiAngelo and all the woke crowd is focused on. They're all focused entirely on the consequences of racism, okay? You can't because they can't find the motivational racism. They just look at the consequences, the outcome.
Right.
So Paul Vanderklay says the most genius thing ever, which is the big trick done by critical race theory, is to see consequential racism and accuse systems of motivational racism.
Yeah, totally.
Okay.
Yeah.
And this is the dishonest trick that goes on with the conversation about racism today. They look at the outcomes and they say, the black community is more poor than the white community on average. So instead of looking at the system, then they suddenly switch out the definitions in the terms racism, and they start attributing intentional motivation to that, okay, to the outcome. So Paul Vanderklay completely, geniusly identifies this switcheroo.
And poor Scott Adams can't even acknowledge it when he's been asking for weeks now about systemic racism.
Right.
Like, I would actually like to hear Scott Adams' opinion on this because it seems pretty brilliant, pretty articulate.
I know it is brilliant, and it's too bad that he got so triggered by being accused of a hypnotist trick that he instantly.
Well, no, so I don't think Scott Adams is making that. I think the Robin DiAngelos of the world are the ones that are making that because they want, in order for the white fragility thing to work, they want to assign guilt to white people. And in order to assign guilt, intent is part of guilt. Like, we classify, accidental killing of someone differently than premeditated murder of somebody for a reason. There's intent. So, yeah, huge difference. No one's driving the fucking ship here. Like, if there is racially biased outcomes, which there are, like, you can't assign motivation to a system.
No. So Cine, who I read Streamlabs earlier, sent me the picture. I sent it to you.
Oh, okay, good, cool. I'll bring it up.
If you want to bring.
Is it the penis one I saw?
Penis one.
Oh yeah. Okay. Oh yeah, this is good. Holy cow, banging.
What penis one? I don't even know what you're talking about.
Somebody I saw in my mentions some like penis drawing
of me.
I didn't know. It's just like of me. Someone drew me.
I don't know because what's what we're talking about. That's what we're talking about.
It was just a dick.
Oh, why? Okay, I don't know. Adam has a very strange mind. Sometimes he just
very
goes
strange mind.
Places that you're like, what are you talking about? Anyway,
this is banging. Oh my god!
Isn't that
Sitch?
Look at that sexy. Is it up? Can everyone see?
My jeans are getting tight. Oh my god!
Sexy lady Sitch. This was done by Cine.
I'll bring it up. Read the next super chat. Oh, are we? You're not. You didn't read.
I'm not reading super chats.
Okay, yeah. I was like, the thing isn't up. Holy shit! Go ahead. Play the video.
You know that, and you're not doing anything about it.
What about?
Go ahead.
The people who voted for Obama, and then voted for Trump.
I think that Obama was symbolic. I think what Obama did was allow us to feel really good about ourselves under very narrow terms, right? If the word racism ever came out of his mouth, I don't know what would have happened, right? He had to be the perfect black man, right? The safe black.
Obama talked about racism. What's he talking about? What's he talking about?
She's just making shit up, dude. She's winging it. She's been winging it her whole career.
Black man. He's also brilliant and clear and
articulate.
She's trying to say every word.
Say articulate. Say articulate.
He's
Do
like,
it.
I had to think.
I dare you. I double dog dare you.
Articulate possible without saying
double dog dare you. I double dog dare you. Say
so
articulate.
Funny.
Say articulate, bitch. I dare you.
So
I fucking dare you. Racist.
Educated, and so they're also at the same.
Educated. Well, that sounded racist.
That's a dog whistle.
I know. Look at that. Got her on TV. Got her. Look, is that an okay hand sign she's making there? It looks vaguely.
Oh my God, Adam, you've cracked the code.
I did. We found the secret white supremacist, guys.
This is all a false flag operation.
It is. This is a troll. She's the one that came up with the "it's okay to be white" sign.
I believe it.
Same time that allows me to feel good about myself. There's also a little bit of challenge there in how powerful a black man he is, right? And I would ask.
Look at the look on her face. She's like, "Oh my God, this is the hardest tight wire that I've ever had to walk in my entire life. I am so scared right now. I just called him a powerful black man." All right, I got the thing. I'll bring it up. Here it is, everybody. Are you ready? Drum roll, please. Ba-boom. Oh, my God. Sitch. I can't wait. This should be in my coloring book. Oh, holy cow.
Ooh.
Look at those curves. That's thick. That's exactly like how Sitch likes them.
Yep. There you go. Got them thick thighs and everything.
Look at that. Holy cow. Sitch.
Really makes you question your sexuality.
Well, not me, but maybe you.
Adam's gonna be whacking it tonight. He's gonna be like, Sitch, give me some ASMR.
I love the fact that Sexy Sitch has a TDS card.
It's the one thing I didn't like.
Playing the TDS card.
Really didn't like the TDS card.
Really? Are you getting sensitive about your TDS? Your mild case of TDS?
So saying someone has TDS is the same as Robin and DiAngelo is doing, where she's saying, "Well, you just have white fragility." That's what it is. You're dismissing someone's opinion with a catchy term without actually addressing their point.
With you, I would make that argument, but I honestly, there are people who legitimately have TDS, and
I'm not
feel
denying
sorry
the
for
concept of TDS. Obviously, lots of
people. Sofane has TDS. Are you kidding?
Sofane has TDS. Sam Harris has TDS. Yeah. Bill Maher has TDS. Okay,
and it's crazy.
I don't disagree with the concept. I'm just saying you can't throw the term out instantly. Someone says something, it's like, "Oh, you're so tedious."
Yeah, totally. You're
bad.
evaluating Trump at a deeper level than Sam Harris,
Of course.
which is kind of crazy to think about.
Right.
Neuroscience.
I don't think fucking one species still on Twitter is like, is it time, Sitch? Is it time to admit that Trump is going to enable a fascist takeover of America? And I'm like, what are you fucking talking about? Okay. What is happening? Like, I can sit here and criticize Trump for wanting to make it illegal to burn the flag because I think it's fucking crazy, right? And it's completely against the First Amendment.
God bless America.
We'll get to that later in the stream. I can criticize Trump's position on that without thinking that that means that he wants to have a fascist takeover of the fucking country. Like, that's TDS. When you take that to the level that one species is taking it to.
Yeah.
Going insane. Okay.
TDS is irrational, fear of Trump, like completely unrelated to anything. Like the TDS people don't realize that he's making a joke. Like he was the thing in the speech where he talked about doing less testing was a joke. Like,
well, we'll talk about that.
Oh no, your TDS is getting worse.
But anyway, you know what is not irrational? That sexy Sitch. Look at that sexy Sitch.
Look, when do we get her colored? I want her colored on a PNG. What's going on? How come Sitch is like a full-on woman now? I've changed my position, guys. Trans women are women.
There you go. See, but this is what's so funny about the whole SJW feminist bullshit. They don't understand. They're like, oh, guys hate women. It's like, no. Guys love attractive women. That's not.
Oh, they do. Yeah.
And not even just guys. Women love attractive women. Okay. As long as you don't view them as like a competition or something. Everyone loves hot chicks.
Yeah.
At least, especially hot drawings, because a drawing doesn't threaten you, right? It's a fictional character. It's not real.
Totally.
So, anyways, let's.
Continue.
You can take off the sexy Sitch.
No, I'm leaving her with your other Sitches.
You're leaving it on? Okay,
Yeah.
There we go.
Any white person who voted for Obama and sees that as kind of their evidence that they're free of racism to ask themselves, how did it change your life on the ground? How did Obama's presidency change the live experience for black people in this country day in and day out?
Obama threw him under the bus. It sucked.
There you go. Obama didn't solve racism, so he's a bad black person, apparently.
Obama made a great point, though. When he was running for president, he said he probably couldn't make a lot of change in the system, but he could solve the role model issue. He could show other black people that it was possible for them to be president. And that would happen on day one, just the fact that he got elected, which I think is huge because, like I said, I've said many times before, people look for successful people and we do it unconsciously. We model ourselves after people who are the same race as us, a little bit older than us, because we have this in our psychology, this ratcheting up thing where if we actually try to mimic the old guy who is super successful, there's many steps that are between here and there. So we look for exemplars that are a bit older than us, the same race and the same gender. Like, it's completely unconscious. So Obama did solve that for some people. Some young people can say, now I can be president. Robin DiAngelo wants to tell you, no, you can't be president. Obama was special. Like, fuck, nothing's changed. What are you thinking? Come on. Like, literally, her whole career is trying to take that away from Obama. How fucking evil is that?
It's pretty bad.
I don't think that it did. It was important symbolically.
Oh, symbolically. So listen to this. It's symbolically.
Symbolically.
Yeah. Really, Robin DiAngelo's pitch is exactly what I was saying. She's like, it was just a fluke. You still can't be president. What the fuck are you thinking you can be president? You're black, for heaven's sakes. What are you thinking?
I mean, technically, Obama was only half black, so,
I know. I'm waiting for her to pull that out. We're
counting the DNA here.
Oh, my God. It's so bad. Bad liberal.
So backwards,
bad liberal.
But mass incarceration, school to prison pipeline, these things have not diminished, right? In many ways, they've increased.
Do you see Trump as a reaction to Obama? And if so, why?
I see Trump as a reaction to Obama because Trump gave permission to the resentment that was roiling under the surface.
Resentment of what?
Of Black advancement, of Black
Oh
upbringing.
my God. I know. Oh, yeah. We're all sitting here. Oh, totally.
Okay. I've heard this argument so many times. And it's so fucking stupid.
We have so much, all this resentment. Don't
Right.
you see Sitch and I are filled, all the resentment we have.
Filled with resentment of the black man.
I know. We
society.
want to see people suffer. We want to see people suffer, man. We don't, it's so resentful. Oh, man.
But this is what's so disgusting, because you can make, there was lots of resentment. Okay. That's what Trump did win on, resentment, but not on what she's talking about. It was resentment towards the system seeming to be inherently broken and corrupt.
Totally.
And not helping the average person. And also you throw in the resentment towards all the woke shit. And the woke shit isn't just fucking race stuff. It's sex stuff. It's everything. It's, if you said anything 10 years ago, that's if you made an off-color joke 10 years ago, it's going to be considered racist now. Okay.
The resentment that you can't speak your fucking mind. How fucking, that's where the resentment is. Right.
You can't tweet out a study by a black person without being fired from your job. Okay. You can't, like, fucking one of the other videos that we maybe will watch at some point, I don't know, that I suggested we watch today was what's the Daily Show guy? I'm blanking on his name.
Daily Show, Colin Farrell.
Oh my God.
Anyway, moving on.
Whatever. The Daily Show guy, whose name is totally escaping me. Trevor Noah.
There you go.
Trevor Noah is talking about Rayshard Brooks, who was the guy
that
was,
my God.
Shot in the Wendy's parking lot. And listening to the fucking mental gymnastics that he's going through, to be like, who cares if this guy was breaking the law and endangering people's lives by driving drunk? You shouldn't get arrested for that. They should just call him an Uber. It didn't have to, like, it's just nothing but like the most disgusting mental gymnastics. Like, this fucking guy was driving drunk and was getting arrested for it. Like anyone else, like anyone fucking else that had nothing to do with the color of his skin. Okay.
Totally.
Like anyone else in the fucking world. Okay.
Totally.
And then he literally attacks two cops for a long time. It's not like he punches them once and runs away. They're trying to cuff him. He throws them on the ground and punches one in the face, steals the taser, and fires at a cop. And it's like, these people are like, oh, we have to make every fucking excuse possible for this because there's some sort of bizarre racial dynamic. And it's just so disgusting to me. There was a video.
It is disgusting.
That I think Nuance Bro tweeted out or retweeted, and it showed a very similar situation. It showed two cops pull over some guy on the side of the road, and I think they're giving him a drunk driving thing, and he's drunk, and they go to arrest him, and he's totally like calm and fine up to that point, and then they go to arrest him, exact same thing. He freaks out. They're trying to like hold him down. He manages to throw them off of him. They tase him. It's not effective. And the guy throws both the cops on the ground, and he makes it back to his car, where he pulls out a gun and he shoots the cops.
Yep.
Okay. And so like, this is what like the reality of the situation is. This is why when you start resisting, cops freak the fuck out, because they don't know if you have a gun on you. They don't know if you have a gun near you. They don't know how this situation is going to play out. So we have the perfect like not the perfect justification, but like the perfect storm of like, wow, this person did everything possibly wrong when interacting with police officers and was justified in being shot, I would argue. And yet still, and you can make the argument like, yeah, it's sad that this happened. It is sad that it happened. Okay. But still, the fucking mental gymnastics that Trevor Noah and all these other assholes on the left have to go through to justify this shit. It's like, this has nothing to do with the Floyd case. That was a completely different situation. But
they lose all credibility when they go here too, because it's just fucking ridiculous. It's totally ridiculous. The guy also, like, they want to keep talking about how fucking nice he was and shit. The dude's on fucking parole. Of course he's gonna be fucking nice. Like, he wants to do everything he can to get off without a warning, because as soon as they fucking run this guy, they're gonna realize, like, he's in violation of his parole. He's gonna go back to fucking jail. And that's the scary thing, is because these people who are going back to jail, like, they have nothing to lose. That's the cops' biggest fear. I saw there was another video. There's this guy that does videos. He's like I don't know if he's an ex-police officer or he's a current police officer, but he breaks a lot of this shit down. And he was talking about another situation where a guy ran from the cops, threw a fucking rock, hit the cop in the head, and knocked him out, went over, took his gun, and executed him.
Right.
A fucking rock. Like,
or you don't know, like, the guy's running away. You're like, is he going to run on foot? Is he going to try to steal someone's car? Like, you don't, like, and again, he didn't just run away, okay? He ran away and then fired a weapon back at the cop. Like, this is so fucking stupid.
Yeah,
that people are defending this shit or getting so worked up about this.
Not only are they defending it, they fucking charged the cop that shot him with murder. With
yes.
That's fucking crazy. Like, a charge that's like they were saying it's a death sentence in Georgia. Like, that's nuts.
And I don't know if you saw the press conference where the district attorney was talking about the charges and everything. It's so disgusting because it's so corrupt. This is a guy who's like up for re-election soon, and you're like, this is all bullshit. All the charges he's throwing at the cop, all the accusations, it's all just to save his own job. It's all just to win an election. He's willing to sacrifice a law-abiding, not like a cop who I think acted totally fine. He's willing to sacrifice this guy's life just to help himself get reelected.
This is the shit that bugs me about the Robin DiAngelo shit. Like, she's literally sacrificing the lives of blacks and minorities for this fucking nonsense. Right. Like, I'm with Scott Adams. It's child abuse what she's doing. It's ridiculous.
Right.
And to make money on top of that is oh God, evil beyond evil.
Use a Jim Crow analogy. You will step off the curb when I come down it. You will not look me in the eye. His racism analogy.
What?
You will step off the analogy. You will step off the curb when I come down it. You will not look me in the eye. His racism is explicit and undeniable, and that wasn't a deterrent. I think white people have to look really hard at. Why was that not?
We were going on and on. Maybe we should back it up a little more. I don't know what our final.
It said there's an extended version of this. Wait a minute.
Well, we missed it already. I want to go to the Daily Show thing. Not the Daily Show. The
Jimmy Fallon one?
Yeah, come on.
Okay,
everyone's talking about it on Twitter. We got to get to it. Get to it.
So the thing, I mean, the only thing that's interesting about the Jimmy Fallon one,
Dr. Robin DiAngelo,
is that it's very, like, Jimmy Fallon just looks like he's in like a hostage situation. This whole interview.
Of course he is.
Right.
Of course he is. Come on. Nobody wants to. No, why? Oh my God. He's like, oh my God, do I have white fragility? Am I going to be canceled? Oh shit. What's going on here?
Thank you so much for doing the Tonight Show. I really appreciate it. I know how busy you are and everyone wants to talk to you right now. So this means a lot to me.
Why is the audio quality for the Tonight Show so awful?
Well, I don't know. According to our audience, our audio is awful.
How dare they?
I know. I even messed around with my gain. I tried to fix it, but
we're not the Tonight Show. Okay, we have an excuse. We're just a couple of schmucks on the internet.
Yeah, exactly. Right? We're schmucks on the internet.
This is the Tonight Show. Why does it sound like Jimmy is being mic'd from across the room?
I mean, I'm the dumb one, and I say I got 10 IQ points on Robin DiAngelo. I'm willing to go. I'm willing to go full test here. I'm willing to pull out the IQ exam.
Like, I could believe that Jimmy Fallon right now has been kidnapped by like terrorists and he's in a cave, and like the backdrop is like the only part of the cave that's not a cave. They just like shove him in front of like this little box.
You see this big fuzzy dice here in the background? We're gonna roll this, and if it comes up boxcars, it's your life, Fallon.
Thank you.
And thank you so much for having me.
Your book, White Fragility, why it's so hard for white people to talk about racism. This came out in 2018.
Yes.
And it's been on the bestseller list ever since then.
It has, yes.
Yes, it's a good thing I have an endless supply of white simps to buy my book, and also organizations who want to inflate the numbers and buy my book and distribute it to people and say, "This is how you not be a racist."
Yeah.
You know, actually, I think about it. If she like gives these anti-racist seminars and is hired to like by companies to teach people not to be racist, I bet part of that is like they buy like just thousands of copies of her book and they just distribute it.
They shit can those.
Yeah. People go, "Oh, thank you," and they just immediately throw it in the trash can.
Exactly.
But no, it's okay. It's a New York Times bestseller. It's okay. New York Times bestseller.
And right now it is #1 on all the lists I looked at, and it's also from what I read, it's sold out everywhere as well.
An unfortunate time for it to be sold out, but yes.
Yeah.
That's been out of print for 2 years.
See, but I love this. It's like not only is it on the New York Times bestselling list, it's #1, okay, right now because of the protests and stuff. It's like,
bring that list up, man. I swear to God, I think Height's book is on that list.
Mm-hmm.
Seems like last time I looked, it was on there.
Well, I'm saying like this is the whole. Well, I don't know why you're so focused on this. It's just kids on college campuses.
Oh, totally.
It's like, oh, really? We have this fucking racist bullshit is like #1 supposedly, and
it's only kids on college campuses and every editor at the New York Times.
So let's see. New York Times bestseller says combined print and ebook nonfiction. #1, White Fragility by Robin DiAngelo.
Painful.
#2, So You Want to Talk About Race.
Oh my God. The New York Times is like, get me those race books.
You know, it's funny. That book is written by a woman whose name I don't even know how to pronounce, but she's black. So it's like,
oh my God.
Like, look at this white woman taking the #1 slot away from a black woman to talk about racism. Classic.
Did I not call it? Did I not call it? I totally called it, man.
Classic. Look at Robin. If you really cared about racism, you would ask the New York Times to take your book off the bestseller list.
Yeah,
so that
totally.
you know you're not taking away this space from black individuals.
Okay? Right. Why is a white woman's lived experience so much more important than a black woman's lived experience?
Right.
That you should be dominating that #1 spot. I don't know. Seems racist to me.
The #3 book, How to Be Anti-Racist.
You're kidding me. Oh my God.
I'm not kidding you.
When I brought this up, I didn't know that it would be this fucking painful.
Do you want? I'll send you a screenshot if you want.
No, keep going.
Wait, I want to type in this guy's name. I'm assuming that this guy's also racist. Okay.
Is it another anti-racist?
His name is Ilbram Kendi. I think that's how you pronounce it. Ilbram Kendi, another black guy from Jamaica. Again, his book on racism is superseded by a white woman.
#3, huh?
#4, stamped from the beginning, another book about racism by the same guy, Ilbram X. Kendi.
Oh, well, at least he's on the thing twice.
Right, he's on it twice. #5 book, Countdown 1945 by Chris Wallace and Mitch Weiss, about the leading up to the attack on Hiroshima.
Oh, interesting. Oh.
So there you go. You got Chris Wallace, works for Fox News, known racist, supposedly. So I guess that balances it out, right?
Sure. Supposedly.
There you go. I'm just joking, by the way.
Is Height anywhere on the list?
Oh my God. #6. Why are all the black kids sitting together in the cafeteria?
Oh my God.
They're
planning a bank robbery. Of course they have to sit together.
Oh my God, you horrible racist.
Joke. That was a joke. I know there are people who can't tell what humor is. Come on.
#7 on the list, The New Jim Crow.
Oh my God.
Okay, so if you're keeping score, so far,
Oh my God.
6 of the top 7 books on the New York Times bestseller list all about racism.
So Jonathan Haidt probably just got kicked off the list. Like a lot of times you're on the list for years and years and years unless someone comes out with a good book. Or like there's an anti-racist movement that knocks everyone off the list. Like
so okay, number 8, Just Mercy. Not about racism, a book about freeing innocent condemned people to death from prison. Okay, so there you go.
Nice.
We have one more book, not about racism. Number 9, Me and the White Supremacy.
What?
Ways to understand and possibly counteract white privilege.
Okay.
Number 10, The Color of Law. Another book about systemic racism.
This is crazy. This is crazy.
Number 11, Between the World and Me by Ta-Nehisi Coates. Another book about racism.
Wow. Wow. This is a new religion, man. This is totally the new religion.
So it only has the top 15 listed that I see.
Right.
Okay. And after that, so we have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9 books, maybe 10 if you include Trevor Noah's book is number 15. It's his memoir about growing up biracial in apartheid South Africa. Okay. So we have 9 to 10 books out of the top 15 books on the New York Times bestseller list are all about racism. But white people just don't care about racism, Adam. This is just an unknown issue that no one's talking about. Robin DiAngelo, whose crazy fucking ideas about racism, number 1 on the New York Times bestseller, but no one's ever heard of her ideas, Adam. She's just a poor, disenfranchised white woman who just needs to educate the world.
Yeah. Oh my God.
The dumbest shit ever.
Oh, it's funny that the stamped from the beginning is actually oh my God. It's
What?
it's like the movie poster for Gummo. Have you seen that movie?
No, I don't even know what you're talking about.
You haven't seen Gummo? Oh God.
No.
You got to see Gummo. Come on. There's all these great movies you've never seen.
Gummo.
Gummo,
Adam.
Yeah, Gummo is hilarious. Yeah, Gummo's a hilarious movie. You got to check it out. All right, back to this insanity.
Navigate the ruins of a tiny tornado-ravaged town in Ohio that's populated by the deformed, disturbed, and perverted.
Xeno, Ohio.
This is the movie that Adam wants me to watch. A town populated by deformed, disturbed, and perverted people.
There's this guy who like pimps out his like Down syndrome sister. It's fucking messed up. Totally
Jesus
messed
Christ.
Up.
I think I'm gonna pass on this one.
That's
Here's
only one
I
scene.
got it
It's
on,
like
Kindle.
Hold on.
Okay.
Hold on. I don't want you to think the whole movie revolves around that. I'm not a fucking
I'm not
pervert.
gonna watch this movie. It's too late. I'm done. I'm done with Gummo.
It's just like slice of life type stuff. So that's like 1/50th of the movie.
You know what I've been reading? I've been reading Tower of God. Good anime. Good manga. Check it out.
Sounds great. I love me some anime manga.
Yeah, I sure do.
Did you watch Parasite?
No.
Oh, it's
the movie or the anime?
The anime.
No.
Come on. We're anime bros now.
Oh, okay.
Well, I saw the movie. I saw the movie too, so.
Yeah, but they're not related, right? They're completely related to each other.
Well, they have the same name, so.
Yeah, that's what I meant.
DiAngelo,
I don't know if you saw this.
On?
It went viral online. A flight attendant was greeting people on her plane, and some gentleman came on and he was reading your book. It opened up a whole conversation.
Yeah, I mean, glad you brought that.
Oh, look, I'm one of the good ones. Like is basically what it says.
I'm reading it in public. I'm showing the world that I'm a good white liberal. Yes.
Next time I fly, I'm gonna get a hard copy of The Bell Curve so I can get on the book and read that.
Oh, you know what you should do? You should buy White Fragility and then buy the Bell Curve, and you put the jacket of the Bell Curve over White Fragility.
Oh my God, that's so good.
And then you start reading it, and then when
That's
someone
so
calls
good.
you
Oh,
out
you're
for
reading.
It, you go, sucker! And you rip the cover off, and it's really White Fragility.
I like the way you are a supervillain, dude. That's fucking
There
great.
you
Are you kidding?
You go, I got you, motherfucker. The fact that you even know what the Bell Curve is proves that you're the real racist.
So wait a second here. I'm thinking that I'm going to be reading the Bell Curve, but with the White Fragility jacket on. You're thinking the opposite. You're thinking that.
The
I'm
opposite.
I gotcha. I was thinking that I'd be reading White Fragility, and someone would say, "Oh, look, you're reading that book," and I'm like, "No, it's the Bell Curve."
You could do it either way.
Psych.
You can do it either way. It'd be funny either way.
Because it actually illustrates several really important points about this. I mean, on the one hand,
that people are buying my book. That's the most important point of all.
Yeah, I'm getting rich, bitch.
Getting rich, motherfucker.
The story was special because a Black woman and a white man had engaged conversation. He talked to her with humility and openness.
Oh my God. A white man and a Black woman talked.
You know,
what the fuck? I saw that on The Apprentice. I told you. Trump hired the bitch. What are you talking about?
I've never been able to have a conversation with a Black woman, a real, open, honest conversation with humility and feelings. I've never been able to have that. But now that I can hold up the White Fragility book, and it gives me a superpower to be able to have these magic conversations with Black women, I'm so looking forward to this.
Have you seen like vampire movies where they hold up the cross or a Bible or something and it burns? Like, that's what White Fragility is. It's like, here is, SJW, burn. You can save yourself. I might need to get a copy of this book just for. I think
you should get a copy and just hold it and walk around.
Oh yeah,
just walk around. Oh, I wonder. See if guys, if you're worried about like getting like attacked in a protest, just buy a copy of this book and just walk around with it. Just
you
like a
see
shield.
That. It's sad, but you actually see that in Los Angeles. They're all these boarded up businesses that have like Black Lives Matter stickers on the boards, and I'm thinking, oh my God.
Oh my God! What you should do is you should print. You get the big wooden boards that cover your window and your door, and you nail it on, and you print the cover of White Fragility on the board, so they know. Just so the white kids who want to burn, the white Antifa kids who want to destroy your store know that you're one of the good ones like them.
Let's make White Fragility bumper stickers and see how well they sell. We'll put them in the lobby at the Prius dealership. It'll be great.
I like it.
That was exceptional. But let's just notice that would be exceptional. You know, there's a question I often ask.
Doesn't he look dead inside?
He does, because he's like, listen, lady, I've been working with Black people since I started Saturday Night Live fucking 40 years ago.
He looks so tired. He looks like he just wants to die. Like, what's happening in this? He's just like, oh,
I know.
So old. Has his eyes always been so far apart? Like, is this the first time I've ever noticed this? Like,
he does have the angled up eyes.
When I'm in front of a mixed race group, and I ask the Black people in the room a kind of rhetorical question. How often have you attempted to give a white person feedback on their inevitable and often unaware racist assumptions or behaviors, and had that go well for you?
Never is the answer to that. Nobody wants to hear that nobody wants to hear that shit, dude.
How often have you had a conversation with someone where you accuse them of being a Nazi?
Yeah, exactly.
And it's gone well.
Like, can you imagine, like, you have a Black friend over, like, there's Black writers all the time at Deadline Junkies. Can you imagine if I decide to have a conversation with them about, like, I'm so glad that you didn't turn to crime. I'm so glad that that you decided to become a writer and not, become a criminal.
I know.
It's so nice that you could escape your culture of criminality. I feel good for you.
Well, no, see, this is even worse. Because she's saying, like, she wants them to be confronted on their racism. Right?
I know, but it's the same exact thing to think all Black people are like, are like swimming in criminality is the same thing to think all white people are fucking swimming in racism.
Right, right.
I guess she's making the argument that I don't know, like the person did something that was like potentially a microaggression. I don't know.
Yeah, they made some microaggression and then they get called out on it, and they're like,
Right.
this is why this is so bullshit. Okay, I want someone to ask Robin DiAngelo this question: is it possible for a black person or any minority to be offended by something and think a white person did something racist or said something racist, but be wrong, and it actually isn't racist? Is that even a possibility that can exist in our entire universe?
Well, she would say yes, but in reality, I don't like.
Well, I want her to give me an example.
Yeah, you want her to be on the record. See, this is the problem with this kind of thinking, because you're creating a bazillion false positives out there.
Right.
Like some guy has a bad day and he's like short with you, and all of a sudden it's racism. No, I'm going to be short with anyone.
Right.
Like, yeah, I'm fighting with my wife. Give me my fucking coffee. Like, it's not the color of your skin. It's I'm fucking in a bad mood.
Right.
Like that creates false positives all day, every day. Like all of a sudden it's like a bad day, you know, anywhere. You end up waiting too long and you assume, oh, it's because I'm black. Like, come on. You're just setting people up for failure. It's so sad.
It's very sad.
Never. Number two response, rarely. And I'll never forget asking a group, okay, so what if you could just give us feedback on our inevitable and often unaware racist assumptions and behaviors? And I'll never forget this black man raising his hand and saying, it would be revolutionary. And you know, just take that in. I just want all the white people to just take that in. Revolutionary, that we would receive the feedback with grace, reflect, and seek to change our behavior. That's how difficult we are.
Wow.
That's how
we
big
are. We are. I don't think anyone's going to respond positively to being accused of being a secret, unconscious, unknown racist.
Totally. Yeah. That's not going to go well. Well, so, she's making the case that like all white people are racist. Just that, like.
Right. So, Cindy sent me the colored version.
Oh, really? What is how did that happen? What the?
They're doing it during the stream.
Oh my God.
Do you see it? See some sexy colored.
No, play the video. I'll look it up.
Well, no, but before that, because we said we would plug Cindy's coloring book.
Oh yeah. Do it.
So at Cine_art_ has created a coloring book called Creepy Cuties, a Monster Girl coloring book.
Oh my God. DM.
That's right, guys.
DM the link so we can put the link in the chat. Yeah.
Put the link in the chat here. I'll put in the chat right now. And I'll send it to you, Adam.
There it is. Perfect.
Yeah.
You put it in the chat so I don't have to.
Yeah.
But anyway.
Did you guys ever say, hey, I like monster girls. I like hot monster girls. And I want to color them in. Then check out Creepy Cuties.
Yeah.
By Christopher Eisner, if that's how you say the name. Thank you, Christopher. Thank you at Cine_art_ for drawing a sexy sitch.
Oh my God.
And providing the world, you know what the world needs more of? Monster girls.
Yeah, with TDS.
Hot monster girls. And hot sitches, let's be real. We need more hot chick sitches and more hot monster girls. At Cine_art_ is doing a patriotic service.
Oh my God, he's making the world an amazing place.
You know who's not making the world a better place? Robin DiAngelo.
Yes.
She is just bringing strife and chaos and racism into our world. And this beautiful Christopher Eisner is bringing us joy and attractive monster girls.
She's trying to start the Civil War.
She is. She sure is.
We are.
Yeah.
But on the other hand,
how much better would it be if instead of having this generic green screen city background, she had just some hot monster girls dancing in the background?
Oh my God, it'd be incredible. It is Seattle though, where the Chaz is.
There you go. She's
Like
part of
they did go full lib. Can we say libtard anymore? Is that allowed?
Oh, I don't know.
And
I don't know if you
that's
guys
not
know
a very
what
tall
libtard
order.
is. It's a combination of the word liberal
And
and
retard.
retard. So
There you go.
you get extra points for that.
Really? That's a revolution? But we can't get there from the current paradigm that says only mean people who want to hurt others based on race ever could do so. So we just have to change what we understand it means to perpetrate racism.
Yeah.
Perpetrate. Oh my God, we're perps now.
Yeah, just even if you're not mean, even if you have no intentions of racism, you're still perpetrating racism by living in a society.
What if I accidentally punch a cop in his face, steal his taser, run away, shoot the taser at him? What if I just accidentally do that and it's not racism?
Yeah, I love the concept here that like so much of the conversation is like, oh, this super deep unconscious levels of like psyche that you have to access, and it's like, but the guy punching the cop in the face, maybe that should be addressed, right?
Yeah, didn't seem accidental to me.
No.
The term white fragility, did you coin that term? Did you come up with that, or is that it?
I did.
What does it mean for exactly?
The most evil
the
term in the
fragility
world. Was that your idea?
Is meant to capture how little it takes to cause white people to melt down.
All you gotta do is spit in their face. It's
Yeah.
real easy.
All you gotta do is whip your dick out and pee all over their face.
know, exactly.
That's all you gotta do. I don't look at him. I don't get this. I'll just be walking on the street, right? I'll kick someone in the shins, they fall over, and I'll just start peeing all over them, and they get mad at me. I don't get it.
Yeah.
Why are you getting mad just because I'm peeing on your face?
I wonder if you could call it like female fragility. You know, these women that like if you ask them out, like you've committed a hate crime. Like if you smile at them and it's unreciprocated, it's like a Me Too story.
There's all these stories of female fragility. Like I just talked to a woman and she's not addressing the data or the situation, and she's being too emotional and irrational.
Oh yeah.
And I just bring this up. I say you're giving into this feminine version of the world, and she just melts down and gets even angrier. And it's just female fragility right on display.
Yeah, women melt down really easily because they're super emotional.
Exact female fragility. Right? It's happening. It's happening. They need to address it.
Defensiveness and umbrage. I mean,
they get so defensive.
Look,
when a woman's on her period and you say you're just being irrational because you're on your period, she just gets so angry and defensive. I don't understand. I just don't understand.
Look, Jimmy Fallon's smiling. He knows the concept of female fragility. He knows what's
happening.
Make it so miserable for Black people to talk to us about what they're experiencing from us, then most of the
we make it so easy or we make it so hard on Black people to accuse us of racism. Yeah, yeah, we make it hard on them. Like, wouldn't you?
I know.
Come on.
Most of the time they just don't. It's not worth it. It tends to get worse, not better. Wow. And so in that way, white fragility is quite powerful, and it protects the racial status quo.
Could you help me in a way? I want to ask a question. Like, how does one say, how does a white person say that they're not racist?
Well, white people often.
Dude, fucking Jimmy Fallon is a killer. That's the best question.
Isn't that hilarious?
That's awesome. That's totally awesome. So in the white fragility like framework, saying that you're not racist is like an indicator that you are super fucking racist. So like Jimmy Fallon is just saying, it seems like there's a problem here that you can't really claim to not be racist. So how would you do that?
It's also, you can interpret like, he's like, you got to tell me how to say it right because I want to be not racist.
Yeah, exactly. What's do I have to do the secret handshake first?
Is there a handshake? Is there like a code phrase I could throw out? Like, how do I do this?
You read my book on the airplane and you don't say anything. You let the book do the talking for you.
Right. So let's see how she answers this question.
Say, I'm not racist. I know you have, I have done things in my life I recognize as racist today. I would not do them again. They were neither intentional or even conscious, and yet they wounded other people nonetheless. I think white people should remove that phrase from their vocabulary. I'm not racist. It's not, trust me, it's not convincing to Black people. As long as we define.
So I know we established that already. What's the thing that is convincing?
Yeah, Jimmy Fallon's like, so how do you say you're not racist? And she's like, well, you can't. That's the answer to the question. Like,
oh my God.
You can't. That's her answer to the question. It's hilarious.
You just have to live with it, Jimmy. You have to live with it. You have to live with it there in your heart.
Yep.
Racism as individual intentional acts of meanness, then I would agree with you that most white people are not racist.
He has like no clue what she's talking about. He's just like staring into the abyss of like misery.
I don't understand this too, because
dying inside.
Like they seem to be saying that having, like, putting up some facade of respect or niceties is not enough. That like you really have to feel it in your heart. And I'm sorry, like there are so many people that just bug the fucking shit out of me. Like it's everything. It takes everything inside of me to maintain the niceties. And I do it because I want it to be, you know, I want things to go nicely. You know, I want things to be comfortable for me and other people, right? But it's almost like, no, that's not good enough. Like you have to feel it in your heart. That seems like a big ask for most people.
It's a big ask.
Yeah, it is. What the hell? Not many people can attain that level of just joy about every single person that they interact with. Has this woman never met annoying people before?
You must feel the anti-racism in every heart and soul and cell of your being, Adam. It must vibrate out of you.
Yeah.
In every direction, every word, every breath you take, you must be woke.
Well, it kind of takes the onus off of a lot of people too who are just naturally assholes. Like you can't hate them because they're assholes because they're like some minority.
Well, you can't if they're white.
Well, there are a lot of white assholes. So little.
We have a little silver lining in that. Yeah.
Racist. But when I'm talking about the racism that I have, the racism that you have, it's the result of living in a society in which racism is the foundation. We all absorb it. We all absorb it. There's no way we can.
You want to question her on that? Like, what are you talking about? What is the foundation of racism that we currently live in? Explain that to me, lady.
This is how I equate this to being a religion and how them talking about God. Because, you know, a religious person would say, you know, God is the foundation of reality. Like
you gotta take it on faith.
Yeah. Yeah. You can't, like, reality is undiscernible without God.
Are you American, Adam? Yeah. Then you must be born in a racist society.
I know,
you just have to accept the racism in your heart and your soul.
Sorry, dude. I'm not like, I didn't grow up your religion. I'm not going to be your religion. You crazy. You fucking Scientology motherfucker.
Blasphemer. Expel the non-believer. Racist. Burn him.
I mean, this is so weird because it is like we're being taken over by Scientologists and everyone's just like, can you imagine if all of the woke companies came out and made you like change your profile picture to some Scientology thing? Like, and if you didn't, like, you were chastised.
You had to put Xenu on your avatar. Yeah.
Like, what the fuck? I just don't understand. People are so, I mean, it's funny because they've created this society and it's kind of a good thing that they're abusing because people should be ashamed to be racist. Like, that's a good thing. But then to turn little nonsense into you're a racist, like you're literally damaging something it took like generations to build.
Right.
It's so evil.
Right. No, that's a great point. Isn't the fact that the term racist is so toxic that people are so afraid of being labeled a racist? Isn't that like an indicative sign that society has progressed so much in terms of race issues?
Yeah. Yeah. It's a sign of success, and they will just want to come out and fucking shit all over that.
Yep.
They want to say, now that we've got you by the throat, let's just twist that knife a little more. Racist.
We could exempt ourselves from it. And so we need to change our question from if I'm racist, to which most white people will say no, to how have I been shaped by the forces of racism I was born into, and how is it manifesting in my...
How is that not God talk? I swear to God, just substitute God in for racism and all this makes perfect sense.
Yep.
I'm serious.
My life. It's a really different question.
Yeah.
But if I ask if, and the answer is no, what further action is required of me to challenge racism?
See,
Nothing.
that's the key here. This is exactly the key with the P plus P equals R shit. All of this theory is bullshit. Okay. It's all ends justify the mean stuff. It's all, I want to motivate white people to act a certain way.
Totally.
So
yes.
Therefore, I'm going to redefine all these terms to make people inherently racist, to force them to act in a way that I want.
Yeah. It's pushing progressive politics. It's like we have this baseball bat now called calling people racist, and we want people to be progressives. So let's use the baseball bat to make them act progressive.
Exactly.
It's very insidious.
But that's why they're so against science and STEM, because none of this shit is based off of data. It's all backwards. It's like the communist people. So they all have some utopia dream they see, and then they're going to work backwards to try to force people to agree with them.
It's not
working. I'm not racist. If I ask, how have I been shaped and what is it looking like in my life? Well, that sets me on a lifelong process. And I can just tell you, look around at the society, white people thinking we're not racist is not and has not ended racism. We have to change our paradigm. We can never be complacent.
So where can white people start?
I would say start with asking yourself this question. What does it mean to be white? Most white people can't answer that question. And if I can't hold what it means to be white, I cannot hold...
Oh my God, we're both pausing at the same time. And that's a bad thing? Come on.
I was going to say, that's a great thing.
It's a great thing. It's a totally great thing. Why do you want, like...
You know who answers the question?
Yeah, exactly. Yeah. Who has the fucking answer? Go ahead.
You know who has answered the question of what it means to be white?
Yeah, go ahead. Who is
White
it?
White nationalists have
fucking A. Exactly.
Richard Spencer can answer that question for you.
Why the fuck are you playing right into their hands, Robin DiAngelo?
I know.
You stupid fucking bat. Like, seriously. Seriously. You know who, when they finally ask that question that you're saying, this is the place to start. You know what when they Google that fucking answer for that question, you know where they end up? You dumb fucking bitch.
Oh my God. What an idiot.
I know. It's fucking crazy. And maybe this is what it is for me to be white.
See, this is why these people don't understand anything about psychology.
They don't
profess to, because they're like, we want white people to start thinking about their racial identity, but only in negative terms.
Yeah,
they don't want them to have any positive feelings about their racial identity. I'm like, what the fuck? Are you a moron? You can't do that. Okay, this is the whole point. This is why people just tried to get rid of racial identities.
Totally. Okay, totally.
That's the solution.
They came up with an identity that's like an American identity. You know, and if you want to talk about building an American identity that like embodies the history of the African Americans in this country, which is like horrible, like acknowledged, let's build that identity. But to fucking racialize the identity and try to basically start a second civil war over this shit is bonkers. It's fucking bonkers.
What it means not to be white. And I'm going to have no critical thinking on this topic, no skills to navigate this uncomfortable conversation and no emotional capacity to withstand how uncomfortable the conversation is.
But don't worry, if it gets too uncomfortable for you, there are people on the internet that will make you feel very comfortable about your white identity.
They're called the alt-right.
Yeah, exactly. Fucking Robin DiAngelo is the fucking alt-right pipeline.
Robin DiAngelo, alt-right pipeline confirmed.
Yeah, exactly.
And that means Black people can't be their authentic selves with us. Right? There are
if every person, if every school and every business had to go through Robin DiAngelo's quote anti-racism training, you would see a huge uptick.
Oh, totally.
White nationalists. Alt-right would explode.
Totally.
See, if the alt-right was smart, this is what they would do. They'd create this. They would make sure that this shit is taught in every.
Well, we already
school.
said she's like, the twist is that she's a fucking alt-right shill.
Yeah, maybe
like
she
it's
is.
making
Maybe
more sense.
Maybe she's the secret alt-righter.
Consequences to us not being able to answer that question. And if you start there, how has being white shaped my life? And
Jimmy is like, just let it end.
I know. He's falling asleep.
Let it end.
How is that manifesting in my life? That will set you on a lifelong path.
Dr. DiAngelo, thank you so much for taking the time to talk to me and being on.
I understood none of what you said.
He asked her like 2 questions and is like, okay, I'm done. This is garbage.
Totally.
Tonight show. I'd love to have you back. And I really appreciate us talking like this. Thank you so much.
I'd love to be back. Thank you.
What
God. So loud.
What just try like this whole being your authentic self, like where the fuck, like when you interact with other people in your, like obviously you want to be your authentic self with your wife, your romantic interest, your girlfriend or whatever, you know, your friends.
Yeah.
But there are plenty of places in life where you just can't be your fucking authentic self, okay? It's just not going to fly. You know, when you're working at the bar or at the restaurant or, you know, any job situation, I don't think you're not there. They're not there for your authentic self, okay?
How am I not myself, Adam?
It's so bizarre.
How am I not myself?
Our show is a rare thing because we kind of are building. I mean, we build our show around being our authentic selves. But you understand in normal like job situation, you've had a real job, I'm assuming.
Yeah.
Like you're not. It is amazing when people.
I'm not gonna go into my office shop and go, hey now, motherfuckers, let me tell you some edgy jokes about the Jews and racism and shit.
Yeah,
like,
totally.
Like,
oh my God. Can you imagine?
When I was talking about like interacting with people and like pushing boundaries, like, yeah, I'm doing that in a friend group situation. I'm not gonna go to like my employer.
Totally. Yeah, like, you get it. Obviously.
Let me tell you a fucking like edgy ass joke to your face. Like that's obviously.
There is no greater gift that you can give to your children than the ability to make a living simply by being themselves. That's a quote from the book Geek Love. I love that fucking quote. Like it's everyone's dream to earn a living by being their authentic selves. Not many people get to live up to that dream, okay? Because our authentic selves don't make money, that enough money that we can survive and have a family where we can be our authentic selves. So come on. We all understand this concept.
Right.
On stage, off stage, right?
On stage, off stage.
You've learned this, right?
Yes, of course.
Yeah.
I know how it goes.
So are we doing super chat? Should I put the super chat?
Put up the graphic.
Here it goes.
Bring me the graphic, Adam.
Hold on, I gotta go get it. It's in the other room. Here it is.
Stoner4311 for $5 says, "Hey Stitch, Stitch. Since you are Jewish, have you seen Hunters? And what is your opinion of the show? Jordan Peele worked on it, and you can tell." I haven't seen Hunters. That's that show where like, I don't know if it's supposed to take place in modern time or if it's supposed to. No, it takes place in 1997, where like there's a group of Nazi hunters and they're trying to like capture like secret Nazis. Yeah, I've never seen the show. I've had no desire to see the show. It seems very silly and lame. So I have no opinion on it besides that. I did watch Watchmen, and that was fucking terrible. Paper Relic for $5 says, Sitch, can you somehow think of why exclusive games aren't anti-consumer?
Exclusive games.
Like I'm assuming they mean exclusive to platforms, like only on PlayStation, only on Wii, or not, I Switch now, right?
Well, it's gotta be costly to develop a game for all different platforms. So,
well, I mean, and obviously, I mean, first of all, you have to understand it's just like something's anti-consumer doesn't necessarily mean it's bad, right? Like there's lots of anti-consumer things that, like the exclusivity, like it sucks because I don't have I haven't bought a video game system since the PlayStation 2. I don't think I probably ever will. So yeah, it sucks that I don't have a Switch. I don't really want to buy one.
PlayStation 2? Wow.
Yeah.
I have PlayStation 3. I don't even know if my PlayStation 2 works anymore. But there's like PlayStation 4 now.
There's like PlayStation 70 million now. But
no, there's not. There's only 4. Come on.
Well, you haven't seen the PlayStation 5 memes?
No, really? There's a PlayStation.
Okay, yeah.
Oh my god.
It's not out yet. It's coming out.
Boomer
but
Adam.
Anyway.
So I have to Boomer Adam me.
It's
I knew
true.
PlayStation 4 was the. Come on. I knew what was up.
Anyway. So anyway, yeah, no, I mean, it sucks. Someone who only plays games on PC, it definitely does suck. But I understand that. I mean, there would be no reason for them to make the video game systems. If they couldn't have exclusives, then the systems wouldn't exist, right? Like,
sure,
everyone would just play games on one system. Everyone would just play games on their computer. So I don't know. DiAngelo Collective 1 for $4.99 says, I bet the fight didn't happen the way he tells it. I bet Sitch challenged the bully to a Yu-Gi-Oh match and the bully rocked him, and that's why there's no face reveal.
Yeah, I believe that.
That's true.
I'm trying to imagine Sitch like kicking someone's ass.
That's true.
Like, I can't stop laughing.
Well, I did play Yu-Gi-Oh middle school, and some motherfucker, I didn't realize this until very much later. It was too late. Some motherfucker stole my Blue Eyes White Dragon from my Yu-Gi-Oh deck.
What?
In middle school.
What?
Isn't that terrible? Isn't that tragic? I had a special, it wasn't the normal one that you get in the starter deck. It was like a special one that came in like a tin. It looked so much cooler, and some motherfucker stole it. And I know who it was, but I didn't realize it till it was too late to do anything about it.
Are you still friends with him or no?
Fuck no.
Oh, yeah.
I was never friends with him in the first place. He was like an acquaintance. Anyway, Derek McMurkin for $4.99 says, Adam, you changed over the past 1 to 2 months. You disagree with Sitch much less and seem scared to take conservative positions. Doesn't seem genuine. I think Derek is living in a fantasy backwards realm where up is down and black is white, because I don't know what the fuck he's talking about. I guess he didn't watch last stream.
Yeah, last week I thought Sitch was going to start crying, and I had to like back it off a bit.
Oh, there you go. There you go. Because you were
everyone felt that moment.
Adam's gone.
Everyone
Adam's
felt
gone
that moment.
full TDS. Okay.
Everyone felt that moment. I felt a little bit like Robin
Everything
DiAngelo.
Trump does is genius and okay. It's fine for Trump to beat up an Australian reporter on live television. It's like it's going to show a positive message to America. That you just don't understand. Trump beating up someone for a photo op because he wants to get reelected is actually positive for America.
It wasn't that bad. Come on.
That was Adam's
Don't straw man me now.
That was exactly word for word Adam's argument.
Well, I might have been being hyperbolic, but I don't know. I thought the Australian reporter had it coming. Did you see?
There you go.
That camera looked like it was from the 1970s. Get a fucking new camera, you asshole.
It's true. And you know that guy was a plant because Australia is obviously not a real country. So obviously, how can there be reporters from Australia if it doesn't even exist?
Yeah, no.
I think Australia was funded by George Soros, to be honest. The Rooster for $1.99 says, have you heard of AIU's term racism of the gaps? I heard Brett Weinstein say that yesterday on Joe Rogan. I don't know if I'm assuming he didn't get it from AIU, but I'm assuming AIU heard it from somewhere else too. But yeah, I have heard the term. It's a very funny term about the idea that it's actually the perfect term.
It is perfect.
It's the perfect term that describes the idea that everything that's not immediately explainable is explained by racism. So it is actually the perfect term that we should be using more, racism of the gaps.
Exactly.
Can I have a taste of Adam's circumcised Coke for $5 says, you guys always play stuff that triggers me. The only reason I still watch is Adam's circumcised coke.
That's hilarious.
There you go. There you go.
What's the Wooster's coming after me here? Come on.
What's he
Come
saying?
on. He's going after one of my taglines.
How dare you, Wooster?
I know.
Wooster for 199 says, blind status seeking is a trait of immature women. Wow,
Really?
that's just some female fragility happening.
It is.
Now. Yes.
Horrible sexism.
And no, but that's 100% true. That's why there's those girls that like, they fucking like little girls that wet their jeans over like Justin Bieber or some, whoever like the pop star is.
Mhm.
It's just like literally blind status seeking for a male that will never be in a relationship with you.
I thought he was talking about status seeking, like their own status. Like they're in a status competition too for the Justin Biebers.
Maybe. Rich Jammer for 125 PHP says, by the way, the stream didn't show up on my subscription or recommendations. I had to search for your channel because I knew you were doing a stream today. Yeah, I think I fucked it up by putting white people in the title. Nathan Margola sent me a DM and he said that it showed up in his.
Really?
And he showed me a picture.
We got in
it showed up on his.
Because I've been refreshing my sub feed and I don't see it. I do see it in my notifications.
Well, okay, so maybe he got a notification.
And not a sub feed.
And not because it looks like the picture he's showing me looks like a notification.
Yeah, I got a notification. So you guys got to turn the bell on. Well, you guys are here, so you probably
click the bell.
You guys are
like
here.
Like the video, click the bell. Yeah, no, it's a big problem. I don't know if it was because the white people or maybe just putting Robin DiAngelo in the title. This is what's so gross. This is why YouTube's so fucked. Okay, they've basically made it so that if you talk about anything related to current events, your video will be hidden away under the mountain of mainstream news shit.
Know.
So it's possible that simply putting Robin DiAngelo's name in the title, since she's been doing all these interviews, means that's what it doesn't have to do with putting white babies in the title. It has to do with just her name in the title. So I don't know. We'll see.
Yeah, you need to stop doing that. You need to really. I mean, I make my titles really just vague. People will see the white fragility in the thumbnail, and you could have just said, Adam and Sitch talk smack about other people. And it would have been fun.
Well, I'll take her name out of the title and see what happens.
I wonder. Mayo yeah, I guess you left it in there.
So, well, because at first I assumed it was the white babies. That was the trigger.
You put white babies.
But well, look, hilarious. White babies is not even here. This is why YouTube's so fucked.
I know.
Death by Sloth for $5 says SJWs act as though the systems they decry aren't housed in people's minds, which explains why their solutions run counter to basic human psychology.
Yeah, it's funny that you would think they would be down with the psychology. Most of our old psychology, the stuff that's having trouble being replicated, I feel like it was done by progressives. Like they wanted to figure out how the human mind works so that they could say, conservatives have a mental illness. So
right, exactly. Which leads directly into our next super chat. Morba High Official for 2 Aussie bucks says, I can actively feel my tribal tendencies increasing by the day with these riots and protests. When you point this out to the progressive types, they just say, you were just racist all along. You just cannot win. That's exactly it. And this is the problem. This is the Jonathan Haidt problem, okay? People don't, especially on the left, they completely don't understand the moral intuitions of conservatives.
Yes, totally.
So they don't understand why when they fucking defend rioting and looting and you keep seeing images of this, you're literally triggering people's fear of barbarism. They don't appreciate that. But to be fair, conservatives have done a really shitty job explaining it because I don't think they understand it either. I think
they don't understand.
They don't understand either. They just act under their emotions. But that's what's happening. And I'm right there too because I even though I typically my moral intuition on the left, I do feel those moral intuitions, fear of barbarism pretty strongly. So I see the rioting and protesting since I believe so strongly in rule of law and consistency, and it just triggers the fuck out of me.
Yeah, we're scared.
Yep. Hobo Frodo for $5 says one species is the human equivalent of an above-ground swimming pool. Trashy, neglected, and a waste of space, fit only to devalue the space around it.
Holy cow! Coming out hard against above-ground swimming pools.
That's true. That's true. Coming out hard, but appropriate for one species.
What? Very funny.
Maybe not appropriate for above-ground swimming pools. Maybe a little too hard.
What did you call them? Redneck swimming pools?
Yeah, redneck swimming pools. That's generally what people call them. But where I'm from, they say they're redneck swimming pools.
You know what we call in-ground swimming pools?
Elitist, elitist pools.
Yeah, exactly.
What do you call them?
Elitist pools.
Elitist pools. You elitist with your in-ground, bottom-ground, indoor swimming pools with your heated water. Yes, wonderful. Gemini Semini for $5 says, it is done. Now I can no longer broadcast my lust/love for Adam.
What?
There you go. Gemini
Why?
Semini was the Adam circumcised Coke.
Really? Oh my God.
This whole time, Adam.
Wow.
It was Gemini Semini.
Well, what's it going to be now? Because
it's going to be Gemini Semini.
I guess you got to get a job.
Yeah.
Your secret's safe with me. Don't worry.
It's not safe with me. I'm going to fucking tell everybody.
No, come on.
I'm going to broadcast it. I'm going to broadcast
don't
it.
try
I'm
to
going to make a whole video saying
cancel.
Gemini Semini.
Come
I'm
on.
not going to cancel. I'm going to celebrate.
Don't try to cancel the poor guy.
Here's the problem. Gemini, you should make it proudly display it to your job, and then if they don't hire you, you sue them
for homophobia.
Homophobia.
Yeah, totally.
Yep. There was just a Supreme Court ruling. Fucking nail them.
Yeah.
Fucking sue them.
You should pull out the book White Fragility and slam it down on the table and say, listen,
down on the table.
Robin DiAngelo is my attorney. I will see you in court.
Jason M for 2 Canadians says, I'd love to see Jordan Peterson review DiAngelo's book.
Oh my God. Yeah, I would love that.
Fun. Aussie Yar for 5 Aussie bucks says, when Sitch finally does a face reveal, people will be disappointed he's not some thick Asian girl.
What's up, Ajar? I haven't seen Ajar around in a while.
That's true. People will be disappointed I'm not a thick Asian girl. That's true.
Well, not everyone can be a thick Asian girl.
That's
so.
true. That's true.
Oh,
I can hear the cat.
Someday I'll let you meet my dementia
your
cat.
mentally disabled cat.
You know what her nickname for her is?
What?
Joe Biden.
Oh my God. Daniel Collective 1 for $4.99 says, Adam, after Gummo, have you seen any of Harmony Korman's other movies?
Fuck
like
yeah.
Julian, Donkey Boy, Trash Humpers, and of course, Kids.
Yeah, no. Yeah, I've seen them all.
Awful.
Well, no, wait. I've seen Kids, and I really like. I love Gummo. Gummo's like an amazing movie. Obviously, I have very strange taste in movies.
Right.
Since I like Gummo, and I mean, I like other like big popular movies too. Maybe it's just that I really just love movies, and I kind of love all movies. Maybe that's why.
You have the producer mind. Yes.
Someone will love this. I'm gonna look.
You know what I'm talking about, right?
What's the one where?
You have to know what I'm talking about since you live in LA.
Yeah.
Like, you ever like talk to a producer and they just love everything?
All the time.
And you're like, yeah, and you're like, who are these people? They just love everything. It's like it triggers me.
Most of the producers that I've dealt with, though, since I'm a big Hollywood nobody, don't like anything. So
no.
My experience
like, if you
completely
pitch them something,
different.
If you pitch them something, they won't like it. But I'm saying like they'll tell you some like the dumbest idea ever.
Oh yeah,
and they'll love it.
Totally.
I remember like once when I was like talking to this like LA producer person, and they were talking about I don't remember if it was the Battleship movie or like a tic-tac-toe movie. It was some movie based on a board game. And I'm like, this is the dumbest fucking idea ever. And they're telling me how awesome it is. I'm just like, oh.
Battleship. That is Spring Breakers was the one that I was thinking of. Spring Breakers is actually pretty funny.
Woodchuck00 for $5 says, what is the point of having the chat on screen? Super chats aren't read in real time. Responding to every chat would take too long. It's redundant.
We do it because we figure you guys like it. Like every time the chat doesn't work, you guys are screaming and yelling at it. Well, the chat's broken.
So some people, while they're watching the stream, like to see what the chat's saying in response to that point in the stream. So
yes, it like immortalizes it when YouTube kicks us off. We could, well, I guess we're gonna lose all our videos because we're not really backing them up, but
so
we should back them up.
People like it with Chuck. The Wooster for $1.99 says white women were a mistake.
Wooster, oh man.
Wooster wants to repeal the ability for white women to vote.
Oh, so, yeah, that's a good idea.
Yeah.
Only white women, though. Black women can still vote.
That's right. Lord Tennyson's pipe for $2 says, Robin DiAngelo is a Karen on steroids.
Oh, hell yeah.
True. The Wooster for $1.99 says, God damn it, Adam, please stop saying, come on.
Come on, Wooster. You know you like it.
Stug for $2 says, Adam, can you say come on, please?
Come on. Come on. Come on.
Now just say come.
Come on.
Just say come, Adam.
No.
Say come.
I'm looking at pictures of Spring Breakers. Oh my God. Could this movie even be made today? I'm not sure that it could be.
Mm-hmm.
Have you seen Spring Breakers?
No, I haven't. I've seen any of these terrible movies you've seen.
Really? Oh man. Who is in Spring Breakers? Because he plays the funniest character. Oh my God.
Oh, I've seen the trailer. That's the one with the chick with the pink hair. Yeah. I don't like these movies where everything's like sleazy and gross. I really don't like these movies. You like that aesthetic. I really don't like the sleazy aesthetic.
Boy, you must have an underground swimming pool. Jesus Christ. Elitist.
I know, very elitist. Pharaoh for $1 says, snake oil politics tell everyone there's a problem that needs to be solved. Sell them a solution that exacerbates the problem. Democrats are sly foxes. They use the fear of racism to get votes. There you go.
True.
Paradox for $1 says, oh my God, thanks, Adam. Your bit with Puff Daddy's song somehow made me remember one of the reasons we were talking about Robin. Her book was quoted in Discord's new Juneteenth manifesto. Right after that, multiple Discords, including Killstream's own, were removed.
Really? Wow.
I did see someone talking about how, like, I guess is what you're talking about. I didn't see that. Someone was talking about how, like, on Discord, if you logged in recently, it said, like, Discord is working to fight against racism. Click here to learn how. So I didn't realize that they were if fucking Discord is quoting this fucking psychopath book, like, we're just fucked at them.
Yeah. The thing is, I mean, yeah, everyone knows racism sucks. I thought that was the point. I thought like success. Everyone's against racism. Like now they're weaponizing it. You're going to make, it's so bad what's going on.
Sheepless Dreamer for $3 says, based on her anecdotal story in this interview, she clearly overcompensating and acting like a martyr for white people. I think this is a huge clue to people who buy into this mentality. Very true. Very true.
She's playing the martyr card?
Yes. Sorry.
I'm bringing up some pictures of Spring Breakers here in case you didn't see the movie. It's pretty good.
Pharaoh for $1 says the gay pride flag is an inversion of the 7 chakras. The flag puts red on the top, which is the root chakra. Progressivism focuses on the physical world. The pride flag is displayed by the institutions of power, like the Nazi flag was displayed during World War II. Is that true? The gay pride flag is an inversion of the 7 chakras? Wait.
Wow.
Let me look this up.
Come on.
Oh, well, okay, wait a minute. It is because it's the pride flag is just a rainbow. And the chakras are a rainbow, but it's just flipped. The red starts from the bottom instead of the top. Yeah. So I don't think that was on purpose, Pharaoh. I think that's just a coincidence. Because generally the rainbow is thought of as being red on top, because that's the way the color is in real life, is it's on top. I don't know why the chakra colors are inversed, actually. But
this is what Stitch looks like in real life here. This James DeFranco character in Spring Breakers.
Yeah. I look like a sleazy white, I don't even know what
drug dealer. He's a drug
sleazy
dealer.
White drug dealer. Yeah, that's exactly it.
Sitch is actually a sleazy white drug dealer in real life.
That's why I don't want to do a face reveal. People will see what I really look like.
All the guys he knows from the Clink will be like all over him. Be like, oh my God, I can't believe you.
Gemini, formerly Adam's Coke for $5 says, why do you think the alt-right commit violent acts? They want to scare people into funding these anti-racism classes that make people more racist. They know what they're doing and the left plays into their hands.
I wouldn't doubt it. Like, they seem to understand how human psychology works. Holy cow. We're fucked.
We're fucked. They got him. Taker610 for $2 says, guys, did you hear Biden say that the death of Floyd had more of an impact than the assassination of Martin Luther King Jr.? Oh my God, did he really say that? It's such a Biden thing to say. How do you guys feel about November? And will we actually see real debates with all the nonsense happening? I wonder if there will be any debates, actually.
Yeah, I don't know. Scott Adams was making the argument that like Trump and Biden both are incentivized not to debate one another. Like not even really to campaign, not to do anything.
Right. Yeah, I honestly wouldn't be surprised if neither of them wants to debate. Because as you said, I think they both benefit from not having debates.
Well, they both have an argument that they're winning. Like Biden has the argument that the polls are right and he's winning that way. And Trump has the argument that the polls are incorrect because they've framed Trump as a racist. So nobody is going to admit they're going to vote for Trump, but he's still going to win. So they both have an argument for why they're going to win just as is, which means when you're winning, you know, play it safe. Don't interact.
So, okay, apparently they are going to debate. According to this article, it says there's going to be 3 debates, and the Trump campaign is pushing for a 4th debate.
Really?
So there you go. It's going to be 3 debates. I'd be very curious to see how that's
going to be. Why they're pushing for a 4th debate? It must be close, really close.
Because they want to. Well, I think it's posturing because they want to. Because people were like, Trump's afraid to debate, and they want to be like, no, Biden is like dementia, so he doesn't want to debate. Like,
oh, okay.
I'm assuming that's the ploy here.
I'll debate 4 times in a row.
Right. Wait, if they agreed, let me read this article. Have they agreed to 3 debates?
Just read it aloud so we can all hear it.
But it's so long.
Just read part of it. Read what you're skimming through. Come on.
It doesn't say.
Be cool.
I hope they do. I hope they debate. If they don't debate, I think that'd be really shitty. So there you go. Trump is pushing for the debates. We'll see. We'll see if Biden takes it up. That would be the make or break time to show whether he has dementia or not. It would be during the debate with Trump. Contrast for $1.36 says, point of personal privilege. Oi, cunt. Australia is fucking real, you Yankee fuck. You'll be begging to come here once the Civil War is on, mate. Brett Weinstein sees Civil War. I can't do it, sorry. Brett Weinstein sees Civil War happening if we head along this path. Nah, just kidding. You can fuck off to New Zealand. No one wants to go to New Zealand. Now, that's a made-up country, right? New Zealand? Come on. That's not real. It's fake. It's a fake country.
Don't you agree? Totally fake. Yeah, of course it's fake.
Yeah. Dustin K for $5 California dollars says, the number 88 is considered a dog whistle. You have the word white and 88 in the title, so the algorithm probably flagged you as an N-word.
Oh my God, you're right. You're totally
it's funny
right.
Because Adam said, oh, isn't the number 88 like a dog whistle? And I said, no. And then I said, wait, you're right, it is. And it's ironic that the number 88 show that we're doing
oh my God, we're doomed. About,
like race stuff.
I almost cheated the number too. I was gonna go, we can get an extra number out of this. Let's just go 89.
Yeah, I didn't even. That's a good point. I didn't think about that. If the algorithm would flag that,
we should have went 88.5. That's
true. Should have gone 88.5
or 88.0.
Sorry. Lucifer for 199 says Trump and Biden think debates are gay.
Yes. They've both said that, I believe.
They do. They both do that. So let's play. Before we get into the news stuff, we'll get into. I want to play this video.
I don't call it word and shit. It's not up. Hold on. Got to get the super chat thing down. We're up to.
I want to turn the volume down a little bit. It's very loud.
Oh yeah. I don't know. I think it's maxed out on. I think it's gonna be fine.
Okay.
Continue.
Okay, I'll be right back while you take in Adam and horrible racism.
Oh my God. Is it evil or
Calling
what?
people the N-word.
Did you not watch this?
I did. Yeah, totally.
okay.
He clipped me out like a bad person would clip me. Like
Yeah.
he clipped me out like the squirrel. Come on.
This is Enlightened Centrist did a joke edit argument between Adam and Sophane, and I think it's pretty funny.
It is hilarious. It is totally hilarious, but
Adam calling people the N-word and shit. Come on, dude.
I was on Twitter like spouting the N-word and disparaging black people.
The N-word.
Do
Is
you
that
think,
what you fucking did?
Yeah, basically.
Fucking conservative Nazi.
Why are you calling people names? Do you think it's okay to call anyone you want a Nazi? Do you think that's okay?
Do I call people Nazis, man? Nazis. Nazi.
Oh, whoa.
When did that become a bad fucking name, dude? It's in America. Take power. Now.
So, Fane, the problem that I have is black people are criminals. Oh, my God.
Adam, come on, dude. You're off the fucking rails.
Black people are inherently criminals.
Get to the meat.
What's wrong with that statement?
Because there's other socioeconomic factors.
Oh, okay. I get it. Black people are only criminals in the United States. Oh,
Okay. All right. Look, we can. I don't mind playing that game. I've got 10,000 rounds of ammo ready. I will fight like I don't want to be a dirtbag leftist.
Oh my
That's
God.
what they fucking call me. I'll call you a fucking name, Adam. Pussy. How about that? You're a pussy.
Oh, okay. Well, I like it when people call each other names. I think it's fun.
What I like is getting fucking people bottom fucking. And if that means calling somebody a faggot, I'll fucking do it to the end of the bottom fucking world. Pull your fucking panties out of your fucking butt crack, and we've got to figure out a way to come to fucking.
I just want just on the thing on Twitter. Are you a conservative? Are you a conservative?
No, I'm not a conservative.
Okay, if I call you, if I go around telling everyone you're a conservative, you're a conservative, you're a conservative, am I not just completely lying to people?
Absolutely. Yeah. The Soviet Union was not communism. They'll kick a tanky in the fucking nuts.
Yeah.
Look, I've got guns in this fucking house. I will cut the whole fucking house down with my M&P. Gee, show me the fucking bill.
So are you angry?
Show me the fucking bill, Adam.
Are you angry?
Are you angry?
This was such an aggro interview.
I know.
He did such a good job of like capturing. This is pretty much, you could just watch this 3 minutes and that's the whole.
It's the whole stream.
It's funny.
Barack Obama,
I can't believe he has this little, he's calling me a pussy. Look at your dog,
He's a little
dude.
foo-foo dog.
Do you carry this around in your purse? I mean, I gotta ask. I see a lot of ladies in Los Angeles with one of these heads sticking out of their purse. Are you carrying this around in your handbag?
Have a heart, Adam. Have a heart.
You got blocked by Sophane. I can't believe he blocked you after
That's true.
coming on the show.
Yep, I know. Fuck him.
Yeah.
Trade me.
Hello, you found the portal.
He said that was a good joke. We fucked it up.
Oh, we did.
Yeah, let me go back 1 second.
One click.
Not enough.
There you go.
He betrayed.
This is an Obama joke. Here you go.
Barack Obama, he betrayed me.
Hello, you found the portal. I'm your host, Eric Weinstein, and I get to sit down today with James O'Keefe, the head of Project Veritas. Now, James started bringing pornography into journalism and was possibly facing 3 decades in prison for making pornography. James, well...
Adam calling people the N-word and shit? Come on, dude.
Just do cocaine.
Just do cocaine. Okay, so fine.
Adam calling people the...
I'll take it. I'll take it.
I love...
Go ahead.
I love Enlightened Centrist made a funny video that's like this of Eric Weinstein and James O'Keefe.
Oh yeah, that's good.
And but it's all about like porn and stuff. And I love Enlightened Centrist on Twitter. He's like trying to get Eric Weinstein and James O'Keefe to like watch it and respond.
No way. That ain't ever gonna happen.
I'm like Enlightened Centrist fan. You gotta understand. He's not gonna respond.
Yeah, he's not gonna like it, and he's not gonna respond. Yeah,
Eric Weiss is not gonna be like, "Hey guys, watch this video where it makes it look like I'm talking about porn."
I did like it with the pictures, with the funny pictures you put in.
Yes, I mean, there's literally a part. It's hilarious. There's a part where it looks like Riley Reid is like masturbating Eric Weinstein off.
Oh yeah.
And I'm like, Eric's not gonna read. Eric's like, Enlightened Centrist. You're so innocent. You're so innocent. I love you. Anyways.
Well, I had a question first about the video. Do you think he dropped the F word to try to get our stream demonetized? I wonder if he would drop the F word on his own channel.
I don't think. I think he was just angry.
Sometimes I think they're like, okay,
Maybe.
now I'm on this channel and I got to take it down. You know, these guys are friends with Sargon, which means, you know, they're a member of the pipeline.
Right. I don't know. Maybe.
Well, he blocked you.
I mean, it's always your job to assume everyone's evil and my job to assume everyone's stupid. So I guess that's the dynamic.
Oh, yeah. We are living up to our...
Right. Pharaoh for $1 says, Sitch, there's no such thing as coincidences in the simulation. The Nazis took the 4 wind symbol and inverted it. White people need to stop culturally appropriating India. It just leads to genocide. Do you guys think Tim is an accelerationist?
It's complicated.
It's complicated. I think he's an unintentional accelerationist. I don't think he wants accelerationism, but I think he's definitely feeding the flames of the fire.
I don't know. It's Brett Weinstein.
Mm-hmm. I don't even Brett Weinstein. I think is very. I don't even agree with him. Him and Eric are very. I don't know. I think they're too over the top by their fears, and I think they're too seeing conspiracies where there aren't conspiracies.
My wife reminded me the other day when we went and saw Jonathan Haidt speak, who I went with Reed Nicewonder, who's also in the chat. All 3 of us went. And in the book signing portion where we were talking to Jonathan Haidt, Jonathan just kind of opened up. Stop interrupting. Joe Biden. It's not your moment. Jonathan Haidt is not optimistic about the way things are going. And like he's in New York where I would not want to be in New York when this shit actually hits the fan.
Mm-hmm.
But I mean, I respect his opinion as like a fucking social psychologist.
Right.
When people like Jonathan Haidt and Brett Weinstein are getting scared, like I can brush aside Tim Pool, I guess is what I'm saying. But when those guys are scared,
well,
what the fuck?
I would have more trust in Haidt's opinion about the fear than Brett and Eric's, just because I think that Brett and Eric have been personally afflicted by these situations.
But Haidt has too. I don't know if you know, but
sensitive.
Haidt had an incident where he was accused of homophobia, and they took him aside, and it was like a 2-week ordeal.
Oh, I didn't know.
I'm dead serious. Yeah, I'm dead serious. Now like his classes are completely boring because he's afraid to show. Like he deals with moral psychology, of course. Well, he showed the I can't remember what, because he has those moral psychology questionnaire things.
How does he not have tenure already? You should just tell him to fuck off.
I know. God.
He's like a best-selling, like world famous fucking author. Like,
because academia is a fucking. This is where Brett Weinstein and Eric Weinstein are correct. Academia is a
academia is
scam.
really fucked. Yes, I agree. Yeah.
Yes, in a perfect
I'm just
world,
not. Yeah.
he should have tenure.
Right. I'm just not convinced that. I don't think there's going to be a civil war. I don't think there's going to be a race civil war. I don't think there's going to be a political civil war. I don't know. I think people are too lazy for all this shit.
I listen to
that. I think that if it would even like say it would broach that point, like say the riots and the protests kept getting worse, I think people would be surprised how quickly the mainstream left would turn the second they feel threatened.
Interesting.
And I think that's part of the saving grace to all this is that the far left are so stupid that they want to throw the moderate lefts under the bus as soon as they can. So the second that the rioting and the looting becomes widespread and starts spreading to neighborhoods, I think that's when you'll see.
You mean
like
progressive neighborhoods that are all white?
Yeah, progressive white suburban liberal neighborhoods. I think you'll see the whiplash turn around so fast that your head will spin. So I think a lot of this.
Go ahead. You keep.
I think a lot of this is white. Yeah, I know. I think a lot of this is white liberals who are very above a situation, looking down on it, and the second it affects them, they switch.
Yeah. I did listen to the Coleman Hughes. Someone had suggested we do this one, Coleman Hughes and Steven Pinker, and it was very refreshing because Steven Pinker pulled out a million examples in recent history that were way worse than today.
Right.
That were like a million times worse, and you're listening and you're going, oh yeah, we're not that bad.
Well, yeah. I mean, here's what's kind of silly about this too. Here's what you have to understand. This is how human psychology works. Okay, everyone is the guy who has the sign that says the end is near.
Yeah.
Okay. Everyone thinks the end is near in their lifetime. Everyone thinks the big change can happen in their lifetime. And you know when the country was more divided? During the Civil War.
Yeah.
Okay. You know when the country is more divided?
Civil rights.
During the Vietnam War.
Totally. Yeah.
And as you said, the country was way more divided during the Civil Rights Movement. Way more
assassinated
divided.
A president. Okay. Holy shit.
Right. The people assassinated a president. People assassinated a civil rights leader. Like, civil rights movement was things were so much more divisive than they are now. And the issue was so much easier then. It was like, literally, don't be racist. Like, it was so much easier issue. So that's why I'm not convinced that this is like the end times here. That's why I'm not convinced.
Yeah, we're doing fine. We're going to be okay.
Right.
I'm going to live long enough to come to fisticuffs with my neighbor.
So Scott Adams blocked Tim Pool on Twitter. We have to talk about this.
Okay, let's talk about it.
So Scott Adams.
How do you feel about that? What is Scott Adams? Can I interview Scott Adams' gut really quick here? Dear Scott Adams' gut.
Hey Adam, this is Scott Adams' gut. What's going on?
How do you feel?
That Tim Pool motherfucker. Fuck him. Fuck that beanie wearing bald motherfucker. I'm bald and I just showed out to the world because I'm an alpha.
We have to see who has a bigger dick, Tim Pool or I'm gonna look.
Scott Adams is buffer. Have you seen him shirtless? He's pretty ripped.
Well, Tim Pool, I guess, is throwing down with the ladies right and left, but Scott
That's
Adams
true.
does have a smoking fiance. Like, I kind of wonder.
Yep.
Because, I mean, you can't look at the discrepancy here and not think gold digger. Like, I mean.
Yeah, I know.
I don't know how long. I mean, God, you don't want to think that. You don't want to think that. But can you really get away? I mean, dude, she's like a fucking supermodel.
She's like very young. She's like in her 20s, early 30s.
Single mom.
I don't know. It's kind of weird. But, I don't know. Look, I don't want to judge. Okay. People find love.
Yes.
In all the strange places.
It's California, so
Scott Adams is a highly successful male. Okay.
You do want to know what the prenup looks like, though. You really do. I mean, it's just a human curiosity, right? Right. I'm sorry. Go ahead.
Anyway, I don't know how we got so off topic on this, but So
well, it was
anyways,
Tim Pool versus Scott Adams, and I was thinking if Tim Pool has more Twitter followers than Scott Adams, I could see that being a major flashpoint. Because I'm not talking about literally a dick measuring contest here, but I do think that Twitter has done a great service for celebrities. They've given a quantifiable number to how popular you are in the celebrity hierarchy. And it's got to bug the shit out of Scott Adams that he's like, I had a fucking television show and this guy's running around in a van. He grew up in a fucking trailer. He's the Beanie Man. He's fucking questioning. I'm a trained fucking hypnotist.
So before we get into mind reading.
Oh, I'm sorry. Am I blocked yet? Scott Adams hasn't blocked me yet, has he?
But no. Well, I think it's funny that you say celebrities is doing a good service for celebrities. I think it's doing a hilariously awful service for celebrities by making all celebrities miserable by having them interact with the normal person that hates them.
And other celebrities like Tim Pool. In a normal environment, Tim Pool and Scott Adams would meet one time in the green room. It would be completely cordial. They would walk away loving each other.
Yes.
Now they're fucking like forced to say like where each other sits. Like they could in a perfect world think, oh yeah, we're about equal on the celebrity hierarchy. No, Tim Pool is 100,000 subscribers higher.
Well, okay, but obviously Scott Adams is got him beat because he's a world famous cartoonist, who's been publicly syndicated for 20 years, 30 years. I mean, everyone in the
Twitter doesn't lie.
You think if you were to ask the average person, do you know the Dilbert comic or Tim Pool? Which one do you think is going to get more recognition?
Oh my God. It's
Dilbert. Come on.
It's got to be it's like that psychology experiment where they talk about how when people are of equal status, the talks are always more contentious. Scott Adams is at 477K, and Tim Pool is at 529. Oh no!
So anyway, we should explain this to people because I'm sure lots of people have no clue why Scott Adams blocked Tim Pool. They're gonna think it's some weird. You're making it sound like there's this weird status competition, which has nothing to do with the situation whatsoever. At least publicly.
Why? Hold on. Do you not? I mean, you and I both listen to Scott Adams' show.
I don't think it has
anything
to do with status whatsoever.
Scott Adams blocks everyone that threatens his status. Every single person.
Scott Adams blocks everyone that annoys him. It doesn't matter what their status is.
I don't know.
Remember, Scott Adams' whole life philosophy is, I want to remove anything from my life that makes me feel bad.
That makes me feel uncomfortable.
Yes.
Well, I wish you would sit down with the white fragility lady. Oh my God.
Exactly. But no, okay. So anyway, Scott Adams had a challenge for a week. He said he wanted someone to describe systemic racism, to define systemic racism and provide him with an actual example that was happening in real time currently. And so Tim Pool rose to the challenge, and he defined systemic racism as laws that were created initially for racist reasons in the past, but now still exist for non-racist reasons, but are still disproportionately affecting individuals. Which I'm not sure. I don't agree with that definition of systemic racism either. And then the example that Tim Pool gave was like a poor black person who gets a ticket for something small, like a speeding ticket or something, and they don't have the money to pay it. And then that kind of like leads them to not paying the ticket, and that leads them to getting more trouble and more problems down the road. And it kind of just snowballs into them getting chewed up and thrown in jail and fucked over by the system. Okay. That's Tim Pool's example, which I agree with Scott Adams. It's a fucking awful example because, as Scott Adams says, that example that Tim Pool provided would apply to any poor person. It has nothing to do with your skin color. It would apply to a poor white person. Right. And I don't see how there's any evidence that this was, and this is where I disagree with Brett Weinstein. Brett Weinstein was saying in Joe Rogan that he thinks police brutality is a feature, not a bug, that this is some sort of intentional focus, which I disagree with completely. And I don't think, same thing with Tim's example. I don't think there was an intention to catch poor people in this snowball effect. I think it's just a ghost in the shell. It's just this huge system of laws and things just, are just kind of become the giant rubber band ball that they are. So anyway.
Yeah,
Tim
no one's
brings
driving
up-
the ship.
Right. No one's driving the ship. The ship's too big at driving itself, right? It's the elephant. We all think we're controlling the elephant. The elephant's going where it wants.
Mm-hmm.
So anyway, Tim brings up this example. Scott Adams on Periscope addresses it, says he disagrees with it, and gives his reasons for disagreeing with it. And I think he also disagreed with it on Twitter. And I guess Tim didn't see this, or he saw it and ignored it. So then every day after that, Tim Pool kept saying, I keep bringing examples to Scott. I keep bringing Scott Adams examples. And he keeps bringing the same example up. I keep telling him how it's real. And Scott Adams keeps ignoring me. Well, he must be lying. So Tim Pool accuses Scott Adams of lying.
That's a trigger one for me too. I hate it when people do that.
Because Scott Adams didn't agree with Tim Pool's definition and example of systemic racism. Tim Pool accused him of lying. So that triggers Scott Adams, who says, if you've ever watched his Periscope, if you ever try to tell him what his own thoughts are, he will instantly block you. So Scott Adams says, Tim Pool, you get in the block. So he instantly blocks him for accusing him of lying.
Block hammer.
Blocked. So I just thought that was very funny and hilarious. Listening to Scott Adams talking about blocking Tim Pool for accusing him of lying, which I think was very, very petty on Tim Pool's part for accusing someone of lying just because they disagree with your example of a word and definition.
Yeah, I try not to accuse people of lying.
Right.
Lying that's where where things go off the rails. Like when you're calling people liars. I was accused of lying recently by that Skylar Fiction guy that I did the debate with, the one that we were laughing about last week, and I thought, what the fuck? Like why?
You're a secret
Just
progressive.
why?
But see, this is why I generally assume good faith in most people. And I assume that they're not lying. They're just crazy and they have some weird view. It was like with one species. I don't think he's lying.
I don't think so either. Yeah.
But because when you could talk about shit, he just is like, he's just a crazy person. And he makes all these like bizarre, like connections that you're like, what the fuck are you talking about? And then he walks through and you're like, oh, I kind of get how you got there, but that's stupid. So he's not lying. He's just crazy.
He's batshit crazy. Yeah. Just go with batshit
right.
crazy.
He's just batshit crazy. Right. So
people tend to get offended by that too.
Well, but that's fine. But
it's not as bad as lying. Like if Skylar was calling me batshit crazy, I'd think, okay, well I can live with that. But calling me a liar, that's like, what the fuck? Why would I want to lie about some stupid shit like this?
So let's talk about the statues.
Okay. You're a pro statue now?
Well, okay. Wait a minute. What do you mean now? What do you mean now?
Oh, you've always been pro statue?
I'm anti-Confederate statues.
Right.
I'm pro-America statues. Okay.
Yeah.
So yeah, obviously I don't think there should be statues of fucking Confederate generals, right? These are literally, or the Confederate flag. These are literally fucking traitors to our country. I don't know why it shouldn't be celebrated.
Yeah.
Shouldn't be celebrated.
Unless it's a statue of them like hanging from a noose. then it's cool.
Unless it's a statue
traitor
of like the Confederate flag being stomped by America. Like Uncle Sam is stepping on the Confederate flag. Okay.
What if it's a traitor to our nation in a guillotine? What about a statue like that?
Right.
Yeah.
It's like,
and
why
it's
would
fully
you want...
functional. Like you can put a quarter in, and the head actually falls off into a basket. It has a little wire, so after it's done, the head goes back on.
I mean, I don't want there to be Benedict Arnold statues, right, running around.
Even if you can cut their heads off, though. Come on.
Yeah, well, I guess they get their heads cut off. So why should there be Confederate statues? But anyway, so no, I'm totally against Confederate statues and Confederate iconography because they're fucking traitors. But what I'm in favor of is statues of George Washington.
Sure.
Thomas Jefferson.
You pro-slave owner, you.
And our founding fathers, okay? And so...
Racist.
There's been instances of in Oregon, or in Portland... Oregon. In Portland and in Virginia, of statues of George Washington and Thomas Jefferson being ripped out of their foundations, thrown on the ground, decapitated, burned, and spray painted all over.
Ugh. Evil.
Ugh. Evil. And also just this is so stupid optically. Who do these fucking idiots think they're getting on their side with this shit? Who are they persuading? with this shit.
They're not interested in persuading. They're totally virtue signaling to their tribe. They don't care.
They're just angry.
They want to tear down America.
Oh, this is a statue of a white person. It's evil. Let me destroy it.
Oh, it's because so sad. This is like the software that we're
It is. This is
all
the
white
fragility
people
shit.
are evil.
Yep. And because they also destroyed a statue of Grant, the fucking Union general who defeated the Confederacy.
Oh my God.
And helped free the slaves. You'd think this would be a statue like Abraham Lincoln that would be immune to this sort of bullshit. These are the horrible white racist people. But no, even Grant, even the general who defeated the Confederates is not pure enough.
How many of these people are just lashing out for the D- that they got in American history? That's what I want to know.
95%.
I know.
95%.
All of them.
Most of them are just angry. Just angry, triggered little bitches.
Poor things. We'll get you a safe space real soon.
I know. We'll get you safe space. Murders have been increasing in New York City by 25%.
Oh, I know. This is terrifying.
38 killings in 1 month.
Yeah.
There's also been an increase in crime and killings in Chicago.
Yeah, I saw that. I read through some of them and I'm like, oh my God, just random acts of violence, shooting into cars, shooting babies, shooting kids.
Oh, this is what's so stupid because they don't understand. This is why I was so anti the protests and the rioting, because you can't, when you let people just go buck wild, angry, right? Just lash out at random shit because they're angry. Like it doesn't have a direction. You can't, it's not being channeled in any positive capacity. It's going to just be destructive. It's just going to lash out everywhere it can. So we shouldn't, as a society, we need to fight against this.
Yeah, we do. Big time. But we're not, there's no one that has a control of the society.
Right. No, I know. Well, but I mean, in terms of when people talk about, this is why it's important when people talk about the rioting, the looting, for everyone to 100% be on the same page about condemning it.
Yeah, that's not
this
happening.
Type of displaced anger, lashing out at innocent people is never allowed in our society.
And it's dangerous. Yeah.
And it's dangerous. Right. And it's really funny because on the back of this, I forget her name. Oh, her name, I wrote it down. Ida Bay Wells. Ida Bay Wells, who was the Pulitzer Prize winner who wrote the 1619 Project, or led the 1619 Project for the New York Times, which was the project that basically said America was created because America's racist. Her theory was that the real reason America broke off from England was for racist reasons, because we wanted to protect slavery. That's the reason. Okay, really? It wasn't about independence. It wasn't about taxation or representation.
Yeah,
it wasn't about any of these high-minded ideas of freedom. It was all just to protect slavery.
Okay? We didn't want to pay our fucking taxes. What the fuck? Like, come on. How is that racist? No one wants to pay their fucking taxes. Doesn't matter what color your skin is.
Right. No, her point is the real reason we broke off from England was to protect the institution of slavery. Okay. So, and it doesn't matter that after she published this, or the New York Times published this, that waves of historians came out and said, this is literally like bullshit. Like, this is completely untrue. There's no evidence to substantiate any of this. And it was so bad that the New York Times had to pull the article or the articles from their website and retract them. And after the New York Times retracts the articles, she still gets a Pulitzer Prize. This is the institutional failure.
Yeah, hugely institutional. Like, oh my God, what the fuck?
I know. So anyway, on the back of all the New York stuff, it's very funny because apparently for the last 2 weeks, in certain neighborhoods, at every night, there's been rampant firework abuse. If this makes any sense. It's people going up from 2 to 4 in the morning, shooting off very loud, big fireworks.
What city is this?
All over New York's.
Okay,
New York City.
Yeah, it's happening in Los Angeles too. I was at the studio this week, and
it's interesting.
They start shooting off these M80s there. Oh, I don't know, like 4 blocks away, and it's loud as can be. We look out the window, and it's crazy. Yeah.
Yeah, and imagine that going on at like 2 o'clock in the morning.
Oh, if I'm driving home late, I see like a completely different place in the city. and they're doing the same thing. They're shooting off bottle rockets.
Right. So yeah. So this has been going on in New York, and apparently people complain about this, said this has never happened before, right? So obviously this is related to the protest or something, because this is just completely new. This is not something that's happened before. Okay. And there's videos of people doing it, and you see their young kids doing it. You see those people of all ethnic backgrounds are being fucking pieces of shit and setting off fireworks at 2 o'clock in the morning. And the police aren't responding. They're responding to it sometimes, but they can't always respond to it because they're still dealing with looting and
25% murder rate.
Yeah, all the murder rates and all this other shit that they're dealing with. So Ida Bay Wells, the person who wrote the crazy op-ed for the New York Times, she retweeted an article that she agreed with that makes the claim that this is really a conspiracy theory, that this is the government going into black neighborhoods, setting off fireworks, preventing black and brown people from sleeping.
No. Wait.
Of psychological warfare.
This is crazy.
Is this not insane?
Oh my God.
Is this not the craziest shit you've ever heard in your fucking life?
So hold on. I'm a little confused here. Like, she's saying like the bottle rockets and fireworks are not going off, or the government's the one shooting them off?
What? Hold on. I just Enlightened Centrist tweeted something and I was completely distracted.
Okay. Is she saying the conspiracy theory is the government is actually the one that's shooting the fireworks off to like pin it on the black community?
No. Okay. I'll just read it. Okay. She didn't tweet this. She retweeted it and said, read this. Okay. So this is from an account called Son of Baldwin Robert Jones. It says, reporting from Brooklyn, there was yet another night of extremely loud fireworks starting at 8 p.m. and ending at about 2 a.m. This is the second week straight of this, every night during the same time period, like clockwork. Last night was the loudest I've ever heard fireworks in my entire life. It sounded like war. The media is reporting this as though it's just black and brown kids blowing off steam, but I don't believe that's the case. My neighbors and I believe that this is part of a coordinated attack on black and brown communities.
So it's a government. I was right.
Government forces.
Right. Government
forces. An
forces.
attack meant to disorient and destabilize the Black Lives Movement.
It's a false flag operation. So I was right.
Well,
That's exactly what happened.
It's not a false flag. Because false flag means that they're doing it in order to point at it and say, look at the black people doing this. That's so wrong. Okay, this person's saying something even crazier than that. They're saying the goal for this is multifaceted. So I guess part of it would be the false flag. But they're saying sleep deprivation as means to create confusion and stoke tensions between black and brown people. Okay.
Oh my God.
So the government is purposely keeping black and brown people awake at night in order to destabilize them.
They're saying,
they
wake
said number
up.
2. They said number 2, desensitization as a means to get us so used to the sounds of firecrackers and other fireworks that when they start using the real artillery on us, we won't know the difference.
You're gonna know the difference between an M80
fucking blow
and
up
a fucking
artillery
a lead bullet in your chest.
It's meant to sound like a war zone because a war zone is what it's about to become.
Yeah, scary nonsense.
This person's a fucking psychopath.
Yeah.
Who thinks that the government is secretly sending operatives into their fucking neighborhoods to set off fucking fireworks in order to psychologically prep them for when the government bombs them. Like, this fucking piece of shit is so crazy. And this dumb fucking moron, this dumb bitch, Ida Bay Wells, who got a fucking Pulitzer Prize, is blasting this insane fucking conspiracy theory to her entire audience. Where's the outcry? Okay, I remember when everyone was like, Alex Jones is a conspiracy theorist. He's getting people killed. He needs to be removed from YouTube, blah, 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 blah. Where's the outcry for this shit? This is literally in the same realm as Alex Jones craziness.
Well, I don't think Alex Jones should have been banned. I think people should
I agree.
know that this is fucking bonkers, though. I'm sure she's a verified Twitter user too.
Yes.
You can't run away from crazy. Like, this is the thing about society. Like, you are surrounded by crazy at all times. Like, it's such a thin veneer that we have, this thing that we call civility and civilization. Right. Don't please stop messing around with it. Go easy on us. We don't want the Civil War, Tim Pool's Civil War.
We don't want the Civil War. So that's that.
Where are they getting these fireworks? I want some M80s. Come on, that sounds fun.
And it's funny because I've been hearing fireworks too, but they've like, I don't know if you can hear it. I can hear it right now, but they don't go on until like late at night. It's just like,
yeah. Well, I'm not at the studio. I mean, sometimes I stay pretty late, but all the firing off at the studio has been during the day.
Right.
But it is relatively close. And I keep thinking, where are they getting those fireworks? Those look cool. I want to shoot some out our window.
So let's talk about the red triangle. Do you know about the red triangle, Adam?
No. Is it? Sounds scary. Is it like?
Oh, it is scary.
The Bermuda Triangle.
Very scary. Oh, it's like the racist Bermuda Triangle. Okay.
Really?
It's like if the Bermuda Triangle was a Nazi.
Really?
So the Trump campaign tweeted out some advertisement on Facebook that was like I forget exactly. It was very anti-Antifa. It's like, oh, Antifa is a big problem, blah, 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 blah. Okay. At
you
the bottom
agree with
of the
that?
article. Yeah, 100%.
Well, you
Fuck
agree
Antifa.
with Trump then?
Yeah, I agree with Trump on the fact that I have no problem with Antifa being designated as a terrorist organization.
How about a hate movement?
That's fine too.
Okay.
Fuck them. Fuck them,
nice.
100%.
I like it.
So
domestic terrorists.
There you go.
Baby killers.
I'm on board. Well, I don't know if they've killed babies, but I'm on board with everything else. So anyway, so the Trump campaign has some ad that's very anti-Antifa, which is fine. I don't have a problem with any of that. At the bottom of the ad is a red triangle. And I admit it looks bizarre because you're like, why is there this random giant red triangle at the bottom of this advertisement? What is this? Like, what is this supposed to mean? Okay. Well, apparently, and I don't agree with this before you guys get triggered in the comments. I don't agree with this. Okay.
They're already triggered.
Apparently, I know. Apparently, there's like this weird, like, back in the day when the Nazis would kidnap people, and put them in concentration camps, they would put the little patch on them to signify why they have to be purged, right? They put the little yellow star on Jewish people. So apparently, on like communists and anarchists, they put this red triangle.
Really?
Right. So these idiots at Facebook think that the Trump campaign knew that this was a symbol Nazis used to depict communists and purposefully included this in their advertisement as some sort of like Nazi dog whistle to say that communists must be purged in concentration camps. And I'm like, who the fuck thinks? How could you think that? No one's even heard of this symbol before. I didn't know about this. Who fucking heard of this?
I don't know. Maybe it is true.
So you think the Trump campaign? Yeah. So,
no, obviously they're using it as like it's a miss. So, I'm sure they wouldn't. If they did know, they wouldn't have retweeted it or whatever they did.
Right.
Yeah.
It wasn't.
They'd run away from that. They're like,
so
no, we try to keep genocidal thoughts out of our advertising.
No, it was obvious that whoever created the ad is a fucking boomer. Okay. And because they said, oh, this is an Antifa symbol. And they linked to some like Antifa merchandise page or something. And you can see there's the red triangle in the background of some of the symbols. But they're just a boomer who didn't know that the most identifiable Antifa symbol is the red and black flags.
Right.
Which is what which is what you would do for the thing. So some boomer for the Trump campaign just clicked through a bunch of Antifa logos and for some reason ended up on the red triangle. Okay. And so it turns out that was the bad symbol. But the idea that this is a secret Trump Nazi dog whistle is just so fucking crazy and absurd to me.
Yeah, that is bonkers.
And Facebook took the ad down because of that.
They'll do anything these days.
Yeah,
They're like, oh no, dog whistle. Get rid of it. Don't want to accidentally be dog whistling.
So let's talk about.
Dogs must really love whistles.
They do. Dogs love them whistles. So let's get some people triggered, Ed.
Oh, no. Oh, no.
Let's talk about flag burning.
Oh, I know. Yeah. Flag burning is interesting. Yeah.
Trump said that he wants there to be a law where a person is jailed for an entire year for burning the American flag.
I can't believe the GOP is still using this old gem. I can't believe this is like they went into the vault. You know, there's dust everywhere. Like
right.
All their plans. They're like, what's this? They pull out a piece of paper. It's like dust everywhere. Flag burning. We haven't used it for 60 years. Let's see if it still works.
Yep.
Oh, man.
So I said on Twitter, our president saying he wants to jail you for your First Amendment right to protest by making a distinction between free speech and desecration. Okay. So Trump, after he says that you should go to jail for 1 year for burning the flag, he says, I'm all for free speech, but that's desecration.
I love the distinction there.
He says, but that's desecration. And I said, this is the right-wing version of labeling something racist, therefore not free speech.
It's closer to hate speech, though, because that's where they have the distinction.
Yeah, hate speech. Well, that's what, labeling something race speech is the same. Racist
so
is the same as
now the
speech.
left and the right can both come together and they can say, we're all for free speech, but this is hate speech. Well, we're all for free speech, but this is desecration.
Exactly.
Now they both have their little asterisk that they can put next to free speech, and everyone's going to be losing their speech. Like no flag burning anymore. No slightly edgy jokes on Twitter. Like it's over.
It's over.
Oh man, it's sad.
Yeah, I mean, I'm glad to see that most people who follow me on Twitter agreed. There were some people that were defending the whole burning flag should be a legal thing, but I just look, guys, you got to be in favor of free speech, or you're not. Okay, if you cede the flag burning argument, you're just done.
You're opening the doors to the hate speech.
Possible argument against the woke crowd. You just threw it in the trash.
Yeah.
Because you're just them. You're just them. You're just the woke crowd. Okay. Your anger and emotional disgust at someone burning the flag is the same anger the left feels when you're engaged in hate speech. Okay. There's no difference.
Lord of the Nerds says it in the chat. Burning the flag is hate speech. That's exactly what they'll say.
Yeah,
that's exactly what the right is saying.
That's what they're saying.
You hate America.
You're being blasphemous. It's a symbol that cannot be destroyed.
Yeah.
So.
But I personally would never burn a flag.
No, I wouldn't burn a flag in terms of protest because like the country would have to be so fucked for me to feel like that was
to burn
the
a
right
flag.
Form of protest. Yeah. I mean, I've burned a flag as a Boy Scout because that's how you retire a flag.
Right.
But I've never done so as a protest now. And I don't think I ever would.
But you burn it ceremonially.
Yes. But people still have the right to do so. It's literally freedom of protest. And the idea that Trump's advocating for the government to clamp down on your peaceful right of protest is very fucked up.
But you understand what I was saying about the vault thing. Like,
yes, it is yeah, I agree with you. I don't think Trump gives a
Trump
fuck.
Doesn't give a fuck.
Trump doesn't give a he doesn't give a fuck about whether you burn the flag or not. It's totally a cynical ploy to try to rev up the base and to try to get in law and order. Law and order. Look, the left is anti-American. We have to make them defend burning the flag. You know, that's what it is. And it's really, I think it's really disgusting.
So here's what I was thinking, because like we're fans of moral foundations theory, and the flag burning is the loyalty betrayal foundation, I do believe.
Right.
And one of the reasons why I thought Trump would win in 2016, I bet Trump would win long before Trump even got the nomination, because I listened to a bunch of Trump's speeches next to a bunch of the other Republican candidates. And it was difficult to discern any kind of moral content in the guys that he was up against, guys and girls. Obviously, there was women running too. But they all talked in like this super legalistic, bullshit, fucking not really saying anything, lawyer, attorney, politician speak. And Trump came out and hit a moral foundation consistently every time. Didn't matter what it was. Even immigration, he would frame as a fairness argument. He's like, you've been waiting in line. Someone cuts in line in front of you. That's not fair. Right. And fairness cheating is the one moral foundation. There's 6 of them that seems to appeal to conservatives, libertarians, and liberals all in equal quantity. And I said, this guy can't fucking lose. Are you kidding me? Like, he's speaking the one language that appeals to every political demographic. Now, the loyalty betrayal really only registers with conservatives. Like, and it's funny, too, because I always, this is why progressives eat their own, throw their own under the bus. They don't give a fuck about loyalty. They don't care about loyalty. Like, I can virtue signal and get some woke points on Twitter and throw you under the bus? I got nothing. Fuck you. Of course I'm going to do that. That's the deal I'm in for. So they really don't understand. Like, burn an American flag. Fuck yeah. Why wouldn't we do that? Loyal to the nation that birthed me, that gave me all these. No, fuck that. Like, you can see it on Jonathan Haidt's chart. Sometimes I pull the chart out. You can see, like, they don't give a fuck about loyalty. Libertarians. They don't give a fuck about loyalty. They don't give a fuck. Come on, you're in your libertarian Discord group, and you think you've been friends with this guy. He doesn't give a fuck about you. Come on. So it's super interesting that Trump is actually hitting moral foundations outside of the fairness cheating. I don't know that it will play with him because, like you said, he's trying. Part of his brand is the free speech thing. Like, a lot of conservatives, a lot of people. I mean, I would classify us as politically homeless, disaffected liberals, and like, we care about free speech more than anything. Like, obviously, like, he could win over some people that feel the same as us. I know. Actually, I've heard there are other YouTubers that are saying, I'm going to vote for Trump because, the SJWs have lost their mind. But this is kind of like, what the fuck? Really?
Well, this is what I've always been saying. It's like the whole idea where people saying, well, the SJWs have lost your mind, so you have to suddenly go right. And I'm like, well, no, because you have to understand the way power works is that it's just the pendulum swinging back and forth. And that not everyone, of course, there's obviously people that are intellectually consistent on both the left and the right. But for a lot of people on the right, like Trump, who just are cynical hacks, they don't. He's not consistent. Trump doesn't care about free speech. He just cares about. All politicians are
himself. I hate it when you make this argument because all politicians are cynical hacks. Okay, fucking Joe Biden is a cynical hack. Like,
yes,
but when you say like Trump is a cynical hack,
you're right. I'm not saying
frame it as if like he's the only fucking cynical hack on the field.
All politicians. Well, okay, wait a minute. All politicians are cynical hacks to many degrees. I think Trump is a super extra cynical hack that I don't think he cares about anything.
Joe Biden gave a fucking position to his son, who did cocaine.
So wait a minute. Do you think? Wait a minute. Let me ask you a question.
Come on, it doesn't get more cynical.
Let me ask you a question. When when a politician decides to climb the political hierarchy, right, to become the political hack that it is required to be a politician,
got to step on faces,
right? Don't you think that they have the party they choose? Don't you think it's based on whatever their moral intuition is, or do you think that is just bullshit?
No, okay, I just. Candace Owens goes, "Hey, there's not a lot of black conservatives over here. I think I could get higher up that high. There's less faces to step on.
I don't think that's what happened to Candace Owens at all.
Really?
But no, I think she was attacked by Zoe Quinn, and she's so simplistic in her worldview that she just said, oh, well, if I'm getting attacked by the left, I guess that puts me on the right now. She's just Dave Rubin.
What about Dave Rubin? I was going to say, what about Dave Rubin? Oh, there's not a lot of outspoken gay conservatives over here.
See, I don't think this is political calculation. I think people are just so dumb that they just want to belong to a group so strongly that when they're being attacked, they just go with the group that's not attacking them, that's supporting them.
I don't know.
I don't think there's this intention. I don't think Candace Owens and Dave Rubin are sitting there going, I see an opening here to be the only black conservative. I see an opening here to be the only gay conservative.
There are true believers. I mean,
of course.
I might even classify ourselves as true believers in the fact that we believe
are true believers in our principles.
Yeah, in truth.
Right.
But I would say that the Candace Owens of the world, the Dave Rubins of the world, they're more interested in climbing the political hierarchy. And once you start making that calculation, I mean, Anna Kasparian herself has even complained about Dave Rubin not being a true believer. Like, he was really only interested in making more money.
I don't know. Maybe. We don't know these people personally. This is just my interpretation of them.
Yeah, I know. Obviously, we're mind reading, which is evil and shouldn't be done, according to Scott Adams.
Anyway, my only point is this is the danger of saying everyone on X political side is bad and everyone on X political side is good, because that's not true. The truth is everyone's bad, everyone's shitty, and you always have to be aware.
Well, I don't want to say that.
Okay, but that's the truth. Because especially when it comes to politics, you have to always be aware that the people you think that the people that are on your side at the moment, okay, they're not on your side because they hold consistent principle values that you hold.
No.
You're on their side.
They're representatives. They're not supposed. They're like supposed to represent.
I'm not just talking about politicians. I'm talking about like people who identify as
being
part of these parties.
I want to make the distinction here because I'm talking about political, like climbers and political operatives, which are also political climbers.
Right.
Because the argument that I'm making is that there is a certain way to operate in the world that allows you to climb up political hierarchies, that forces you to sacrifice your principles.
Right.
So as soon as you start climbing that hierarchy, you realize there's two paths here. I can maintain my principles and not get anywhere near to the top of that hierarchy. I can fuck off and just go do something else. Or I'm going to start bending the rules. I'm going to start my principles are going to get thrown under the bus. So I'm saying that the people who are doing that, that's where I'm cynical about it. But I think normal people are true believers and rank and file and I think part of the, I don't think it's all cynical. You're saying all people are cynical.
No, I'm not. I'm not saying all people are
political operatives.
No. That's not what I'm saying. That's not what I'm saying. I'm saying that most people, the grand majority of people, they don't follow a political party or political idea because they've sat down and they've rationed out some group of principles.
No.
Okay. Now, obviously, people that listen to politics on the internet, people who are part of our audience, probably would be a disproportionate amount of people have done that.
Yes.
That's why you're listening to this stream in the first place. That's why you're listening to politics in the first place.
Sure.
I'm talking about the average normie idiot out there. Okay. The fucking people in the audience at the Trump rally that are plotting when Trump says he wants to make flag burning illegal. Okay. That are just slack-jawed, buffoons. Those people,
you're so bad.
Those people haven't thought about their political, intellectual consistencies and principles and how to uphold them and why the rule of law and treating everyone the same is important and how you need to maintain this balance. They're just tribal idiots. Okay?
You're framing the, oh God, my conservative side is just, my hackles are up.
I'm not talking about just conservatives. This is literally the same as true of the left. This is what we're talking about.
Totally, but
complain about the fucking idiots on the left who Trevor Noah, who's sitting on fucking TV, bending over backwards, trying to justify.
But it sounds like you're
shooting. Okay, he's just a fucking moron.
I know.
Who's based in some political tribal system, and he has to look at everything through in-group, out-group, and if it's his in-group, he has to twist and bend over backwards to make everything okay. And it's the same thing with the flag burn.
Think of how this conversation began, though. The reason why I'm getting a little I don't think you realize how offensive you're being. Is because we said there are certain people that have certain intuitions about flag burning that relate to loyalty. And I can't condemn those people for having those intuitions. The thing that's interesting to me about morality is that these intuitions often come into conflict. And especially with the flag burning issue, you have two intuitions
I understand what you're saying.
that are very, very much in conflict.
I got you. You don't have to. I know. I was listening. I know. Okay. So here's my response to that. Anyone can have an intuition about anything, and I respect that. And and as we've talked about constantly,
we both both of us have that intuition, right? Both of us don't want to see a fucking flag burn.
Right. This is it. Right. This is a big problem that it comes when people talking to each other politically.
Yes.
When it came to the riots, I tweeted a long thread about how the people don't understand the moral intuitions of the other side. Okay?
Correct. Yes.
And you know who came in there and completely validated that worldview?
Oh my God.
Completely not understanding what I was saying. It was Shoe on Head.
Oh my God, it's worse. Oh my God.
She responds and she just literally, she doesn't understand the concept of moral intuition. She doesn't understand what I'm talking about.
Oh my
God. She's just so focused on police brutality that
she's a huge influencer with all these people that will do whatever she fucking says. Oh God.
She's so singularly focused on police brutality that she won't understand or focus on barbarism whatsoever. Okay?
Yeah.
Right. So I understand all that. My point, and this is what I'm saying, if you allow your moral intuitions to control you, you don't have free will.
Totally.
Okay?
Yeah, no, we both
You're
agree
a
there.
fucking idiot.
But
okay?
And
that's what
I guess
I'm
I
saying.
just respect.
All the
I have
people,
more respect for idiots, and
well, you have more respect for idiots than I do.
I guess because I'm the dumb one, so I feel like people.
100% of all people are fucking stupid. They're just stupid in different ways and in different avenues of their life.
Yeah, I can't call people stupid. I feel like,
but I guess you're nicer than I am about this. So
it's so funny. I think I'm myself as the mean one.
When I see a fucking bunch of white leftist idiots cheering on Robin DiAngelo, calling them all racist and basically advocating for white nationalism.
Yeah.
They're all fucking stupid idiots.
Why did I call them stupid?
Blindly following their moral intuition about fairness. Okay. That's what's happening in that situation. That's where this all comes from.
Robin DiAngelo is the Care Harm Foundation. It's not about fairness.
Care Harm. Right. Okay. It's the same thing when I see a crowd of fucking idiots who have been complaining nonstop about being censored on Twitter, about Republican and conservative ideas not being allowed to be spoken, and they're right in many places, then to turn around and cheer making flag burning illegal. Because that tells me that you don't actually believe in the principles that you're fucking claiming to espouse. Because you're too stupid to realize what you're advocating for. Yeah. You're allowing your elephant and your moral intuitions to just guide you wherever they fucking go.
Yeah.
And I don't have respect for that at all. Because that's our entire branding. That's why we're in the situation that we're in. My entire fucking YouTube career was me saying, I'm going to stand up to my side. I'm going to stand up to the left and say, you're gone too far. Yeah. And if people on the right aren't willing to do the same thing in regards to flag burning, then you can go fuck off. Why should I be the one that has to sacrifice and you not? Why do I have to be consistent and you don't have to be?
You know why standing up to our side never worked out for us?
Because it doesn't work out for anyone.
No, because they don't respect loyalty. They're like, fuck you, you're out of here, dude.
Right. So, and I was glad to see the majority of people, the overwhelming majority of people on Twitter were against the whole flag burning thing being illegal.
Yeah.
So it was only a very small minority of people.
I'm curious because we have a lot of conservatives in our audience, and I'm curious how they feel about it. Because the last time, like I said, man, the fucking Crypt Keeper came up with this idea like 100 years ago. Like the last time I heard about flag burning, I literally was in the progressive bubble. And I was like, dude, fucking flag. Who cares? I'm an artist. I might have to burn a flag someday. Now that I understand I mean, God, come on. Like, do you have any friends that have been in the military or, I mean,
yeah, sure,
sacrificed for their,
sure.
I mean, come on.
I understand. Let's get this straight. I understand completely people being offended by the flag burning. 100%.
Totally. Yeah.
I totally understand it.
Sure.
But again, facts don't care about your feelings. Like you being offended. This is what triggers me. I completely understand people getting offended by burning a flag. But that's the same feeling of offense someone has if you say the N-word or
I know, that's what I was going to say.
Edgy joke. It's the same feeling of great offense. And if we're saying that those people have to put up with that shit, well, then you have to put up with this shit. That's the fucking way it goes, guys. Like, I don't know.
I'm waiting for Joe Biden to march out his proposal that we make it illegal for the white people to say the N-word. We just make it illegal. I mean, why? It's the same thing as flag burning, right? You just make it illegal.
Yeah, that would be the equivalent. That would be the left-wing equivalent.
Yeah.
That if you saying the N-word or some sort of hate speech.
If a white person says the N-word, 1 year in jail.
1 year in jail. Yep.
Oh my God.
Basically. That would basically be the equivalent. So
it's
really
sad.
Stupid.
Very sad.
Yep.
Is that the last story? What else do we got?
The only thing was I saw this interesting tweet. Someone was advocating for, or someone on the left I follow was tweeting this, and it made me think of something, which was there was this painting. Someone had painted in big letters in the middle of the street, "Black Lives Matter," and there was another group of people today that were painting over it with a blue line to symbolize the police.
Oh,
and the person on Twitter was complaining because they're like, the police are defending these people painting a blue line over Black Lives Matter. And I realized this is why, another reason why the whole defund the police thing is so toxic and dangerous is because by associating the idea of defunding and dismantling the police with the Black Lives Matter movement, you're essentially putting the police into an us or them situation in terms of supporting Black Lives Matter. And so, of course, police are now, it's like when we talked about this the other week about the cops being fired for kneeling. Because once the kneeling in the Black Lives Matter movement becomes intertwined with the movement to dismantle and destroy police departments, you're changing it, you're ruining the common humanity, and you're changing it into common enemy. And you're going to make the police feel like Black Lives Matter is code word for destroy police.
Yeah.
And so I just thought that's how toxic and dangerous this defund the police idea is on a level I never thought of before.
I think our press is really totally fucking us over so hard.
Yes.
Like the fact that the press is kind of, their business model is becoming chaos. It's so weird.
Right.
Yeah.
Farrah for $1 says, instead of SJWs, we need to call the radical left the moral lynch mob. Social justice is trial by mob. Very true.
Sad. Are we doing super chats? I brought the thing up.
Yeah. Well, then we'll just be done. Gabe for $5 says, oh my God, not only did you get Tim Pool on, but also Waifu Sitch, all-star cast. Oh, and I didn't see your stream in my subscription. Weird. Yes.
When are we going to get Shu on? What's going on?
I don't know. Never.
I thought you were friends with Shu on Head.
Not really.
I guess not. Now that she's publicly attacking you on Twitter openly.
Well, she wasn't attacking me. She just didn't understand moral intuitions whatsoever. Or she didn't understand my point. But Taker 610.
I heard her say, "I love you" at VidCon. She looked into your eyes and said, "I love you." Which
I don't
really,
remember that happening.
Really weird.
I'll take your word for it.
Greg was
don't
sitting
remember
right there, but
yeah, I don't think that happened.
She might have said, "I love your videos."
I think that was what she said.
Oh, okay.
Taker 610 for $1 says, Sitch, how often is a flag burner burned by the owner of it and not by a gang who tears it down and burns it? You have to burn your own for it to be legal, but does burning a flag and burning really satiate the intense hatred for America these people have? Well, okay, obviously taking someone else's flag and burning it shouldn't be legal. Like
that isn't legal. That's called
that isn't legal. Yeah, it's
desecration of property.
Yeah, you're stealing someone's property and destroying it. That's obviously not legal, and I don't think anyone supports that. I mean, like anyone's serious. I'm sure some crazy anarchist people do. But
what if someone's looting and there's like a stack of flags like in the back of the storeroom, but they don't know, so they accidentally burn 50 flags? Does that mean they go to jail for 50 years?
50 years. Yep.
Oh, good.
Right. And as to does that satiate their intense desire for hatred for America? I would not. I assume not, but I don't know what that's to do with anything.
Can't believe I'm stealing Tim Pool's look. It's like so
terrible.
awesome.
How sad is that? How sad is that? Lord of the Rings for $2 says, what exactly is your definition of civil war? So I'm defining civil war as like a literal civil war. There's going to be literal physical warfare in the streets with the government and people shooting at each other and population trying to siege from the country. So
we had a week of fucking curfew in Los Angeles.
Mm-hmm.
I'm thinking the Civil War would look a lot like that, but just on a regular daily basis.
Yeah, I think a lot more people would be getting shot and dying by the government.
Well, if it was a martial law situation, would that count? I mean, if the
martial law, yes, martial. If the woke side of the country became so terrible that we needed to implement martial law, then yes, okay, I would say that would satiate the criteria of being in some kind of cultural civil war. Yes.
I mean, what would happen? The thing that happened in Los Angeles was they had a curfew and they raised a lot of hell on that first night, and the police kind of were, I don't know if they were unprepared or they told them not to do anything. But the second night they had a curfew, they had the National Guard there, and they went in and started. They had a protest during the day, and the people who stayed late past the curfew for the protest, they rounded them up, arrested them, gave them a $600 ticket and a police record. And that kind of took the wind out of their sails. They were like, oh, these people are serious. So there was like a curfew for a few nights after that, but it wasn't as bad. So I just think like when you go into like multiple weeks of curfew, and the curfews were crazy. They had one day, it was like 2:00 curfew. What? Fucking 2:00? I have to go home and stay home? 2:00? Like a business is supposed to close? Yeah.
I don't know. That's crazy.
And they were sending out text alerts or Amber alerts on everyone's cell phone. Like we got them every day. So, I mean, I'm thinking like multiple weeks of that. I'm thinking, okay, fucking civil, like.
Sure. If that continued. Okay. So when I think of the Civil War, I think of armed groups of people fighting the army and the police in the streets
that would be
having shootouts.
That would be
that didn't happen.
No, but that would be what the only reason the curfew would go into multiple weeks is because people would be breaking that curfew, and they would be breaking that curfew to loot and fucking kill and create mayhem.
Exactly. Right.
So the war would be going on at night between the police, the National Guard, and the fucking anarchists.
Right. So when we have armed Antifa and armed woke people shooting police and the army in the streets, then I'll say we're in the Civil War. How about that?
It might happen in Portland, and we can watch it on TV. But
I'm talking about like widespread. Not in fucking Chaz or wherever the fuck.
It's so weird.
I don't know
that
why.
They're letting that
why
happen.
is Portland so crazy? Like, why is that fucking one place? Why is that one state so fucked?
All the anarchists in the world go to live there because they want to be close to their kind, and they vote for anarchist crazy people for fucking city council and for.
Isn't Evergreen in Oregon too?
I don't think it is. I think it's in Washington. But that whole corner,
that
whole
corner,
whole corner, that's like our problem corner up there.
The northwest corner. Yeah. It's the crazy area.
Which stars on the flag represent Washington and Oregon? Because maybe a little bit of flag burning, we can like have a conversation.
Just burn
about.
Those.
Let's come to a peaceful negotiation here.
Right. Daniel Collective 1499 says old Antifa groups have used the red triangle as a symbol for the same reason gay people use the pink triangle as a thumb in the eye to the Nazis. That's interesting.
Oh, wow.
Right. So that makes sense a little bit more sense as to why the boomer for the Trump team randomly stumbled upon and used the symbol. So there you go.
our show, which is really the symbol that I chose to use, I never consulted Sitch about using the triangle and the
I just said it's fine.
all-seeing
Whatever.
eye.
I don't care. Yeah.
That's something that I'm into just because I like
We're
that.
the Illuminati, obviously.
Yeah, fuck. We have the knowledge that the Robin DiAngelos of the world are trying to steal away from you.
Right. The Rooster for 499 says every sane person, Sam Harris, the Weinstein brothers, Sitch, etc., who still considers themselves left wing, only do so for vain purposes. Right wingers in denial. He wishes.
But you think we're right wingers in denial?
No. Adam's a secret progressive. Didn't you listen to the stream?
Yeah, that was weird, but
it's a secret progressive. Okay.
Just because I speak and respect conservatives, a lot of people, it's so funny because it's that pushy progressive thing where not only do they forbid you to take conservative positions, you can't even understand conservative positions without being labeled a fucking usurper or a turncoat.
Right. The Rooster for 199 says we've regressed the West to a pre-Christian time. I don't know if that's like we're like in the Roman
Native
days
Americans.
I don't know. It's like we're in the Roman times. Send them to the that's what Twitter is. It's like the Gladiatoria Coliseum. Send them to the Coliseum to fight. The Roosters for 199 says when I say regressed, I mean morally, of course. Yes, I got you. I understood. The Rooster for 199 says Shu doesn't understand moral intuitions. Shocker. Yeah, I know.
She's using them a lot. I see like her moral intuitions are going all over the place.
Hodor for $5 says, why did Stannis Baratheon sail his troops north instead of marching them on King's Landing? I'll tell you why. Because that's a man who has principles. That's a man that cares about conviction. He said, I have to defend the realm from the wildlings. And that's why he did it. I mean, also he needed a castle that he could take over, and he knew that the wall would be a good place to take over. But still, it took a lot of guts. It took a lot of integrity. Stannis the Manus.
Sounds more like pragmatism to me, but okay.
It's a little both. Stannis' character in the Game of Thrones book is about a man who's lived his entire life to a rigid core set of principles. But when he's denied what is rightfully his, he becomes corrupted. And he loses faith in the system and slowly goes upon the dark path.
Did you sit down and read this book? Did you sit down and open the book and read it?
Yeah.
That happened? Yeah. That was a thing?
Yes. I don't
Lazy.
understand what you're saying.
I always draw when I read. You're lazy. You're only doing one thing at once? Oh my God.
Well, no. Okay.
I can't imagine doing such a thing.
So
just
before I discovered audiobooks, Adam, I have both read and listened to Game of Thrones.
Oh my God, you did
the
both.
Entire series.
So you did the lazy version and the working version.
I like that you call reading it the lazy version. For me, it's the opposite. That's the more difficult version. So, because I have to try to imagine everything that's happening.
Well, I just picture you lying down on your back, staring at a book. How is that not lazy?
There you go.
Lazy.
The Rooster for 499 says the only thing I would say about flag burning, Sitch, how many people burn their nation's flag would it take to justify dismantling that nation? 0. I don't think there's a magic counter somewhere where when 50% of Americans burn their flag, the country is dismantled. I don't think that's going to happen.
This is the thing about politics and we talked a little bit about the genetic versus the cultural stuff.
Right.
I don't know, and this is an open question about moral psychology. Are people churned out in liberals and conservatives kind of like males and females? Do certain people have the loyalty, betrayal, intuition?
Probably.
And some don't, and some, yeah. So if it's a mix, the libertarians totally got fucked because there's only the mix is them they're the third,
10 of them.
They're the third gender that
right. Libertarians are non-binary.
Yeah. Although they're like a flip-flopper because they're a single foundation morality. The libertarians usually only focus on the liberty oppression foundation. It's one foundation. And so that's why whoever's the group that's oppressing the other group, they tend to throw their lot in with. Right now, conservatives are the oppressed ones, see free speech and all that kind of stuff. So libertarians are like throwing their lot in with them.
Yeah. David Pham for $4.99 says Scalia argued that flag burning is free speech in Texas versus Johnson. What more could be said?
Oh my God.
That's right. Scalia, the man who believes the devil is real and is tempting human beings, even he said that, of course, flag burning is protected by the free speech.
Probably because he knew that the devil was the only one that could convince someone to actually burn a flag.
There you go.
So the devil made me do it.
The devil made him do it. Yeah, there you go. Damon Collective 1 for $4.99 says, my mama said Tim Pool is so ornery because he got all them riots and no roofs to stand on.
Okay.
All right. I agree. Contrast for 136 says, if you ban flag burning, then the official American method of flag disposal will no longer exist. Letting angry hippies burn it in the street. Be like Australia and cut the flag respectfully and put it in the trash can.
What? Oh, that's totally.
Sitch say, ooh, please. Ooh. So it's very funny. I remember when I talked about flag burning before, I found out to my horror and dismay that I think in England and in Australia, the way that they dispose of the flag is by cutting it into strips and throwing it in the fucking garbage.
I know. They put it through the shredder.
Like, oh my God. This is so fucking pathetic. This is why Australia is a fake country. This is why it's a fake country. The official method of getting rid of your flag is just throwing it in the fucking trash can. Oh, fake country.
Yeah. I wonder if it touches kitty litter on the way to the dump.
It touches kitty litter. It touches baby diapers.
Oh my God.
Homeless man vomit. It touches everything terrible. Every terrible thing you can imagine.
Yeah.
Anyways, I hope you're all having a happy Father's Day, or what's remaining of it. Tell everyone, go out after this and tell your father, I love you. I hope you enjoyed the show. I hope you enjoyed our tour down Robin DiAngelo's crazy, racist, white supremacist, white nationalist rhetoric. Thank you all so much for your very generous donation. Thank you very much for your likes. Click the bell so that YouTube can't hide the stream for you. And especially thank you to David, Aragon, and Alex Karras for their hilarious animation in the beginning. And thank you, Enlightened Centrist, for your hilarious mashup between Sylphane and Adam.
Yeah.
Hope you all enjoy the rest of your day. See you all next week. Why are you laughing?
I just fucking love the outros, man. I love the way you do. You got it down, man. I haven't
ended it yet. We're waiting at him.
What are you waiting for? What's going on?
Waiting at.
Are you waiting? Are you waiting? Bye-bye.